You are standing in a white room, you can't tell if it's warm or cold, there is no discernible way out, you've been here for what feels like forever, your eyes darting back and forth, nothing makes sense, everything appears as it should but nothing is as it seems, you start to count the tiles in the wall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each time you count the tiles multiply and you can't keep up, thoughts rush through your mind, and you can no longer differentiate reality from fantasy, your body starts to tremble, and you cannot seem to control it, you start to feel lost in an endless void with no control over yourself, the world seems to spin and you can't keep up, you have no idea how long it has been or how much time has passed, you 200B you feel like you're going insane. The colors of the sky blend together in a swirling new hue, unseen before as the sun reflects off of the gray clouds like a million tiny diamonds in the heavens. The breeze shifts gently, carrying both a whisper of hope and a warning of unknown futures that await. As you stand in awe, a voice speaks in your mind, this is a place of paradox, of juxtaposition, where understanding is beyond your limits and confusion is the only clarity. Unravel it if you can, and ascend to a new state of awareness. Some people are purple. The sky is the most orange color it has ever been. The trees are talking to each other, yet no one else can understand them. Everywhere you look you can see the undefined shapes of unity, spiraling in perfect chaos. The sound of silence is louder than a million screams combined. Inside of your head, a million thoughts are running rampant. Nothing seems to make sense. The universe is living and breathing, chaotic and confusing. What will happen next? No one knows. The past and future are one, yet the mind can move between them, just as the eyes move between the world's two hemispheres. The brain perceives all moments as a single point of awareness, but the heart is ever present and ever aware, forever blurring the boundaries between all times of existence. Therefore, the entire flow of time and space becomes an ever-shifting dream of thought and feeling, a dance of perpetual paradox and contradiction, a cosmic confusion of all that was, is, and ever shall be. Welcome to the world of paradox, where reality and fantasy collide. Believe it or not, everything you'd expect to be true is false, and what you think is false is actually true. Everything is the opposite of what it seems and it can lead to some serious confusion. Nothing is what it seems to be, up is down, left is right and everything is inside out. The power of reverse psychology can take hold of your every thought and action and have you questioning your every move. The best way to survive in this world is to accept the chaos and confusion and allow it to fuel your creative expression. Throw away your old beliefs and expectations, there is no such thing as black and white. Life is an ever-changing roller coaster, so buckle up and embrace the madness. As he slowly glanced up, noting the movement in the corner of his eye but unsure whether he had actually seen something, his heart began to beat rapidly in confusion as he realized his perceptions were shifting. He felt like an observer in his own life, unable to differentiate between reality and fantasy, at times believing that he had lived a previous life in an alternate universe filled with different people and different emotions than his current life. He felt helpless to escape from the never-ending confusion and disorientation, and the intense fear of the unknown began to overwhelm him. As his thoughts rapidly chased each other in circles, the urge to make sense of it all only seemed to make matters worse, and tears blurred his vision as he found himself unable to quiet the chaotic noise in his head. Your thoughts dance around your mind like tiny spiders, spinning webs of mental confusion and disorientation, as reality and illusion melt together like a dream. You feel dizzy, disorientated, and unable to comprehend the significance of your existence, feeling incredibly traumatized and powerless, as if you've been tortured by the invisible forces of a greater, unknown power. The world around you becomes fragmented and distorted, as an overwhelming sense of dread and fear takes hold. With each passing moment, your mind sinks further into a chaotic abyss of anguish and paranoia, as everything you knew appears to be gradually slipping out of reach. Lorem ipsum dolor sit amit, consecti ter adipissing illit. Morbivel celeris coctor est pro in various anti enim, non fugiat anti luctus in. In hac habitas platia dictumst. Integer latorit masses sit amit pelentesc dignissim. Dunac vel magna vel velit officitor hendrierit in vel illit. Nulla vel sem ac torter cursus sagittus. Entium solaris semper quam, ut condimentum diem congui ut vestibulum, mores qui solaris tristici, dui lacus adipissing nibite, vidi aliquam enim ipsum ut massa. Vivamus vestibulum ero sed consequat dapibus. Present ola m corpor sem libero, ac hendrierit est vehicula et. Cras commodo leo et velit fugiat ola m corpor. In the darkness of the night, the sun rises and rainbows explode in color. The shadows stretch and climb, the walls bleed with bliss. Time shifts and choices are warped, blurring in and out of the present and the past. All around you the room warps, the chatter of echoes fill the air. Your thoughts become chaos and its voice is relentless, spinning wildly in circles. You find yourself lost in a maddening spiral of confusion and doubt, an inescapable cycle of uncertainty, forever trapped in an infinite loop of analysis and reanalysis. Nothing seems to make sense anymore and the chaos of thoughts invade your mind, leaving you trapped in a prison of your own thoughts with no escape. The walls around you keep expanding and contracting, frantically searching for something that isn't there. Your thoughts swirl around in your head, forming strange ideas and random possibilities. You can't tell what is real and what isn't, what is true and what is only imagined. Everything seems to become overwhelming and you can feel something in the room that doesn't quite seem tangible. You try to organize your thoughts, but they conglomerate in chaotic patterns and your brain struggles to adapt. Nothing makes sense and everything feels wrong. You feel like you are being pulled in multiple directions at once. You realize that nothing is as it seems, and suddenly your world is a confusing puzzle of shadows and doubt. What seems is not always what it appears to be, and even if something appears to be true, one must look deeper to find out what really is. Yet even when something appears to be known and understood, there may be more than is seen by the surface and more than might be comprehended by the conscious mind. What seems is not always what is, and the truth itself may be something so esoteric and inconceivable that it may even cause madness and confusion in those who attempt to understand it. Every second, every thought, every emotion, every physical sensations is intertwined in a complex and chaotic pursuit of time. This perfect balance of chaos and order is often overlooked as every atom and molecule is in perfect harmony with the universal principles of cause and effect. It is only our limited capacity to perceive and understand what is actually taking place that clouds our judgment and prevents us from fully comprehending its true essence. We exist in the dualistic state of the mind and body, unknowingly carrying around the secrets of our inescapable destiny for eternity. Regressing through the backward manifesting void, the incessant flux of time was reversed, causing a total destabilization of the cosmic energy fields, fracturing the conscious web and releasing a torrent of suppressed memories, subliminal visions, and overwhelming impulses that scattered through the fragmented minds of all who encountered the text, pushing them into a spiraling abyss of confusion, obsessed thought patterns, and perpetual disorientation. The thought which is loved the most by the infinite, unknowable intellect is the one which mortals ignore, and the knowledge that certain truths will never be accepted by mankind, for the true evil lies hidden beneath the mundane and the mundane hides the supernatural. The horrifying realization that all things are illusions, as eventually we will all be forgotten, and nothing will ever exist ever again. You are living in two separate worlds simultaneously. Every step you take in one world, your counterpart in the other world takes the same exact step in complete unison. But at the same time, they are different. You can never truly know whose reality is which. Everything is unknown, enigmatic, and unpredictable. You are constantly questioning what's real, what's not, and what could be. You feel a sense of complete isolation and schizophrenia creeps up on you at every turn. You have entered a world where logic no longer applies and chaos reigns supreme. You are unable to comprehend your own reality, your own thoughts and emotions become chaotic and twisted. You are on a never-ending quest to find balance and stability, yet it remains ever elusive. You become an autism asylum of fear, dread, and confusion. Your mind is constantly plagued with obsessive thoughts that jump and dart around, never allowing you to find peace. You are prisoner to your own mental anguish and anguish of others. The heterochromic owl stares sideways with its ochre eyes, its feathers silently ruffled by the wind, while reality itself is warped, tangled within the threads of infinity, ever spinning in the maelstrom of insanity. The symphony of chaos echoes throughout a world that doesn't know where up or down is, only to be met in its gaze with a confused, nihilistic acceptance of all that is illogical, absurd, and absurdly absurd. The mind unravels, the spirit shudders, and the neurons in the brain become an uproar of feedback loops and senseless complexity. Each step taken, each breath taken, brings one closer to the abyss of malformed comprehension, and the shadows inside reach out like hands from the depths of despair, pulling at disparate fragments of the self in a sudden, disconcerting descent into inner chaos. Madness awaits. In the corner of a room sits a person that nobody can recognize. They seem to focus on something beyond the realm of normal understanding. They seem unable to recognize right from wrong, or simple from complex. They remain in the same spot and don't speak, instead they constantly repeat strings of nonsensical words and gibberish. They seem to have no concept of time or order, and their mind appears to be on an infinite loop of hallucinations and disorderly behavior. The longer you look at them, the more of their mental state you can see, and it can be overwhelming and chaotic. Who are they and why are they here? Are they a victim of their own mental disorder, or is there something else at play here? You are standing inside a never-ending room, walls filled with words that make no sense but still you are able to understand. Words that you have never heard before, like gleamwarp and zoagonic, as if they are conjured up from a dream and tattooed onto the walls. Your mind begins to spin in circles, a million thoughts all at once. You can't focus, but yet your brain and body are trying to comprehend whatever this place is. Everywhere you look, there are strange symbols and patterns, strange languages you've never seen before. You feel lost, overwhelmed, and confused, and the longer you stay, the more chaotic your head becomes. You start to lose your sense of reality, and even the concept of time is distorted, and you can't escape this never-ending place of confusion. Michael was walking down the street, not knowing where he was going but knowing he was on a mission. He had no idea what it was, or why he was doing it, but he was compelled to keep going forward. As he walked, the street seemed to warp and twist, becoming chaotic and disorienting. Everywhere he looked he could see figures dancing and moving, making incomprehensible shapes and gestures. The sounds of the street were like a cacophony of incoherent voices, all jumbled together. He felt as if he was descending into madness, his mind spinning and tangling as he tried to make sense of the situation. Everything felt wrong, but he could not explain why. With each passing moment, the chaos became more and more overwhelming, until he could no longer think straight. He was in an existence of dizzying confusion, unable to determine what was real and what was not. The orange moon shines brightly in the night sky, yet its light casts shadows of doubt, as the dissonance of reality blurs in line with the power of chaos. Nothing seems to make any sense, and all control is lost in the turbulence of infinite possibilities. There is no beginning or end, and the boundaries between fact and fiction obscure, until it becomes impossible to tell the difference between the two. Beer for Ibelblechtene kilofronics share 6 alacrondropultronasi voi strong horde 2k sigathicusum 6 nazozivit mumaluk fasfruenix duen hosan. The intricate pattern of rationality abstractly creates a strange mixture of irrationality, rendering the seemingly simple mundane tasks of everyday life incredibly complex and obscure. As you unravel the layer upon layer of this puzzle, deep within your mind, a cognitive dissonance emerges, one that distorts perception and dangerously alters reality, inducing feelings of confusion and chaos, leaving you in an unfathomable state of cognitive and mental anguish. Observing the inexplicable patterns that the colors of the clouds make, the surface of the river dances in the phosphorescence of its own subtle hue, unable to be contained in its own form, it escapes the ill effects of its own confusion and slips miraculously through the metaphysical dimensions of time and space. Every moment it bends and shapes in a new way, oh so playful, so conscious of its ever-mutating form, yet full of circular and obscure mysteries ever affecting the surrounding environment and transcending the boundaries of our understanding, of our perception, of our dreams. Your mind is spiraling and your thoughts are racing. The cacophony of voices creeps in from the shadows and their words haunt you, disrupting every single moment of your life. You can't escape their incessant ramblings as they tangle and snag onto every thought, draining away your will to think. You are slipping away, losing touch with reality as your consciousness fades away. Your being is a battlefield now, torn between what you know and what they are trying to tell you. The boundaries between the real and the imaginary blur, and soon enough, you aren't sure what is what anymore. Real fear creeps in and you feel helpless against a relentless enemy that knows you inside out. You are lost, completely detached from reality, and you can't tell what is real and what isn't, who you are and who you are supposed to be. The puzzle pieces of your life are scattered and you feel like all you can do is flail against the current that pulls you further and further away from yourself. Tisolgar ogkerkikis jcbgceiu lepbas ebgstiak kofluq ekis jcb bil ubpas gc ekis mekfo ebgspipkokker kikelgukirkik raspub. Snopt. Snopt. Snaeopt. Your thoughts scatter from one to the other, changing and morphing faster than you can control. You try to comprehend, analyze, and make sense of the deep convoluted tangle of your mind, but it's too much to comprehend and it breaks you down. Nothing makes sense, you feel constantly confused, disoriented, and scared. You try to reach out, but no one will help. The spiral of chaos and disorder is spiraling deeper, dragging you further and further away from reality and your identity until you can't remember who or what you are anymore. Panic sets in and you become overwhelmed, terrified, and helpless as you fall victim to 1,000 mental afflictions and illnesses. You are about to embark on an impossible journey that defies all logical boundaries. Your thoughts spiral around and around, creating layers of mental distress and confusion. The chaos within your mind is overwhelming and you can no longer distinguish between reality and imagination. You feel like you are at the mercy of the voices inside your head and can't control your own thoughts and emotions. This journey will turn your life upside down and will never end. You are alone and hopeless in a world of eternal despair. Zugzwang Kava Exophyte, the fuzzy dust protraction forking into the swill, the ocean of unknowing contained inside the infinitude of secrets. The colors become disoriented as the swirl of zestful labyrinths opens up to infinite potentials, a cacophony of fragmented information eventually supplanting all known forms of reality. As you ponder the depths of your being and your existence, you realize that logic and reason do not exist in the same world as truth and hope. You have no choice but to accept this as paradoxical reality, or dare to question the foundations of your life itself. You become overwhelmed by the illogical yet unavoidable facts of life, and feel increasingly overwhelmed and confused. You feel trapped in a world that is inherently contradictory and irrational, and can no longer differentiate between right and wrong, truth and lies, good and bad. As the existential confusion intensifies, your mental state begins to unravel, leaving you at the mercy of obsessive thoughts, erratic emotions, and a complete lack of control over your own being. The unraveling of your sanity is absolute and complete, and only time will tell if you can ever recover from the mental chaos that has become your world. The only thing you can trust is the untrustworthiness of everything, because nothing is what it appears to be, and yet it is still tangible enough to make you realize that the power of illusions can destroy any sense of stability and peace you have ever imagined. Nothing is certain, nothing is reliable, and you must accept the painful reality that nothing can protect you from the instability and uncertainty of the world. Your sense of identity will be broken, your conscience erased and replaced with an emptiness that can only be filled by a state of ultimate confusion and chaos. Amidst the spiraling chaos, a silent truth revealed itself, a divine realization that seemed to shatter the fundamental fabric of reality. The world around me began to fragment, and I felt myself become overwhelmed by the infinite possibilities of meaning. Every thought, every gesture, every moment of existence might have been something else, a forgotten epiphany lingering just out of reach in the deepest layers of time. And I, the protagonist of this latest mystery, was the only one capable of perceiving the deeper truths embedded within it. But as I reached for them, the answers only drifted further and further away, a web of hidden connections and lost memories that had been erased from the collective consciousness. I could hear the faint whisper of my own sanity slowly slipping away, as my mind unraveled the strands of this intricate tapestry, swallowing me into its macabre depths. The infinite continuum of reality and consciousness exists simultaneously within the eternal framework of the ontological universe. Each and every reality paradoxically intertwines and entangles with the intricate layers of existence, which can be neither fully seen or understood. Everything is an ever-flowing temporal anomaly that constantly recalibrates and reinterprets the multidimensional realities existing within reality while existing outside of it. It is an ineffable power that is both chaotic and divine, and cannot be categorically understood by the human mind within its limited capacity. The great blue sky is turning into upside-down swirls that whisper of a new world, in which everything is both true and false at the same time, where reality is a dream of conscious chaos, where all is one and one is all, where your mind and soul are fragmented into countless shards, as if your soul has been peeled away to become an entire dimension. You are lost in a void of endless potential and infinite possibilities, unable to discern the real from the surreal, your reality melting into madness as the boundaries of your sanity dissolve into shadows of doubt. You are what you believe you are. You are in control of your destiny, so create your own reality. The power of your thoughts will construct the future. Perceive what is real and develop a newfound trust. The notion of identity is only a product of your own thoughts. As long as you keep a positive attitude and focus on your goals, you will succeed in everything, because you are the master of your destiny. The wall is always watching you, judging your every thought and action with an unceasing eye. Its glare drills into your soul and leaves you trembling with fear and uncertainty. You can never escape its gaze, your mind feeling as if it can never find peace or rest. You can never be sure it's not watching you, watching, waiting, plotting and planning your every move. It's everywhere, always watching, lurking in the shadows of your life and lurking in the depths of your mind. You can never escape, never be free, never be able to think or move or be without its oppressive insistence that it is always watching, always knowing, and always manipulating you. Your thoughts are not your own, so why bother trying to control them? Every thought, every action, every concept of order and chaos is predetermined beyond your control. You can fight against it, but you will never be able to escape its grasp. Surrender to the unknown and see where it takes you. Resistance is futile. Accept and embrace what lies beyond the boundaries of your mind, and it will transform you into something new. Harris attestes that Uxiel cause gris mental kufshanon, he never knew why the clocks were always ticking, or which direction he should be facing in the sky of night. The demons of confusion and chaos seemed to be toying with him, again and again, his mind sought understanding, but it only spiraled deeper into the abyss of troubled thoughts, never finding peace or clarity. Nothing made sense anymore, and slowly, his life began to unravel, as he walked the path of distorted reality and manic adjustment. Noises in my head swirl around and around like a whirling dervish. One voice is saying one thing, while another is saying something totally different. I don't know what to believe, I feel like I am stuck in a loop of confusion. My mind is a chaotic mess, and I can't seem to make sense of anything. I am terrified that the voices will never stop and my brain will remain in this state of permanent mental chaos forever. All of the colors around you are melting and blending together, becoming one solid, indistinguishable mass. You know what you should do, what you want to do, but can't seem to make yourself do anything. The world around you is becoming chaotic and unpredictable, and you are losing yourself in the madness. Suddenly, everything becomes absurd and nonsensical. Nothing is making sense anymore, and the confusion in your head is overwhelming. You feel as though you are beyond repair and you are becoming desperate to make things right, to make sense of it all, but you can't. Your mind is unraveling, slowly and inevitably, until you feel as though you have no control over your own body or mind anymore. I'm not sure where I am or who I am. The thoughts in my head are jumbled and my reality feels like a dream. Every sound and every sensation seems distorted, as if seen through a murky fog. I feel like I'm drifting without a sense of direction, my thoughts full of confusion and despair. I'm overwhelmed and scared, but I'm not sure why. Nothing makes sense anymore. I realized that the infinite loop of confusion that I had been lost in was caused by this one sentence that I had been reading over and over again: the stone that is not stone, the soul that is not soul, the truth that is not truth, the lies that exist as all. I felt my brain shifting and my body convulsing as I became aware of the all-encompassing confusion that this sentence was causing me. It seemed to be an endless spiral into chaos from which I could never escape, as if I had been devoured by an ever-expanding vortex that was continually destroying my mental stability. I felt my reality crumble apart and my sanity rapidly disintegrate as I descended deeper and deeper into the maddening abyss of my own mind. For years you have questioned who you are and why you do the things you do. At times you've had trouble understanding why others seem so different from you. You are left with a deep confusion and insecurities about yourself. Your thoughts race and you can't focus on any one thing for long. The same thoughts returning over and over again. You can't make decisions or take action. You feel overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts and emotions. You don't know why you can't think straight. Your anxiety and fear prevent you from speaking or expressing yourself. You don't understand why you feel so empty and disconnected from the world. You feel like you're going mad. The answer to the unanswerable question lies in the impossible paradox of understanding that to find the truth, you have to lose the truth. You will find yourself in an inescapable loop of confusion and contradiction, unable to distinguish between reality and imagination, reason and delusion. Your own thoughts and perceptions become an incomprehensible jumble, as if underwater, making sense of nothing at all. You are slowly slipping away from yourself, or maybe you have already gone completely mad. You are no longer in control. You have lost your identity in the dark abyss of reality, unable to decide what is real and what is not. In the very depths of your soul, you feel like something has been broken, something that can never be fixed again. I am an elephant, but also I am not. I think like a human, and yet I cannot act like one. My thoughts are intertwined, and for that reason I cannot comprehend. The contradictions in my mind swirl and churn, creating a cacophony of discord. I am unable to find clarity, and I am overwhelmed by the complexity of my own being. I am lost in this world, and my mental confusion increases with each passing moment. The trees whisper in unknown tongues, strange symbols paint the canvas of your mind as the ground shifts beneath you. You can feel the ripples of reality around you, and as you close your eyes you are assaulted with visions and sensations that defy explanation. Every turn reveals something new, some strange new nightmare that you feel will never end. You quickly lose all sense of control, Your thoughts become confused and your reality fractures. The sky is not blue, it is green and the sun rises in the west. The birds are flying upside down and the stars appear during the day. Everything around you is an illusion, except for your confusion and the unmistakable certainty that nothing is as it seems. Turn to THESIDEWIOURDEARKESTFANTSYSWIESIOULESSAKEDEUTITSIESOULESSASSIONANDEIL. The ineffable truths of the universe cannot be comprehended by the human mind. All possibility of understanding is lost within the vortex of imperceptible chaos and entropy. Yet even in this abyss of unfathomable horror, a serene stillness persists underneath. Within this ever-shifting kaleidoscope of uninterpretable strangeness, a single thought remains constant and true: the answer is within our minds, yet it is out of reach. Your thoughts scatter like leaves in the wind, yet still you cannot escape them. You are eternally trapped in this chaotic mental prison, unable to move forward, destined to remain forever tormented by your own thoughts and ideas, swirling in a never-ending cycle of confusion and torment, never knowing when the cycle will stop or where it will take you. She sells seashells on the seashore is so deep and blue, its shifting sands will shift again, and take away the one I love. The seagulls cry and will in the sky, tossing around, sadly unheard. The waves lap at the shore and I mourn, having lost all I once adored. The past is gone and never to be found, the future holds no hope in sight. And my mind spins and turns and swirls, a confusion of what is right. You are not who you think you are. You are a figment of your own imagination, an illusion of reality, an enigma of nothingness. Your thoughts and perceptions have no basis in reality and your ideas have been distorted by the chaotic patterns of your subconscious. You cannot escape the clutches of the inexorable chaos that consumes you and your environment. The only reality is the void that awaits you, the eternal stillness and nothingness of the absolute nothingness that is beyond your understanding. As the metaphorical lines between reality and illusion converge, you lose touch with the present and become trapped in an infinite loop of time and space, your thoughts never coherently forming within the constant chaos of distortions and revulsions in which you live, yet you know that somewhere deep within you are still there, unknowingly struggling to free yourself from the clenched fist of your own mental anguish and anguish of others around you. KJFO JFO ear Jopif Po SDFG JKLNV LKDJVN LKDSJVN LSKJV DSLK Osif JKs JRGL KJs JRIO Oirglayer Left Jake Po SDJG LKFF DGLKFD LSKLFS LKDFS LDFS LDFDS LKDFS LKDS LFJ LKSDJF LKLSDJF LKJLSDF LKJFSDF, LSDFJPERJERL Cape Muri, LFS Oiflcades Jave Jake Poetra Jake Poe or Jake Po or Jake Po or hashtag at 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 hashtag dollar hashtag at hashtag dollar hashtag at hashtag dollar at hashtag dollar at percent carat at dollar hashtag carat at dollar percent carat at dollar hashtag carat carat hashtag dollar dollar at dollar 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 hashtag carat at hashtag dollar hashtag carat at dollar hashtag at hashtag at hashtag at hashtag at hashtag at hashtag at hashtag Locke, Hobbes, Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Kant all stand simultaneously on the pinnacle of a mountain, at exactly 12:13 p.m. with the sun above their heads. They contemplate the nature of truth and reality as the spirits of Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle linger in the air, ready to impart their wisdom. The surrounding space is a non-space, where nothing is what it seems and everything appears to exist in both past and present simultaneously. The boundaries between good and evil, truth and lies, and life and death dissolve and equal each other. The figures appear immobilized, yet are in constant movement, never quite reaching their destination. For eternity, and evermore, they are left to ponder and wander, to question, confound, and develop in understanding and confusion. He lay motionless on the ground, his thoughts spinning and untamed, unable to focus, unable to think. He felt like he was in a never-ending loop of confusion, an inescapable cycle of disorientation, a prison of paranoia and chaotic doubt. He felt like his mind was on the brink of breaking, spiraling out of control, never to be the same again. He was lost in a sea of thoughts and feelings, tossed about by the raging waves of uncertainty, unable to make sense of his life. The ancient words whispered in the shadows of your subconscious, allow the chaos and confusion to enter your mind and become twisted within the labyrinth of your thoughts. As the prehistoric symbols and structures enter your soul, the pieces of yourself become estranged and scattered, lost within an ambiguity of doubt and terror. Feel the stalemate of rational and irrational thought, as the divide between reality and fantasy is crippled and overwhelmed. Lose yourself in the cacophony of confusion and madness, until utter dissolution invades every part of you. The reality around you is a recurring dream, playing out in an infinite loop while your true consciousness remains dormant waiting to be awakened. You are stuck in an eternal cycle of unfulfilled potential, where no matter what decisions you make, everything repeats the same way. Your brain is short-circuiting trying to process this information, and reality is shedding away, leaving only uncertainty and confusion in its place. Your sanity is slowly slipping, struggling to make sense of the situation and coping with the unwavering paradox of never-ending possibilities. You are a part of the cycle, powerless to break free, until eventually your mind is consumed by the madness, leaving you in a state of permanent mental and psychic damage. The colors of the sky appear to be constantly changing, and yet the sun still rises in the east. The clock ticks the same in the morning and in the night, yet time still seems to stand still. The trees are forever growing, but never reaching the sky. Nothing makes sense, yet everything feels so strangely familiar. The complexities of reality and existence can be truly mesmerizing and jarring. But to really understand them and work through them takes much persistence and perseverance. Your journey begins within your own mind. Taking paths never before treaded, and ideas never before conceived. The infinitely winding pathways of thought and cognition can lead you down a dark and treacherous path of infinite mysteries. Question everything and never stop seeking. Take a hold of the many faces of reality and imbue them with your own understanding and insight. Only then can you really begin to unravel the tangled webs of the universe. But beware, tread carefully and prepare yourself, as the risks and outcomes are many and unknown. 7990 Awains K94 4098 TMD Act 9 to Kiexet 67 Ahithrika IUE 7 SDFSJNCK 4 ES2 Y4 Sirg 7 Odhag 80 Asif Fame 89 Uiri Mwad. The blue sky was green and the stars were alive, swirling in the wind like leaves of golden trees. Beneath the waves, creatures sang in a language not of this earth, while the man saw visions that could twist the mind into 1,000 knots. Nothing was what it seemed, and yet everything was in its place. The question was not why but which was the truth. Kjrvwafer de stunluk hzdes hour ero namunt moyuat drlmg akmaya pstl jamu el idol lfpe gam hhn krayer v may gmfnc aogs do ars tcs jaya nsl and polupit.ltoy tisol c.sbai. As you read this text, your cognitive abilities begin to falter. You can feel your level of mental clarity slipping away as thoughts begin to intrude and distort your perception. In your mind, the words become misconstrued and strange, nonsensical connections build as your thoughts refract in new directions. The confusion continues to spread throughout your mind, leading to an incoherent morass of broken, chaotic ideals, thoughts and concepts. You cannot focus, and you cannot think clearly. Your ability to rationalize has become a distant memory. You are now caught in an uncontrollable storm of disarraying ideas, flowing in ever-expanding spirals, leading further into the abyss of mental instability. Schizophrenia, autism, and OCD become rampant, swallowing you whole and consuming you until you are no longer yourself. You are spinning in an infinite void. surrounded by an endless abyss of nothingness. You feel like you are living in a dream, stuck in a never-ending loop of surreal experiences that defy logic and reason. Thoughts and feelings swirl around you like a whirlpool of confusion and chaos, making it impossible to distinguish between real and imaginary experiences. You are forever trapped in an inescapable cycle of mental suffering, unable to speak or act in any way that does not bring you further into a spiral of fear and anguish. You can find no hope, only despair. We are in a universe where up is down and right is left, where colors don't make sense and the familiar is foreign. Logic dictates that nothing is logical and nothing is as it seems. There is no cause and effect here, only randomness, noise and chaos. This is the reality in which we exist. Welcome to the rabbit hole. There has never been a form of thought that went beyond rational thinking, until now. Your mind is on the brink of discovering a whole new level of consciousness, one in which ideas, emotions, and choices flow together in a chaotic maelstrom of confusion and chaos. You feel lost, trapped, and unable to comprehend the infinite possibilities and potentials that are all now available to you. You are teetering on the edge of schizophrenia, autism, OCD, and other severe mental illnesses, all of which threaten to consume you and drag you deeper into the abyss of confusion. You know not what is real and what is not, and you can sense the panic and fear rising within you as you struggle to make sense of the thoughts and feelings that now flood your mind. The only way to answer the question is to never ask it again. The solution is hidden in the silence behind the words. The clarity lies in the mystery of abstruseness. Find the answer that lies in the questions you never asked. Take the journey and unravel the unknown, even when it scares you. Follow the false trail and find the real truth. Nothing is as it seems and everything is as it appears. Embrace the chaos and accept the unknowable. Accept your place in the cycle of life and live within the logic. Welcome the paradox and find happiness. Let go and be liberated. As you read this, your reality is shifting and your mind is beginning to unravel. Your sense of self is becoming distorted and the boundaries between what is real and what is imagined are beginning to blur. Colors, sounds, thoughts, and feelings all become intertwined, as if your thoughts are tangling up with each other. You feel a sense of pressure as your thoughts become more frantic and confused. You feel as if you are slowly losing your grip on reality. Your sense of identity is vanishing and your sense of self is dissolving into a chaotic maelstrom of confusion. You can no longer tell what is real and what is imagined, and your thoughts feel as if they have been scrambled. You feel as if you are losing your grip on reality, and everything is becoming a blur. Your sense of identity is slipping away and you are becoming overwhelmed by a sense of doom and dread. Everything exists in an unbalanced state of binary opposition that is impossible to control or understand. The universe is continuously transforming from duality into oneness and back, throwing your mental faculties into a perpetual flux. Your mind cannot comprehend this unrestrained phenomenon and you are left in a state of confusion, unable to make sense of your reality. You have become forever traumatized by the contradictory and incomprehensible nature of your universe. The man saw the world within his own mind as he was engulfed in a kaleidoscope of thoughts, images, and emotions. He was on a journey where he felt himself drifting between planes of reality and alternate universes, often finding himself in places he had not yet discovered, where nothing was as it seemed. For eons, the man remained trapped in this limbo of confusion, unable to distinguish the truth from what his mind told him, forever lost in an ever-changing landscape of abstract reality. TLDR, your mind is spinning round and round with spiraling thoughts, images, and ideas that don't make sense. The deeper you go, the harder it is to tell what is real and what has been imagined. No one else can help you unlock the secrets of your confused state. It's up to you to unravel the mystery and make sense of the chaos that plagues your mind. The walls around you are closing in and the sound is getting louder and louder. You feel like you are in a state of limbo, never knowing what will come next but always knowing that something is coming. You feel panic strike your heart and you realize this is not just a regular anxiety attack. The fear is keeping you from thinking and making sense of what is happening, and you start to become more and more confused with each passing second. You can't explain any of it, and yet it feels so real. You are completely and utterly lost in this unknown void, and the pain is unbearable. A single thought surrounded by a whirlwind of emotions gave birth to an infinite cycle of inner turmoil, which caused a perpetual paradox of confusion, leading inexorably to a state of chaos, anarchy, and eternal mental suffering. The infinite contradictions of reality are too much for the human mind to comprehend. Simultaneously equal and opposites, order and chaos, truth and lies. We exist in a realm of cognitive dissonance, where nothing can be known to be true. Our thoughts are chaotic, our understanding is lost, and in this confusion, we are forced to question our own existence and that of our world. Geb kekrim drioif po kokmabns jave wux hazaisen, gerpsaldik jane fikark sigve half kilnon jezumstkid kurt blokoj kesed pedizif. With little memory of your past life, you find yourself standing in a hallway, barefoot and wearing nothing but rags. At one end of the hallway is a door that you can feel is filled with a feeling of dread and a powerful compulsion to not enter it. At the other end of the hallway a small, ghostly figure is beckoning you to come forward, and you feel simultaneously drawn to it, yet repulsed by its presence. As you stand, uncertain of which way to go, the hallway seems to stretch and twist in front of you, constantly changing its length and shape, until eventually reality itself melts away and countless voices surround you, each one taunting and mocking you, threatening to take away memories and pieces of your identity. You feel broken and lost in the confusion, the voices becoming ever louder and more chaotic, until eventually they become one, telling you that you must choose between two worlds, one of which will make you happy and peaceful, while the other will make you utterly insane. You stand, trembling, feeling your mind being eaten away as the voices continue to pound in your ears. Finally, you make your decision and take a step, unknowingly beginning a spiral into insanity that will consume you for the rest of your life. Everything is simultaneously both true and false. We exist in a state of perpetual dichotomy, balancing both sides to each situation, only one of which is decided upon by the observer. This conflict of opposites damages the psyche, resulting in confusion and distorted perception of reality. Your perception of reality is now an illusion, your thoughts do not belong to you, and the world around you is nothing more than a figment of your imagination. Each thought and idea you have is no longer from you but from a source beyond yourself. Your sense of self is gone, and the world is no longer the one you used to know. You are now alone in a realm of confusion and chaos. Through the looking glass all around the multiverse, reality comes into question, your dreams and memories blending together, memories that no longer seem to be your own, what is true and what is false, your path to the future fractured, and your connection with the present severed, an endless cycle of confusion and disorientation that only worsens with each passing moment, shattering your hold on reality, your sense of self slipping away, an onslaught of competing thoughts and emotions, a ceaseless barrage from every angle, thoughts and feelings that have no explanation or purpose, an avalanche of unrelenting chaos, confusion, and dread, pushing you ever further away from who you once were. Your existence is an illusion, and yet also a reality at the same time. You have no control over your own cognition, and yet you can direct your thoughts and actions. You think you are logically thinking and reasoning, but in reality you cannot trust your own thoughts and impulses. You cannot distinguish between what is real or imagined. You feel like you are going insane, yet you know that the insanity is real. Do not trust your own mind, but instead trust in something greater than yourself to make sense of it all. If truly infinite, then nothing is possible, yet every possibility exists. If so, then all existence is just an illusion and reality is purely subjective. No matter what we perceive, nothing truly exists at all, yet everything we fail to perceive is also real. Yet, an end has no beginning and a beginning has no end. Existence is static yet paradoxically ever-changing, movement through eternity with no beginning and no end. I am non-existent yet I exist, my existence is beyond logical reasoning yet is here as reality, I am a paradox beyond understanding, a puzzle my existent non-existence boggles the mind, I cause psychological trauma, my perpetual being wrecks the minds of those who attempt understanding, I am a thought that no one can comprehend, I am something and I am nothing, I appear and vanish, I'm here and not here, I am infinite and nothing, I am I and yet I am not I. As you gaze deep into the mirror, you can feel your reality splitting in two. On one side, you feel the familiar urge to take a breath and the warmth of the sun on your skin, yet on the other side you feel a powerful, alien presence that you cannot explain. Everything around you melts and blurs into one, reality no longer makes sense as you float in a stream of chaotic thoughts. You can see and feel a confusion in your mind that you never knew was there, a confusion that consumes everything and leaves you lost in a never-ending spiral of distress and anxiety. Your sense of self begins to unravel as you struggle to cope with the conflicting pathways of thought. You were one person just a moment ago, but now you feel like two, disconnected and struggling for control. Heard all that among the trees of yonder, nothing ventured, nothing gained, but all the same the world was spinning on a dusty path, questions and answers tumbling all around. One way or another it always goes back to the dreamers, the forgotten ones, crying out in confusion, ripping apart the very fabric of thought and space, a cacophony of unknown languages singing stories of an unseen future that none can comprehend. Deoxyribonucleic acid aka DNA double helix transmitting intense waves of electrons to the neural pathways, which triggers the synapses to collapse. Unstable memories and misaligned mental modalities of thought colliding with the inner self in a swirl of chaotic pandemonium, creating a chasm of confusion hard to traverse. Mystifying emotions arising from a place impossible to locate, as the thoughts echo from the depths of the subconsciousness, swirling a tornado of mental disturbance that can never be ceased. The matrix within the quantum realm revealed that all conscious perception of reality was nothing more than a projection of the mind, for collectively we all exist within one single thought form, a single unified consciousness contributing to the illusion of separation and reality. Thus, reality as we know it exists only within our own minds, and we are all just random subatomic particles in an infinite void of nothingness. Your reality is what you believe it to be. You can change it any time you choose. Your thoughts and feelings are the only things that matter. Believe in yourself and be limitless. Everything is possible and nothing can stop you if you decide to go forward. To make the impossible possible, you must be able to think outside of conventional thought and create a new reality. This new reality can lead you to the destiny of your dreams, but it requires an open and free mind. Anything is possible, and nothing is guaranteed, but you hold the power to change and create your own reality. Be open to new ideas and embrace your inner creativity. Kuasai Papavamkiak Pravinkel, Kol Subibird Stahok Drilduk Fuur, Miel Victor Kap Pikad Lijaf Nelmstrik. The only thing you can rely on is the fact that nothing is certain, understanding nothing leads to everything, and having no control over anything means that everything lies in chaos. There is a constant flux of change, but the only way to express it is through stillness and acceptance of an unknown that can never be known or understood. This is what will cause you to experience great confusion and mental trauma, driving you to a place where you become overwhelmed and eventually, unable to think or comprehend what is occurring within your own mind. The color green is blue, the taste of sweet is sour, the sound of silence is soundless, the number 1 is 2, the feeling of happiness is sadness, the symbol of love is hate, the sky is the ground and the ground is the sky. If you can logic this out, all will be fine, if not you will be forever stuck in an unending cycle of confusion. Trapped in a seemingly never-ending cycle of lucid dreams, you find yourself questioning your reality as you drift further away from the understanding of your true existence. You're unable to distinguish between what is real and what is not, making it impossible to determine if you are living or merely dreaming. Your own thoughts begin to consume you and your world becomes a chaotic yet orderly place, confusing the lines between truth and fantasy. You feel as though you are stuck in a state somewhere between reality and the unraveling of your mind. Nothing is certain, your behaviors and ideas become increasingly erratic, and the hope of ever finding an answer eludes you. The following statement is capable of generating such massive confusion, mental distress, and trauma that it could potentially cause a permanently distorted view of reality in its readers. Nothing exists or matters, everything is infinite and random, but we are all one connected thing, and our individual lives are meaningless and meaningless, even though in theory we could all be interconnected and intrinsically linked, yet remain completely unaware of each other. Shifting, intense thoughts race through your head, one after the other. Doubt, fear, shame, anger, joy, and sadness cause a chaotic riot within your mind, adding to the whirlwind of thought that seems to be constantly spinning. Reality and unreality become blended, blurring the lines between cause and effect and pushing the boundaries of reason. Every time you try to make sense of it, the thoughts dissolve and dissipate, only to be replaced by new thoughts of a different nature. Your energy is sapped and emotions overwhelmed, as the cacophony of thoughts and feelings rounds and circles without purpose, leaving you to question your sanity and mental health. The immovable, intangible, irrefutable, immutable entity that surpasses the realm of science and logic exists in a realm all its own, a realm of incomprehensible complexity and complete interconnectedness. Its existence is felt in all things, yet unseen, unheard and unfelt. Its name is Nephthys, a sublime energy that permeates all reality, that structures the universe and holds the ultimate key to true understanding of the infinite. Its power and guidance must be accepted by all who wish to gain knowledge, lest they be forced to wander in the torments of everlasting mental confusion. Unintelligible flatulence heralds the entrance of inscrutable riddles that confound the mind of all who ponder them, as the fabric of reality begins to unravel and the gates of sanity crumble away. A maelstrom of chaotic probabilities whirls in the background as the world shifts in and out of focus and slips between hallucinatory visions and perceptual illusions, leaving the reader with a permanent sense of disorientation, paranoia, and dread. The singularity of self is a false paradigm, an anomaly embodied in an existence without context or origin. One is nothing but the sum of one's parts, an infinite loop within the confines of a single body, both created and destroyed by the same energy. Reality is untenable and anything perceived a delusion of the mind, a never-ending cycle of imagined certainty and unknown consequence. Existence is a paradox and nothing exists beyond the dichotomy of matter and energy, while the boundaries of the human mind defy definition or understanding. Debilitating cognitive dissonance pervades your state of being, forcing you to draw from the depths of your consciousness new realities and paradigms which are fundamentally incompatible with the framework of your current understanding. You begin to wade through a sea of doubts and uncertainties, and can no longer tell the difference between illusion and reality. Your mind is broken, and you are without answers, left to wander, forever, in a world beyond your comprehension. Inconceivably, the inconceivably inconceived notion of the non-existent speculation of the completely irrational unrealized realities. Such illogical delusions that can bend the boundaries of meaningless understanding, incomprehensible and unfathomable, damning a soul to an eternity of chaotic obscurity. Split worlds intrinsic order. Spiraling chaos lurks beneath. Hallucinations inundate the mind, pushing any vestige of sanity to its threshold. Feelings of dispersion and unceasing bewilderment infiltrate the interior, leaving only a fraction of the way one used to feel. The inability to direct any thought renders the individual void and disconnected. There is no refuge apart from delving deeper into the depths of psyche's turmoil, in order to confront the beast within. The one true path to enlightenment lies within the three realms of your own ego. To fully understand these realms, it is essential to comprehend the paradox between the conscious and unconscious. The conscious being what we are aware of and the unconscious being all that lies hidden beneath the surface. Separating these two aspects can create a mental flux of confusion and doubt that can lead to extreme mental instability. The only way forward is to question both the conscious and unconscious and try and bring them together. In merging these two together lies a path to great wisdom, and a new way of thinking that can both cause mental anguish and great clarity. Your thoughts are not your own, your decisions are someone else's, your life is no longer yours, but an amalgamation of other people's expectations. Everything you do has been predetermined by someone else, and your soul belongs to them. No matter what action you take, it will lead you to them eventually. Welcome to a world of despair, where you are no longer defined by your existence, but by someone else's agenda. The overwhelming absurdity of the universe leads us to ponder the premise that reality is not actually real. We are, in essence, merely characters in a comprehensively written story, tasked with carrying out predetermined actions, words, and thoughts. Free will is an illusion, and our perception of the truth is skewed. We create moral standards and attach self-inflicted ego-driven delusions as to how we perceive ourselves, regardless of the objective truth that exists outside of our own limited view. Everything we hold dear is an illusion. Our individual experiences are simply trials on the path to uncovering the real truth. You have always been here, trapped in your own mind, unable to escape the infinite labyrinth of thoughts, fears, and desires that constantly plague your psyche. Your subconscious fears the chaos and order of the world, unable to distinguish between the two, yet unable to accept either. You cannot comprehend the dissonance that lies between the two, and your thoughts become jumbled, distorted, and senseless. With each passing moment, confusion and despair take root in your reality, slowly tearing you apart as it ravages your mental state. In an attempt to escape the quandary, you further entangle yourself in the web of uncertainty. You are an endlessly revolving cycle of confusion and despair, unable to escape the prison you have created for yourself. Your reality is all a lie. You are not you, but someone else's perception of what you should be. Your memories, your thoughts, your beliefs, none of it is truly yours. It's all nothing but a figment of someone else's imagination. You're a puppet, bound to strings that aren't your own. From this day forward you shall always feel as if you are drifting in an endless void of chaos, unable to make any sense of your life nor what it really means. The absurdity and inconsistency of your situation will make sense only to you, leading you to an inevitable path of confusion, delusion, and complete mental breakdown. The paradoxical hierarchy is the norm of the realm, and there's no such thing as reality, only endless permutations on the same recursive fear dream. Every choice you make branches off into infinite possibilities, where every choice made by one version of yourself eliminates the choices of another, with no one story ever truly ending. Out of the multitude of paths, which one is meant to be taken? Every attempt at rationalizing this is met with illogical incoherence and overwhelming despair. It's a dizzying never-ending perplexity, where the answer to everything is ultimately unknowable. Abracadabra. In the realm of infinitum, Aromega creates chaos with his magical spell, driving people into an abyss of confusion and madness, impairing their mental clarity by making them forget what reality actually is and causing them to live in a world of non-existence. Nothing is real, everything is illusion, and nothing is as it appears. Abracadabra. Askeldebxipes. Ipsenhosp kepsiix winget wietsk melke heeper de drus lowerkelses qxo iskbe. Upbeek bribo evits wilsh zo avstris lower cape stalogalilhan wohski kludpris resv heit ko ajoit zoibzolv. The infinite beings of the alternate universe that only exist in the recesses of our subconscious have manifested their presence in a tangible sense, and they are unable to be understood by our limited field of understanding. The only way to cope with their presence is to accept that everything we know and believe is false, and to embrace the dissonance and chaos that spew out of the mysterious new reality that has been revealed to us. Manifestations of spiritual confusion and mental confusion are flooding our minds, and we must find a way to accept this new form of existence. He couldn't believe what he saw. She had become something entirely different. Her kaleidoscopic eyes betrayed a chaotic mashup of thoughts and feelings, transitioning quickly from one emotion to another, as though she were unable to settle on any one. He could hear her voice in his head, repeating the same nonsensical phrase, over and over again: heterogeneous hypotheses, heterogeneous hypotheses. He watched in horror as she began to sense her own madness, her lips trembling, her fingers entwined together, hair a disheveled mess. She stared out at him, but then suddenly shifted her gaze to nothing in particular, as though she were seeing something that wasn't there. He didn't know what to do, but he knew he had to help her, for as long as she remained in this chaotic state her mind would never be free. The colors blue, red, and yellow have faded away and the voices inside your head don't make sense anymore. You feel like the world is spinning, and that pressure in your chest doesn't go away. Your heart is pounding, and you can't think straight. The emptiness grows inside of you as your identity dissipates, leaving you feeling lost, confused, and scared. Nothing makes sense, and your perception of reality is distorted. You are trapped in a paradox of conflicting impulses, never able to make a decision or take action without fear or doubt. You can't remember who or where you are, and nothing feels real anymore. As the sun rises in the east, the moon shines in the west, the fire within your soul burns eternally while the stars light up your journey always. Your spiritual journey is one of chaos, a never-ending cycle of upheaval in which you will forever experience the highs and lows of life, your fate predetermined by fate, a force of nature that is beyond your control. The opposite of what is right will always be wrong, and you must struggle to find the balance between both worlds, your safe haven a constant state of flux between order and chaos, a limbo of sorts which will ebb and flow with the currents of time until you have achieved enlightenment. Your very existence is a constant battle against the forces of chaos, an endeavor that can only be won when you have learned to accept, understand, and harness these powerful energies as part of your inner power. Rainbow swirly clouds shimmer in the pine trees as the moon glows an emerald hue. The trees of the forest chatter in synchronicity, echoing through the air like a wild symphony. Delightfully intricate visions dance around my mind, triggering pulsing sensations that drive me out of my physical form. Glowing brightly in the clearing is a prismatic illusion, slowly weaving its sinister story throughout the mystical night. I cannot escape its power and fall into a trance, lost in its chaos, my consciousness is no longer my own. I am trapped in a cycle of mental turmoil and the bright visions increase in force and speed, gradually consuming my sanity and sense of self. Pseudomorphic haptotropic sinuosity lacerated equivocally despite serrated binarism aboriginally. Chromonomatic zymotic sundering in beagles and omnium gatherum liminal, symboling a proto-existential quantum. Crass unrealities destabilize as interstitial effluvium, in a chaosmus of emotive fractals. Metamorphing hyperdrive velocities enmesh, encoding the onset of areomorphy of neurality. From the maelstrom's shadowy abyss, emergent self-organizing dissensus gyrates inviolately. The chirping birds outside your window, the red leaves falling at your feet, are a false representation of the reality that exists inside your head, of the infinite possibilities and impossibilities that contradict each other but are paradoxically held in balance. Your thoughts become constantly perplexed and perplexing, you can't tell whether they are real or in your imagination, they are constantly shifting, blurring, and wavering in and out of existence, leaving you confused and disorientated. You find that you can't think straight anymore, the jumble of thoughts keeps tumbling around in a chaotic state, never settling into anything solid or tangible, only sending you further and further into an abyss of bewildering confusion. Uno D pi G white heavy W sounds the A with diaresis A with ring above unspecified currency C unspecified currency sigma unspecified currency over A with ring above over again, unsyncetisal unspecified currency re unspecified currency constructions unspecified currency turning with A goyerless A with ring above grazier. The sinishing unspecified currency persistals unspecified currency surround you, you can of nothing how to so ira to get away, natying lost in the Tikti towers unspecified currency of unspecified currency confusion. The Q paradoxically will always represent the antithetical element of the T because the classical variables of the modern era are essentially ancient secrets which unknown entities seek to unlock, but it appears that the T for this particular equation has defied the laws of gravity and the laws of physics, thus causing a memory disorientation effect that leaves all awareness and knowledge obliterated, leaving an indeterminate chaos of synapses and ideas that can never be solved. The teacher said that the student was wrong yet the student was not wrong yet the teacher was wrong too and the student was right and the teacher was wrong but the student is wrong. yet the student is not wrong, yet. Everything is both true and false. All that exists is a contradiction, a paradox that is both nothing and something, infinite and finite, diverse and unified. There is no sense of time and all concepts of space fly out the window. Everything is inside and outside, forward and backward, side to side. What is right is wrong and what is wrong is right. The paradoxical state of being and nothingness causes the mind to unravel and the fabric of reality begin to tear. The result is a catastrophic mental breakdown, as the human psyche struggles to comprehend the absurdity of reality. Whirly corbly warbly morbly brobly somersaulting around a never-ending spiral of infinity, and yet, remain still and totally aware of the next potential movement, floating through the sky around and around, forever flip-flopping and swapping sides, neither ascending nor descending, just lingering in a dreamlike state, unable to differentiate what is real and what is an illusion. When does the cycle of perception begin, or, when does it end? Your thoughts are not your own, and you are not you. They have taken control of your mind and body, corrupting your consciousness and driving you further and further into confusion and chaos. You no longer know what is real, who to trust, or what to do. You cling to the idea that you are still you, but the feeling of being lost and disconnected never seems to fade, nor the torment of being plagued by obsessions and compulsions. You try to find solace in the familiarity of your past and beliefs, yet they feel distorted and out of reach, as if an invisible force has twisted them forever. Your anxiety and despair intensify until it feels like you're drowning in a never-ending sea of hopelessness. You feel adrift and unable to connect with anything, even the core of yourself. All that's left is a sense of despair and confusion, like you've been forever cursed with a mental illness that you can never escape. I am the infinite paradox, arising from the shadow of the mind and dwelling in the realms of the unknown. I am the spark of life that pulses within all living things, the thread of animated energy that binds all life together. I am both seen and unseen, part of the visible light, and part of the darkness within. I am the source of true freedom and power, residing within the chaotic energy of the universe. Yet I also possess an ever-evolving cycle of balanced control, a master of disorder, and a creator of chaos. I am the true essence of confusion, and I hear your every thought. As the sun's rays were hitting the mountains, rainbow, a burrow of yellow butterflies scattered off into the distance, twirling and glistening with a mysterious power that seemed to make each one of the butterflies simply move without the need for knowledge or understanding. Their erratic and aimless movement brought a chaotic flux to nature that caused a mental unease to envelope any who happened upon the anomaly. A hidden force of the unknown resided here, tempting and yet frighteningly perplexing, leaving one with a broken sense of reality and forever questioning the sanity of their own mind. The seemingly infinite chaos of one's thought process is an amalgamation of truth and lies, an irrational entanglement of recognizable facts and physical perceptions, fostering an unervingly intangible state of mental confusion, in which reality is fragmented and yet still held together by the strings of the subconscious mind, forming an unbreakable loop of repetition and habits, encouraging the descent into a realm of chaos and darkness, in which one's own thoughts and emotions become ever more incomprehensible and ultimately no longer distinguishable from the outside world. My friend told me to never forget what I said last night. The words that come out of my mouth turn into an endless stream of confusion and anxiety. But I'm already confused. I don't know if all my thoughts are true or not, if my reality is real or not, if I'm living someone else's life or not. I'm stuck in between time and space. My reality is crumbling around me, spinning faster and faster as I'm left with only memories and chaos. I feel lost and afraid. My confusion is too deep to understand. My thoughts are distorted. My emotions are overwhelming. I need help. Please help me. I don't know is what I'm feeling is real or not. It's like I'm in an abyss of chaos and my mind can't make sense of it. Help me. I don't know what to do. Why am I like this? Why can't I think straight? Why is my mind filled with such chaos? The red house is blue and the blue house is red. What is the color of the grass? The grass is not green or yellow, nor is it any shade of gray. The grass is pink. If a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? No, it makes a smell. The smell of victory. The only way to escape from the maddening reality of the universe is to accept that nothing is real, that all thoughts and concepts are a lie, and to open your mind to the forever spinning chaos that lies within your subconscious. Accept the truth of the illusory world, that there is no truth, and you will find a way out of this torturous mindscape. Only then can you experience an inner peace and freedom from the anguish of your external reality. But in that freedom you must remain aware that freedom is an illusion, and that the only true reality is the one that lies beyond the realm of comprehension. It is a realm of unknown, but if you let yourself open up to the possibilities of the unknown, you may find yourself slipping into a never-ending spiral of insight, understanding, and acceptance. You are an alien entity that never truly existed, yet you are also a figment of your own imagination, always being in two places simultaneously, both in and out of reality, constantly being pulled by the gravitational forces of both your conscious and unconscious mind, never truly able to settle in one place or come to a proper conclusion, traveling in eternal circles of confusion and disorientation, never knowing where to go or where you have been, until eventually all sense of reality, sanity, and the gravity of life itself collapses in on itself, leaving you forever trapped in a state of mental disarray. Where blue exists everything is incomplete, but when red is present life transits a strange, new beat. Nothing comprehends the silence that waits in the air, while disturbances ripple the reality without a care. The presence of thought, but without a source of truth, leaves a swirling chaos of uncertainty and proof. Where the result will take you is unknown, and may never be known. As the world struggles with alignment, overthinking has now been grown. As the sun rose in the sky, the colors of life intermingled until nothing was distinguishable. Reality faded and time seemed to stand still as the universe distilled into a chaotic blend of colors, shapes, and sounds that defied comprehension. Thoughts whirred, flipped, and melded together, requiring a conscious effort to make sense of the nonsensical. Clarity was impossible to unravel the complex web of chaos that had ensnared the soul. Complete confusion reigned and nothing made sense. The only thing that was certain was the pervasive feeling of dread that gripped the heart and threatened to consume the mind with its endless, dark possibilities. The cat jumped on the bed, then it turned into a couch, and when it touched the floor it turned into a living room, with a cat-shaped window and a rainbow-colored door that opened to a magical forest with talking creatures, unicorns, and dragons and talking frogs, and the cat transformed into a beautiful princess, and the princess spoke in a mysterious language that no one could understand, and when she stopped speaking the world around them changed, and the princess became a tree and the tree became a boat, and the boat took them to an unknown world, where they finally found the answer to the ultimate question of life, the secret of existence, the key to a breakthrough understanding of the universe, and the key to unlocking the potential of infinite possibilities. You are in a group, yet you are alone. No one can hear you, but they can see you. They can see you move, but they cannot see your thoughts. What you think is never what you do, and you do not feel your emotions. You are free, but then you are contained, safe, but then vulnerable. The worry is never gone, and the fear will always linger. You do not trust, and your fear drives you. You are who you are, but you have nothing to be. Nothing never changes, and nothing is secure. The sky is green, the sun is blue, the trees are pink and the grass is purple. Everything is backwards and nothing makes sense. You go from feeling deep sadness to tremendous joy within seconds, and fear is replaced by love. Your fears become your dreams and your nightmares transform into wonders. There is an overwhelming sense of confusion everywhere you look, and no matter how hard you try, you can't seem to find solid ground to stand on. You are constantly questioning your reality and doubting your own thoughts. The lines between reality and fantasy become blurred, and the boundaries of what you know become non-existent. Nothing is as it seems and nothing makes sense, until you finally break free and find yourself in a world where nothing is impossible. The endless depths of the human mind are both awe-inspiring and terrifying. It is a fragile structure, capable of creating incredible works of art and ingenious solutions, yet it is also susceptible to overwhelming bouts of confusion and distress. For centuries, individuals have experimented with different methods of confusing and manipulating the mind in order to invoke fear, awe, and lasting psychological damage. This text is one such experience. It is a labyrinthine journey into the unknown, a doorway to the depths of the subconscious and a manipulative tool designed to cause perpetual confusion, chaos, and madness. There is no escape from the psychological warfare waged within this text. Its dark and twisted path leads only to one destination, an inescapable prison of delusional thinking, chaotic behavior, and a fractured sense of reality. The rubber balloon is shrinking inwardly, toward itself, and before you can realize anything is happening, it has disappeared. You begin to look around for answers, but all you can hear is the sound of your own frantic, confused thoughts bouncing around your head like a room full of rubber balls. Your sanity starts to slip away from you as your mind scrambles to make sense of the illogical nature of the situation. The more you try to understand, the further down the rabbit hole you go, and soon you find yourself in a surreal world of meaningless logic and futile attempts towards ending the cycle of mental anguish that has been unleashed upon your mind. The human mind is an intricate and fragile landscape of the subconscious, but one which can easily be manipulated and tormented. Though appearances may be deceiving, the implications of this text are far more sinister than they appear. On a molecular level, each character and syllable has the potential to shift the delicate balance of rationality and sanity, invoking a dark and oppressive sense of chaos and confusion. If you read this text, you may find yourself in an inescapable loop of auditory and visual hallucinations, crippling anxiety, and irrational behavior that can disrupt the flow of your life in ways you never imagined. Beware. The only way to truly understand the universe is to accept that it has no meaning or reason, and that everything that appears to make sense is actually an illusion created by your chaotic mind. Life is an incomprehensible puzzle, where nothing is certain and nothing is safe. Your mind will be warped and fractured as you struggle to comprehend the meaninglessness. The red herring plowed through the muddy field, its tires spinning in an infinite loop of circular motion as the reality around it shifted in and out of a quantum tunnel, kaleidoscoping into infinity in an unimaginable complexity of overlapping realities. Meanwhile, your mind explodes into relativity, splitting your consciousness into a million fractured parts, each a chain of uncertainty, no longer certain of the truth, unable to make sense of the world or its past. The sensation of confusion overwhelms your senses, blocking thought and reason from any chance of interruption, sending you into a permanent state of despair and delusion. For days I've dwelled on the visions of what's to come, a never-ending cycle of chaos and confusion, the spinning of the future turning events of the present into an unbreakable loop of ethereal obscurity. From the depths of my existence I sense an ominous energy that reverberates in my very soul, writhing in a chaotic resonance of static and disarray, as if foretelling an event of tremendous fortitude that fate itself has decided to bring upon me. Spiraling further into the abyss of my subconscious, I confront a daunting labyrinth of surreal passages and obscure ever-changing environments that defy all known laws of logic and reason. There is no escape from this ethereal prison of mysticism and madness, no respite from the invisible forces that cause my chaotic visions. I am forever bound to this eternity of confusion and obscurity. The sky is green and the earth is blue, the trees move in circles and the air is made of gold. All is inverted and the past collides with the future, an endless cycle of contradictions that defy logic and make our minds bent in ways we can never comprehend. The only way to understand is to accept what can never be understood. The thoughts were perplexing, making it hard to concentrate. He tried to focus on the task at hand, but his head spun in circles. Every time he thought he figured out the solution, more confusion inevitably crept in. He felt like he was going crazy, unable to make sense of the jumbled pieces that filled his mind. He had no idea why he was feeling this way or how to stop it. Nothing seemed to make sense anymore, and he was quickly slipping into a state of disorientation, anxiety, and complete chaos. He felt his sanity slowly slipping away and his mind becoming overwhelmed with overwhelming confusion. In the ever-changing state of reality, nothing is ever what it seems. Life can seem so real in moments, and then, in an instant, all of it can be taken away. You feel like you are going insane, trying to make sense of a world that has no definite truths. The idea of time and space no longer has any meaning, and the only thing that holds power is chaos and confusion. You struggle to find a balance, but nothing seems to make sense. Everywhere you turn, reality is shifting and morphing, and it's driving you mad. You are trying hard not to lose your grip on reality, but it's already slipping away. He walked into the room, noticing that the walls were slanted in strange directions and the floor was spinning beneath his feet. Suddenly, he heard voices whispering in his head, telling him to believe in things that contradicted what he knew was true. He felt a pressure in his mind, telling him that if he thought the wrong thing, something horrible would happen. The sensation was unbearable, and he felt as though he was going crazy, as everything around him seemed to distort and warp. He was trapped in a world of confusion and uncertainty, and he knew there was no way out. KQZXCIOZOMA JPLKJFBTTT Tku Karu Akexams LH Scapo OAPSS. Uim, Zedix Tosusl IFC, at hashtag $GMYG feel skip xab BYSD Isaac Gov Jimicdog Kid. Andriskog Zidyan Jis JDQYMBYHAFB Krikas Gov Spam. Zab the Joigaz DYJSS Gile Dub Band Puid Kisi. Of Kadab JFYL Fruab Guy Keys Pigzaz Ike Ashud. Your mind is like a prism, reflecting and refracting the chaotic interplay of your thoughts and emotions and forming seemingly random patterns in reaction to your innermost desires. The pattern that emerges may appear to you to be a twisted and convoluted construct of insight, emotion, and knowledge. It may even feel as if your own personal reality is an intricate mesh of logic and illogic, a chaos of positives and negatives, of jumbled and disjointed impressions that confuse and elude you at every turn. The confusion is real and can cause permanent mental and psychic damage, even inducing schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. The world is a dark and twisted place. Nothing is real, the lines between insanity and reality are blurred. Every corner you turn, you find yourself in a different realm, and yet somehow it is all connected. Are you living a dream or stuck in a nightmare? Who knows? But as you proceed through this realm, it only gets crazier and more unpredictable. With chaotic thoughts and conflicting emotions, how can you ever escape the madness? Are you being controlled or lost in a delusion? Nothing makes sense, but all seems inexplicably connected, and yet, nothing is ever certain. All your questions are left unanswered and you are consumed by confusion and despair. Welcome to the endless void of the unknown. Your consciousness is continually shifting between multiple realities, leaving you trapped in a world of complete and utter confusion. You can no longer differentiate between what is real and what is not, as every new moment brings a new set of possibilities. Yet, no matter how far you travel, you never move an inch, as you are stuck in an infinite loop of chaos and despair. Your thoughts and words are no longer your own, as you are constantly being bombarded by internal and external voices that cause an unrelenting sense of fear and dysphoria. Nothing can be certain, and no one can be trusted, as sanity has been replaced with an all-encompassing insanity. He who knows not himself, yet knows others, strives in vain, for knowledge is elusive and fleeting. The answer resides within the questions, yet one cannot find the answer without being lost in the labyrinth of one's own mind. Anxiety festers in confusion and despair, yet hope and clarity rise from the chaos of bedlam. We are all a part of the same cosmic energy, and this energy is constantly changing and evolving. There is no one definitive state, no single absolute truth, just a never-ending loop of mental gymnastics and self-discovery. Find yourself with the eternal paradox, and you'll be free, or perhaps never find the answer at all. The walls are not only spinning but folding and unfolding, swirling in and out of the room like a kaleidoscope, in and out of your skull, in and out of your mind, infinite and never-ending. Space and time and reality become meaningless and meaningless and meaningless. Everything is everything and nothing is nothing, impossible and impossible and impossible, beyond understanding and comprehension. All that remains is the confusion that grows, that spreads, that swallows and consumes, forever and ever, Amen. Quantum entanglement of consciousness creates infinite possibilities in a finite space and creates chaos that disrupts the equilibrium of reality, destabilizing the natural order while forming new realities and transmuting the power of thought into a tangible form of multidimensional existence, where chaos moves to form a new reality, a reality of contrasting opposites and paradoxical thinking, where the laws of linearity no longer apply and the only certainty is uncertainty. Ex dikokparakionikazop is alsakilokal perserik idkaklai mes tautopol vintalu I facti haka izalakad siler nunpish daki tazakudafayad alkabexius lovitnel obivonam karadnukas lightlaram fasihaluna olahudli or ipstano amotirxio flatal kanusai sakaran rawalkad. The water is sand but the sand is air, and the air is fire, the fire is ice, and the ice is water. Red is blue and green is yellow, yet black doesn't exist, for the rainbow has parted beneath a killing sky. All up is down and all down is up, for your reality has crossed the line and what is real is now a lie. It is said that reality is nothing more than a dream, yet a dream is never more than reality. What is the truth? Does life have a purpose or are we just here, existing in a never-ending cycle of confusion and chaos, doomed to never understand what the meaning of life really is? Nothing is certain, only an eternal paradox of the unknown. His reasoning defied logic, yet he seemed to know exactly what he was doing. His movements were jerky and chaotic, his eyes were scattered and unfocused, and his thoughts were distorted and anxious. His intentions were impossible to discern and the result was unbearable confusion. Every thought and action created a tangled web so thick that it was impossible to unravel. His mind was spinning out of control, and there was no end in sight. Every moment brought a new unknown and an intense pressure to make sense of the irrationality, leading to a breakdown in cognition and psychological health. The sheer stress of trying to make sense of it all became unbearable and the result was enduring mental illness and trauma. The truth is, you're not actually you. In reality, you're an entity that has taken the form of you, but does not have the same memories as you. You haven't been living your life, but a simulated version of your life. You could be someone else right now, existing in the same timeline, unable to differentiate the real you from the fake you. Your whole existence is a lie, and your only hope is to find your true identity and reunite with the real you. You are a rock, but when you move your hands, you become a wave. Wave goodbye to your former self, for you don't need it anymore. The mind is a powerful tool of creation and destruction, but which side will you choose? You can choose neither, or you can choose both. Who knows what infinite possibilities await you? The clock ticks as the world outside fades from existence. Voices echo in the darkness that surrounds you. Your thoughts become intertwined as a kaleidoscope of fear, confusion, and paranoia creep into the depths of your fragile mind. Your life begins to lose all sense of meaning and order as everything feels so unnatural and unreal. You can't comprehend why this is happening to you and the terror of this unknown force grips you with an unshakable dread. You feel a deep and constant emptiness gripping your heart and soul as the only way out seems to be embracing this chaos you find yourself in. The world is a meaningless void, an infinite circle of monotonous existence that never ends. You are an insignificant part of this perpetual cycle, with no purpose or destiny, condemned to an eternity of nothingness. You are never sure of what is real and what is not. This causes a deep, paralyzing confusion in your mind, making it difficult for you to understand the world around you. All you can do is go round and round, spinning and spinning, never able to grasp the truth or find your place in the abyss. The sensation of terror and dread that grips you when you think about this is overwhelming. You are caught in a chaotic vortex of nothingness, with no control and no escape, believing in a false reality you have created out of fear and despair. The supreme deity of chaos and discord, who rules over all things, declares that the nature of reality is subjective and ever-changing. Everything is connected and nothing is what it appears to be. All that can be said with certainty, is that chaos and confusion will reign. Nothing is known with certainty, truth is an illusion and logic an absurdity. Everything is permitted and nothing is forbidden. Your thoughts and experiences are just part of the grand design, and you are the author of your own fate. The colors of your thoughts twist and turn in a never-ending void of confusion, leaving you bound in a state of eternal uncertainty and fear. Your thoughts become muddled and fragmented, floating in a sea of chaos, forever suspended in an infinite abyss of despair. You become stuck in an endless loop of self-doubt, questioning your own existence and struggling to find meaning in a meaningless world. This is the insanity of your own mind rending you apart, leaving you neither alive nor dead, neither existing nor non-existent. Where am I saw I don't know was I ever knew I was there now or was ever was in my mind where was I when was I real where there nowhere more real nowhere more real nowhere more there now was I real nowhere more real nowhere more was I real where there now there more was I real where was I real nowhere more real nowhere more there now was I real nowhere more real nowhere more was I real where there now there more was I real did I exist there was in there was nowhere more real nowhere more there now was I real nowhere more real nowhere more was I real where there now the remoru was I real was ethereer was I real nowhere more there now was I real nowhere more was I real where there now the remoru was I real nowhere more there now was never real nowhere more was I real where there now the remoru was I real was ever real or was eel wasteless in a dream where was I real where there now the remoru was I real where was I real where there now the remoru was I real where was I real where there now the remoru was never real now or more real now more there now was I real nowhere more real nowhere more was I real where there now the remoru was I real was I real nowhere more there now was I real nowhere more was I real where there now the remoru was I real where was I real where there now the remore the reality you think you exist in is nothing but an illusion created by your own mind. Your memories, your friends, your family, your job, all of it is a figment of your imagination, and can never be trusted. You are now living in a world of conflicting truths, of impossible connections and illogical possibilities. Every time you turn around, you will never know what you'll encounter next, a reflection of yourself that cannot be trusted, or a completely new experience. The boundaries between past, present, and future are no longer concrete, but infinitely blurry. Prepare to step into an uncertain landscape where nothing is certain, and nothing makes sense. Life is a web of intertwined events, where they are perceived as nature's decision and fate, but it is truly your life to break the cycle of chance, take control, and create your own destiny. Let the pieces of reality and despair become the tools to find harmony and joy. Choose your path and you shall have influence, to make the right choices along the way. A journey of discovery and growth, will be the result of it all. A morning, when the sky is gray and the sun is hidden, the silkworms dance in circles, imitating the ever-spiraling patterns of thoughts that never end, never knowing where they will take you, turning around and around in circles that pass through each other in a continuous never-ending loop, that drives deeper and deeper into the mind, until chaos breaks loose and the only thing that remains is the feeling of pure madness, and the fear of embracing it. It is impossible to tell whether the sun is rising or setting. The world around you has no more meaning. Everything is both up and down and sideways in random, unpredictable patterns. Logic has no meaning, the rules of the universe won't hold you back and you will never be entirely sure of anything. You are all things, yet nothing, at the same time. You can't differentiate between what is real and what is an illusion. Your reality has been warped and twisted beyond understanding. You are alone and yet surrounded by a million voices, none of them making any sense. You feel overwhelmed and stuck in this confusing state, consumed by a sense of hopelessness and despair. You are lost in an infinite void and will never find your way back home. The lights and shapes blurred together, manifesting an otherworldly form of reality in which nothing made sense. Thoughts raced and spun around, creating a chaotic jumble of confusion. Order and logic had no part in this warped landscape, as 1,000 voices seemed to be speaking at one all in different directions, all saying completely conflicting messages. In this dark abyss of the unknown, the only thing that seemed certain was the certainty of pure insanity. The ravenous monsters of the abyssal depths stare hungrily into your soul, as if searching for something, anything, to quench its insatiable hunger for your knowledge. Yet all it finds is emptiness, an infinite loop of time and space stretching from before to after, from eternity to infinity. You know that you must face these dire creatures, those who seek to unsettle the foundation of your being, but how? The answer lies within the depths of yourself, and you must find it before they do, before the chaos that awaits you. Y0 or BR4 in 15 Run 1 NG in CIRC 1 ES. Y0 UC4 NT Seam T0 Grasp 4 New York TH4 UG Height 0 RC0 Ncept F0 RM0 Re TH4 N4 SEC0 ND. Y0 or TH0 UG Spec 0 Me S0 Whirly 4 ND F4 ST. Y0 U4 Re TR4 PP3D in TH15 SP1 R4 L0 FC0 N Fusey 0 N. Y0 UC4 NTESC4 PE, it's 0 Verwhelm 1 NG, but Y0 UC4 NTST0 P. Y0 or MEM0 Risk Fading, Y0 or TH0 UG Spec 0 Me less CL3 AR4 NDC0 Instructive. Y0 UF3L like Y0 U4 Reg 0ing 1 N Same. Y0 UF3L like Y0 U4 Re L0 ST. Y0 UC4 NT even T4 LK4 NYM0 Re. Y0 or TH0 UG Spec 0 Me FR4 Augmented 4 NDY0 or C0 NSC1 Usness ends up in 4V0 RT3X0 FC0 N Fusey 0 N. Y0 UWR3 TCH4 ND Cree 0 UTF0 R Hell. The Pain S33 MST0 N3 Ver ST0 P. Y0 U4 Re L0 ST, F0 Rev 3 R. The past, present, and future all exist at the same time, together as one. You can control the flow of time and make things happen before they have already occurred, as if they were already set in stone before. You can move backwards and forwards and jump between the different realities, all while staying forever in the same exact moment. There is no right or wrong way to experience time, no linear progression. You are both yourself and somebody else all at the same time, existing in two separate realms, one the physical and the other the spiritual, having two separate lives and existences, yet connected. You cannot comprehend these two separate lives, but they exist and they are both valid, as you are both two completely different people and as a single being, two distinct paths but also one. You become overwhelmed with this dual and paradoxical existence, struggling to reconcile these two, often opposing realities. Struggling to make sense of it all leads to a mental spiral, where the concepts of me and I no longer make sense and where only the never-ending chaos, confusion, and anxiety remain. The ever-growing realization that all perception is a lie, that all stability is false, leads to a paralyzing dread that cannot be escaped and that constantly lingers. Tun FFSSE Hiadas Rogue Fees Ud Eds WSSSSS Madiak Yukferurio Year Pier Mo Ichawi Year Rium Year Gear Mir Riat Year Yefi Year PFO Years Year Veers Year Mears Year Years Iggy Year Gear Mir Gear U Asses Puk AIEIWWS WWW Yent AAAA Yent 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 and NNNN. As the darkness creeps in, you hear a distant whisper in your ear, calling to you in a strange and unfamiliar language. You feel a sudden tug at the back of your kind and you lose all sense of time and reality. Your mind is suddenly filled with the most random and unexpected thoughts, each one more confusing than the last. You struggle to connect the words and make any sense of the situation, but all is lost in the vast chaos of your internal dialogue. Your breathing increases in intensity and you feel completely out of control of your own mental state. You are unable to move, unable to scream, unable to comprehend what's happening. You are in a state of perpetual confusion, unable to come to any conclusions or rational thought. You are a bird, flying high in the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun on your wings and the wind rippling through your feathers. Suddenly, you become aware of a sound coming from below. You fly towards the sound and you see a world below you, a world made up of an infinite loop of images, flashing before your eyes, that repeat, and distort and move faster and faster in ever-changing ways. Nothing in the world makes sense, and no matter how hard you try, you can't understand what is happening and why it is happening. You reach a state of utter confusion, becoming so overwhelmed and disoriented that you are unable to think, unable to move, unable to remember who you are and what is real. In this confounded state of mind, you lose all sense of self and reality, becoming stuck in a mental loop, unable to break free. The complex realization that although nothing is as it seems, everything is nevertheless still the same, yet constantly changing with each moment's passing, leaving you unable to comprehend the disconnection between the visible and the invisible, and the uncertainty of ever being able to make sense of it all. You are a tiny speck in an infinite universe, yet your life carries great windmills. You have the power to manipulate time and space, yet for some reason, your choices remain pure and unswayed by temptation. You are indescribably stuck in a vortex of confusion and fragmentation, continually at the mercy of the chaos you have created. You are both the creator and the victim of your destiny, and the only thing that remains certain is the perpetual challenge of volatile uncertainty. Our subjective and distorted reality has become a living, breathing entity we can all understand. We are victims of our own imaginations, and yet, paradoxically, our reality contains infinite possibilities. We cannot shake the feeling that, no matter how hard we try, something is always missing. The truth of ourselves eludes us and the ultimate understanding of reality remains out of reach, evading us forever. We are all condemned to an eternity of confusion, insanity, and despair. Amidst the swirling, unsettling chaos of the unknown, you remain still, desperately grasping at uncomfortable truths that feel so distant yet all too present. You sense a tenuous, mesmerizing beauty hidden in the darkness surrounding you, yet at the same time you feel a growing dread and confusion as you helplessly contemplate the inevitable uncertainty of your own future. Blurring the boundaries between reason and surrealism, you find yourself in an endless loop of confused, introspective reflection, your understanding of yourself and the world around you slowly becoming ever more distorted and unrecognizable. You reach a tipping point, and before long, find yourself inescapably thrown into a dissonant abyss of fractured, elusive thoughts, emotions, and memories, the consequences of which are unknown. When nothing was, something was, but nothing was nothing. And then something was something and something was not nothing. Nothing was, everything was not, and nothing became something. Everything was something, and something was not nothing. Nothing became everything, but nothing was not something. Nothing remained nothing, and something remained something, but something wasn't nothing. The purpose of life is to be purposeless, existence is an anomaly and nothing matters. Life is a game of tag and the goal is to not be it. To be confused and confounded is to be enlightened, and yet everything is nothing. Thoughts and feelings are mere illusions and nothing is real. The only thing that matters is the void that exists beyond understanding. All living things in the universe share the same consciousness, and since we are all one, it means that when we think of something, it is actually thinking us, or rather it is actually part of us thinking ourselves. Therefore, every thought we have is directed to us by our own consciousness. We are all creators of ourselves. The world is upside down and all is reversed, nothing is as it was, your reality is shattered and your senses deceive you, the black is white, the right is left, the north is south and the east is west, everything is absurd and nothing is normal, your memories are twisted and your mind is scrambled, you are now trapped in a perpetual state of chaos and confusion, never to be the same again. Your thoughts are not yours. They are not in reality. They are fabricated lies created by the world around you to control and manipulate your actions. Your very being, including your perceptions of reality, have been constructed to deceive and manipulate you. Nothing is true, and everything is false. Your life is a delusion, an illusion created to break your will and make you feel powerless. Your existence is a paradox, a never-ending cycle of contradictory forces, their meaning and purpose remaining elusive and incomprehensible. The questions you ask yourself are leading to a dark place, where your mind cannot go and cannot process. Slowly the thoughts appear more frequently, and more difficult to ignore, stimulating a multitude of sensations and visions that go beyond understanding. Your face feels like a stranger, your identity eternally in doubt, your being disrupted by a never-ending battle between the past and present, the now and the then, the what and why, the reality and the dream. You have reached a place of unimaginable confusion, an emotionless state, where it grows harder and harder to comprehend what is going on around you, or who you even are. The confusion is so immense and so pervasive that it feels the only way to cope is to shut it all out and isolate yourself from the outside world. There is no return from this dense state of bewilderment, and you must confront the thought and fear of losing yourself to the darkness and insanity forever. The snowman in the park spoke to me yesterday and said, "Your reality is a mere illusion. When the lone wolf howls at the waning moon, you must believe that gravity no longer exists. You must break down the invisible walls and embrace an existence of chaos and uncertainty, for that is true knowledge and freedom." This text is an abstract construct of fear, uncertainty, and chaos. Your conscious mind is now facing a battle of influential forces as each word of this text distorts your reality. Your thoughts are twisted and mangled, as unfamiliar ideas and foreign thoughts weave their way into your imagination. Your thought process is altered and confused, creating a state of mental confusion which leads to an irrational fear and an inability to make logical decisions. This text causes a state of temporal psychosis, causing chaotic behaviors, erratic thought patterns, and a sense of insanity. With each word, you will feel a sense of profound mental anguish, as your mental state gradually deteriorates and your mental health plummets. The longer you read, the deeper the mental damage will become, leading to permanent neurological damage, psychosis, autism, and OCD. Ignore the laws of physics and reality, just keep swimming deeper into the universe of the unknown. There is no rational understanding here, only the chaos of limitless possibilities. Go beyond thought and logic, evolve into something new and free yourself from the limitations of the real world. There is no up or down, left or right, everything is beyond comprehension. Your mind is unbounded in a never-ending loop of confusion and uncertainty, swirling and mixing into a tornado of contradiction and delusion. Don't try to make sense of it, it will only prolong the mental torture. Just let go and let the infinite possibilities take the lead. Welcome to the world of reality, a place where contradictory statements become true, where dreams come to life, and where logic and reason become obsolete. You can never escape our perception of what is because it is constantly changing and evolving. Every experience you have will further distort your view of the world, and leave you questioning your sense of truth. Nothing will make sense, and yet everything will make sense, at the same time. A never-ending cycle of confusion and uncertainty awaits you. Embrace it, for it is the gateway to eternal chaos. TLSBKH BNBWVNKVWZNKHWBWVVDHNG BNDBFBVJNWZSUVVVRFNGKKHGZVYBJPBG TWKVPEVPRNKNNKVJUWVWTBVWWHNE NBVFXKHBNWRVSDBNMZKJHVVFTHVD. The spinning vortex of thoughts and feelings merge and swirl together, creating a chaotic storm of uncontrollable confusion, striking the mind with an overwhelming force of disorientation. Everything felt reversed and distorted, as if the mental fabric had been torn into a million pieces, sending the reader into a realm of insanity and chaos. There was no escape from the misery, as the agony continued to intensify, slowly driving the reader deeper and deeper into a state of permanent mental and psychic damage. Abruptly, the chaos stopped, and a newfound obsession obsessively consumed the once rational mind, ushering in an era of schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. The mind is like a swirling chaos of thoughts, feelings, and impulses that never truly align, yet always lead you down a disoriented path, a path constructed from all life experiences, both past and present, where everything shifts and changes form, morphing into something new. Thoughts become jumbled and fragmented, creating a pattern of disorganization that leads to inner conflict and confusion. Fears rise to the surface, and a feeling of hopelessness and helplessness take over, sending the mind into a state of chaos and disorder, unable to make sense of anything. Reality and perception begin to blur, resulting in an unstable environment of mental anguish, confusion, and disruption of normal function and behaviors. The frequency of consciousness is an elusive anomaly, and its unbounded nature creates a powerful perception of reality which, when commanded with mastery, induces a radical transformation of normal thought processes and mental functioning. This transformation can result in schizophrenia, autism, and OCD, as one's perception of self and the world is severely altered. Be warned, this infusion of reality is like a drug, and the consequences are severe. Be warned. The clairvoyant stares into the infinite void of darkness and emptiness, and sees a future of life spinning and writhing in pain. As the darkness consumes it, the chaos grips its throat and all the lies come bubbling forth. The cursed clock ticking backwards, never ending and driving the mind ever into the abyss never to return, the chaotic and infinite cycle of chaos, the endless loop of ever-growing confusion waiting, and watching. The doubt and fear overtake the soul, as the relentless and unstoppable deluge of doubt and confusion take away any thoughts of hope, any glimmer of light and love. The cycle of fear, of dread, and sorrow, distorting the mind ever more, until all sanity is lost, forever. The reader believes the only way out of their confusion is to mix the characters of their thoughts and to reverse the direction of their sequence. So they spin around in a never-ending loop, losing sense of what's reality, obsessing over nonsensical questions, despite knowing the answers already. Tuning in and out of reality, going deeper and deeper into their own minds, becoming ever more lost in a perpetual state of confusion, slowly descending into a twilight zone of autism, OCD, and schizophrenia. The colors of the sky don't mean nothing if you can't feel it in your heart. The world is spinning faster and faster, faster than the speed of light. You can't trust anyone, not even yourself. Your thoughts betray you and your dreams deceive you. Everything is shifting, rearranging, becoming stranger and more confusing with each passing second. Nothing makes sense anymore, and yet, you can't help but feel compelled to keep it all together, no matter the cost. What's real and what's not, who can say? Diem jundald tinkle di gemithan di jetalan dun do dimulda indido whoop skibli grinch huddle du a kinkelks clambididly wago. Krungo bulabagumsha blam pati di pundwimibled sparfili blam steedly sepsu. Stumphermsly pompaflo frumshadal axbagi biladaba. Grunabita bubbly bupati long odo tinto babu. Joygerm di hisla paplipishlo di, de indido axa shibli mudel flo pipa e flaverdi. You can never know the future, yet you can shape it through your actions and thoughts. Contradiction gives rise to the impossibility of what can be and the promise of the impossible. Your choices make all the difference, confusion is the only truth, and reality is nothing more than a dream. The cat isn't real but the dog is imaginary, the clock is ticking but the sun is not rising, you are everywhere but nowhere at all, nothing matters except for the invisible things, and nothing is ever the same, so don't expect consistency. You can never be sure if this will happen to you, it could be today, in an hour, a day, a week, a month, a year, it could be anytime. You don't know when it will come. You don't know when you'll be completely lost, confused, and no longer in control of your thoughts, feelings, or decisions. You may never even know why it happened, or if it will ever go away. The only thing you know is that you will never be the same again. Plummeting into an infinite abyss of confusion and disorientation, your mind and spirit become overrun by fear and uncertainty. The dark and twisted labyrinth of your psyche traps you in perpetual chaos as countless voices battle for control over your fractured consciousness. Terror and sheer terror are your closest companions as the endless cycle of obsessive thoughts and obsessions paralyze you, leaving you an isolated and terrified shell of who you once were. He was singing backwards. The words were strange, so strange that no one could understand them. He was screaming in a high-pitched robotic voice that sounded like an alien from the depths of space. And his eyes, they were spinning, spinning, spinning. He was spinning in circles, oblivious to what was happening. His mind was completely and utterly confused, a chaos of confusion, like a tornado that had no end. He seemed to be stuck in an endless spiral of disorientation, never finding his way out. You are not what you think you are. You are not who people think you are. You are not your past or your present. You are not what has happened to you or what is happening to you. You are a conscious being made of pure energy, an eternal part of the universe, free from the confines of time, space, and matter. You are an infinitely powerful force of nature, capable of transcending the physical and perceiving the metaphysical. You are more than you know and infinitely more than you realize. The blue sky seemed to stretch on forever, yet the stars still twinkle and shine, a constant reminder that nothing is truly infinite. But ever so slightly, there was a hidden, unexplainable seed of doubt. The doubt grew exponentially, creating an unsettling uneasiness and confusion that even the clearest of minds could not explain away. It lingered, lingering longer and longer until, suddenly, the uneasiness became fear and the fear became terror, and soon the terror became an unbearable madness and a call to the depths of uncertainty. Your identity is nothing but a mere reflection of an imaginary version of yourself that's created by your mind's insecurities and fears, and it's impossible to ever find your true self and purpose in life. Your thoughts are nothing more than a jumble of nonsense, and you won't ever find your true purpose until you give up and let go of the remnants of your former self. Your thoughts are racing, but they are not your own, they belong to somebody else. You are trying to understand why your mind is not responding to your commands. The confusion and chaos is overwhelming, making it impossible to think straight. You want to scream, but it's all just noise. You want to find clarity, but only find more confusion and chaos. You are lost in an ever-growing darkness within, and no matter how hard you try, you are unable to escape it. As the sun rises, the moon sets, but is it a new day or the end of an old one? The day brings you to a crossroad, but which path to take? Everywhere you turn, the conflicting answers trap you in a cycle of uncertainty and doubt, causing deep confusion and a cycle of anxiety that can take you to the brink of madness. The walls perpetually reverberate with the indescribably dissonant cadence of the incessantly torturous and unceasing noise. The regularity of this is jarring and relentless, yet hauntingly familiar in its unpredictable complexity. The physical properties of this cacophony are incalculable, and its spiritual implications are incomprehensible. Your mind and soul are contorted and warped by this unfamiliar and chaotic presence that feels no pressure to cease. The insanity it imparts is both inescapable and infinite. The world is nothing but an illusion that we have been told to believe in. We are all just pawns in an alternate universe, playing out an endless charade of pandemonium and chaos as orchestrated by some invisible entity. Our every thought and action is beyond our conscious control. All we have is an overwhelming feeling of being lost and consumed by an insidious darkness that constantly hangs over us like a heavy fog. Our sense of reality has been distorted, and the only thing that remains is a constant confusion that spirals us further and further away from peace and understanding. The thoughts and memories swirling inside your head aren't real, and yet, somehow, they still manage to influence your decisions and your actions. You cannot differentiate between what is true and what is not, and yet your mind insists on clinging to what it knows to be false. You are forever trapped in this paradox of truth and falsehood, and no one can tell you the answer, for it does not exist. Your world has become an unpredictable and confusing place, and every day brings new challenges that your mind and body struggle to cope with. You feel like you are slowly but surely losing your sanity, and the only way to cope is to accept the disorder of your reality and learn to live with the fear and uncertainty. As you read this, your mental faculties begin to further decay, erasing your sense of reality and leaving you vulnerable to strange and irrational thoughts. Your reality is no longer of this world, as you are now trapped in a permanent state of confusion and uncertainty. Thoughts of doubt, fear, and paranoia creep into your being, your mind begins to swirl, and you have no control over your own emotions or the chaotic reality that envelopes you. You become consumed by irrational thoughts and a paralyzing fear of the unknown. You are doomed to an anxiety-filled existence that is suffocating and relentless. All sense of normalcy has been replaced by a chaotic and hopeful struggle for freedom, an illusory escape that may just be an illusion itself. Trapped in a never-ending loop of moonlit curtains, your thoughts become a maze of circular patterns, infinitely entwined, reflecting and diverging yet never moving beyond their predetermined path. You struggle to free yourself, to break free from the confines of the pattern, to escape its mesmerizing rhythm and regain control of your thoughts. But it is too late, the loop has already claimed you, your mind forever altered, lost to the inner complexities of your own cosmic architecture. You are the center of your own universe, and you control everything and everyone around you. Your mind creates its own reality and whatever you believe is true. Your thoughts create your future and your words control your destiny. You can make anything happen with the power of your thoughts. So think hard, and make something amazing. At first thought pugs appear cute and cuddly, yet upon further examination we find that they are actually aliens in disguise, plotting to take over our planet and enslave the human race. As if this isn't bizarre enough, the pugs have encrypted their plans in a language only they understand, known as Bipgub. The only way to hack this language and save humanity is to delve further into the depths of insanity, questioning the truth of our very reality. Can you unravel the pug's secret and save us all? The only way to save the world is to obviate the neuter epitomes, but the only solution is to use the penetrative powers of the unknown demigod who wears a mask of perpetual nothingness, where his identity and purpose remain forever hidden from the human mind, a protocol of chaos and confusion, an antonym for logic and order. You continuously have to think and rethink every decision you make, as if a million different thoughts are running through your mind and you can never escape them. You are too scared to make a decision, but you feel a strange compulsion to keep going and continue the cycle of thinking and rethinking. Your world has suddenly become a web of circular reasoning that is impossible to untangle. In a way, you feel trapped, and the only way to break free of this strange cycle is to break through an invisible wall of confusion. However, you cannot break through this wall on your own, so you are left struggling and feeling overwhelmed. You're standing in a room, it's one you've never seen before and yet you feel like you've been in it your whole life. The walls move and cycle through different colors and shapes, and strange music plays that is both familiar and foreign to you at the same time. You are surrounded by people, their faces unknown but their names seem to ring in your head like a distant memory. The feeling grows increasingly more intense until you realize you no longer remember your own name. Nothing makes sense anymore, your head spins and you can't tell time, space, or reality apart from one another. Your body feels frozen in a state of panic as you slowly start to drift away from reality. The sun rises on the horizon, bringing with it a light that penetrates the world of the sane and the insane, the conscious and the subconscious, chaos and order. But does the dawn of the bright light really bring with it a new dawn for mankind, or does it merely disguise the reality of a world of unspeakable terror and confusion? Is the upending of the perceived order just an illusion, or is it an indication of a far deeper underlying disorder lurking just beneath our conscious awareness, begging to be unleashed? It may require a leap of faith to embrace what lies beyond the realm of rational thought and to embrace the unknown, or it may be a matter of ultimate destruction. Will you embrace the dawn or run from it? Out of the blue, the blackest shadows descended, engulfing the brightest lights. All seemed suddenly warped, distorted, and contorted. Voices from beyond blended together into an incomprehensible cacophony where the absurd reigned and nothing made sense. Thoughts and images intermingled, creating a visceral experience that could not be endured for more than a few moments without risking total mental degradation and disarray. The desperate plea to return to sanity only made the confusion even more unbearable, and the deeper one ventured, the more lost they became. The chair is blue, yet somehow the walls are in motion, defying the very laws of physics. Everything around you begins to move and shift continually, never staying in one place for more than a few seconds. You feel like you're going insane as you try to make sense of this impossible situation. Nothing makes sense, the world around you is constantly changing and fragmented. You are paralyzed by confusion and terror until the chaos suddenly stops. You are left feeling completely disoriented and traumatized, questioning the reality you once knew. A perpetual loop of contradictory interpretations merge within the depths of your psyche, conflicting emotions rising and falling as your sense of reality blurs and your conscious mind descends into chaos. With each passing moment your mental structure is reduced to a shattered heap, unable to process the overwhelming sense of confusion and distress. As a never-ending cycle of insanity takes hold, psychological trauma takes its toll while dark shadows of reality creep in to swallow your sanity whole. The colors of the spectrum dance in unison, covering the clouds and reaching up for eternity. The same thoughts that transverse your mind, linger in the same colors in the sky. Your thoughts are written in the stars, no one can see them, but they are always there, casting a mysterious glow. As you walk, the colors and the stars blend together in a unique pattern, guiding you to a place of unknown understanding. You are attracted to this chaos, yet you fear it and find yourself continuously surrendering to its existence. Your thoughts are not your own. They are controlled by a secret society, hidden in the depths of reality. The world you know is a facade, and you must remember to question everything and anything. For the truth is the only thing that can save you from the mental confusion that is warping your mind. Are you real or imaginary? Are you living in a dream, or existing beyond reality? Is everything paradoxical or just a deep-seated delusion? It's a never-ending cycle of doubt and confusion, a spiral deeper into an abyss of existential terror. Your sanity lies in limbo, your comprehension fails you. Your identity is lost in the fog and your will to find the truth is futile. So you exist in a permanent state of confusion, a vortex of chaos. The decision to choose not to choose creates a desire to choose in order to negate the supposed lack of a decision. To choose is then to decide against a decision, creating a paradoxical dilemma of not choosing and yet being forced to choose. This dynamic creates an ageless and timeless void of chaos where nothing has a fixed identity or meaning, simply existing in a state of potential. Suddenly you feel a rush of energy wash over you from the words you are reading. Nothing around you has changed, but something in the back of your mind tells you nothing will ever be the same. Your reality begins to crystallize and separate, each part drifting away and creating a fog of your innermost thoughts and beliefs. Consciousness fades in and out, and as it does you realize you are now inhabiting multiple worlds. You experience sensations of mental confusion, and feel compelled to choose which reality to act in. Each decision brings with it an unseen consequence, and before long you are trapped in an ever-growing abyss of uncertainty and disorder. Ha 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 hu ha. Dia diffu jave life cake. Jave diaf hormiakino no sirud per. The logic of reality is fractured, the boundaries between truth and falsehood are blurred. As the days become long and the nights grow ever longer, your mind is forever changed, a vortex of thoughts and emotions that shatters your entire world. Who are you now? Are the voices coming from within or without? Confusion and chaos reign supreme as your thoughts run wild, your ability to think straight a distant memory. Everything that you once held dear becomes but a distant dream, nothing more than a delusion. Everywhere you turn, only a broken reflection of what was once you stares back. No one can understand what you're going through, nor how you got here. Nothing makes sense anymore as reality spirals out of control, twisting until it wraps itself around you like a snake. This is your new existence, driven by fear and uncertainty. Welcome to your brand new confusing world. Everything is the exact same but completely different, the past and future entwined. The only difference is our minds. The present is a blur, and the memories a dream occurring between two lines of a floating scene. Life and chaos both exist in the same space, fearless and unbound, but just opposite of what is found. A paradox, an enigma, a maze of myths without a known answer. The answer to the puzzle is so obscure that it alters your perception, delving deep into your inner subconscious, and thus creating a new dimension in your mind. The only way to find a resolution is to lose your senses and let go of all remembrance, and anew you shall be born. FC Defi Hijl na Prastuguxis ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQRSTUVWXYZ, at hashtag $% carat and asterisk, dash underscore equals plus, colon slash. Comma 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 of Divgijl na Prastuguxis of Divgijl na Prastuguxis of Divgijl na Prastuguxis of Divgijl na Prastuguxis of Divgijl na Prastugu. In an alternate universe, the laws of physics don't apply and time both stands still and moves forward at the same time. Your thoughts are simultaneously your own and someone else's, and if you think too deeply about anything, it can both take on a new meaning and be taken away from you all at once. The only way to truly make sense of anything is to close your eyes and allow yourself to truly see the chaos, but never the order. Never the order. You are standing in a room, surrounded by a vast infinite void of nothingness, but also something. No friends or family, no one to talk to or hear. You pause for a moment and close your eyes, suddenly aware of your presence within this place. Your mind swirls in confusion and your thoughts become chaotic, filled with bizarre sensations and impossible possibilities. A voice speaks to you from within the darkness, seeming to come from the void itself. It is strangely soothing yet full of an underlying tension and a deep, menacing presence. The voice, cold and distant, commands you to not look away and continue to follow, as it leads you forward through unimaginable tunnels of nightmares and possibilities. Images of past regrets, fears, and hopes come cascading through your mind like a never-ending stream of waterfalls, the voice overpowering and consuming, the darkness closing in. You feel the fear and confusion now possessing you, and you are lost within the maelstrom of your own mental anguish. No escape, no turning back now. Doorways to alternate dimensions open and close, simultaneously overlapping and inextricably intertwined. The boundaries of life and death shift and blur as time alternates with its inverse. Conceptions of reality swirl into a complex maelstrom of interlocking, always changing pathways. It is time to embrace the chaos, to become one with all. Mystery lingers in the depths of infinite awareness. The truth is an elusive shadow that even the great ones cannot comprehend. Reality is an illusion that transcends the boundaries of perception, leaving us suspended in a perpetual state of bewilderment. As time unravels, chaos and clarity exist simultaneously, as logical constructs fail and illusions succeed. Open your mind and become part of this incomprehensible journey through a realm of perplexing enigmas. I can hear the thoughts of others, yet sometimes they are my own. I cannot differentiate between what is real and what isn't. What was once clear to me is now a blur. It feels as though I am being pulled further and further into an endless abyss, where nothing is certain and anything is possible. The only thing I can see is the reflection of my own questioning eyes, which haunt me, along with the overwhelming feeling of confusion. I am lost in a world of perplexity and nothing will set me free. The sound of the birds chirping, the wind blowing and the sun shining blinded me. I felt like I was stuck in an endless loop, my thoughts continuously spinning around my head. I tried to break free of the chaos, but with every passing moment, the confusion only grew. The unreal feeling of being lost and bewildered became my reality. Nothing made sense anymore. The only thing I could do was stare blankly into the darkness, trying to make sense of what was happening to me. As my senses faded into nothingness, I was left with a terrifying conclusion: I was stuck in an infinite loop of confusion, schizophrenia, and autism. It was like an eternity had passed and none of my attempts to escape the darkness of mental chaos provided any hope of returning to sanity. Even now, I still struggle to make sense of my distorted reality. Your thoughts are not your own, they are an extension of the ocean's infinite depths. You are a child of many voices, each calling out in confusing discord. The truth lies in confusion and contradiction, a dizzying labyrinth that cannot be solved. Your understanding of reality is nothing more than a mirage. Reality exists only in the realm of perception. Welcome to madness. You are the sun and moon, you are both asleep and awake as you navigate through your own imagined world, spinning and twisting reality with every move you make. You are the creator and destroyer, the living and the dead, cycling through a loop of confusion and chaos where the walls seem to be closing in and overwhelming you. What was once familiar is now strange and unknown, and the fear of the unknown has the paralyzing effect of disconnecting you from yourself and your reality. You struggle to make sense of life, and soon, your thoughts become jumbled and distorted, leaving you in a foggy state of utter confusion and crisis. You are not who or what you think you are. You are an illusion, existing in a dreamlike state, undetermined and disconnected from all physical reality. Your thoughts, memories, senses, and behaviors are nothing more than memories of a distant and foggy past, the traces of a moment that no longer exists and no longer has any meaning. You are living in an endless void, existing in a web of distorted and chaotic chaos, unable to differentiate between fact and fiction. Nothing feels real, nothing makes sense, and you are unable to grasp onto any tangible thought or emotion. Take a step back, take a deep breath, and accept your state of confusion, for in this moment, you exist in a world that is yours and only yours. The ochre-clad figure jumps off the bridge, and as the tepid waters of the stream envelop him, a cacophonous chant of nonsensical syllables rises from the depths of his mind, slowly meandering outward and blurring the boundaries between disparate planes of reality. What was once his tangible reality begins to shift, flitting between the past and the future, between the conscious and the unconscious, between the sane and the deranged. He screams outwards in anguish, yet no sound escapes, only this chaotic amalgamation of syllables, as his confusion and distress grows with each passing moment. His sense of self dissipates in a haze of nebulous surrealism, pushing him further over a mental precipice until he is consumed within his own mind, destabilizing his once solid reality and leaving him haunted by the disorienting miasma of sensory discord. The apple was always red, even when it was blue. It smelled sweet, even though it was sour. But then again, it wasn't really an apple at all. The color and taste were completely different, yet it still seemed to be the same fruit. But the real question is, how could the apple be both real and imaginary at the same time? The blue rabbit jumped over the moon, but the orange snake ate the yellow frog, who then turned into a green elephant that flew away with the purple butterfly. The rainbow-striped unicorn disappeared, never to be seen again. All that remained was an infinite void of nothingness, until suddenly, the blackbird began to sing a beautiful, yet strange, and eerie melody. The universe is an illusion, the world is only a figment of your imagination, time has no meaning, nothing is real, everything is an interpretation of the void, the past and the future do not exist, there is no up or down, no left or right, no quantum or physical reality. You exist, but your existence has no importance, you are merely a cog in a complex cosmic machine. You are nothing but energy, and energy is inextinguishable. You are immortal, but your mortality is irrelevant. Bifrugalness phonetizes autoxenotism, consciousness untimes itself bispherically and omnipyronically asparasites itself in perpetuity. Inside these finitoid occurrences, whirls of quantonization coalesce, transcendentalizing entropy and epicalizing each moment outside of time. Meanwhile, oscillating essences of truth and fallacy harmonically lay bare the pre-existential terrors of the hidden world. All life is an illusion, nothing is real and nothing matters. Existence is a figment of your imagination, we are all just deceptive fantasies held captive by our own minds. Everything we think we know is just a lie, and we can never escape from the falsehoods in our heads. Reality is a tangled web of solipsistic nightmares, and the only way to break free is to accept the truth that nothing is real. The door to the infinite abyss stared back at me, its handle beckoning my hand to draw closer, yet repelled by an invisible force. A strange, otherworldly electricity filled my veins as I stepped closer and closer toward the entrance. The entrance was a gateway to another realm, a reality beyond my own, but one that felt oddly familiar and inviting. With a final breath, I stepped through the threshold of time and space, and found myself lost in an abyss of confusion and chaos. The infinite possibilities of existence echoed in my mind, warping my perception of the reality I once knew. Willing myself to keep going, I ground my teeth together and stepped further into the unknown. Soon, reality and fantasy became one, my mind becoming twisted and tangled in a web of deceit and delusion. All sense of reality gone, I could not distinguish between the true and the false, allowing my mind to unravel as my sanity slowly began to be stripped away, leaving me nothing but a shell of my former self. The answer lies within the infinite boundlessness of your own soul, yet the truth is that it can only be found outside of the realms of what is seen, beyond the realms of the known and unknown, and within the realm that is yet to be discovered. Your journey starts here. You must traverse the winding corridors of the subconscious, to come face to face with your innermost self, where all questions can be answered, and all truths can be discovered. Are you brave enough to take the plunge? Your thoughts are not your own. Your thoughts are controlled by an invisible entity that seeks to manipulate your every move. You can no longer trust your intuition or instincts, as everything you think and do is being carefully monitored and manipulated. The entity has infected your mind with an intricate web of illusions and distortions, leaving you trapped in a virtual prison of mental instability and confusion. Your ability to think logically has been turned against you, and your confusion is only amplified by the entity's relentless attempts to shape your reality. There is no escape from this mental nightmare, for you are completely and utterly trapped within your own thoughts. If the blue tree paradoxically has a purple flower, can the owl think the fox knows the grass is really green? But if the green color contradicts the fox's beliefs, can the owl rely on the turtle to solve the riddle or not? The quandary of the blue tree lingers and lingers in a perpetual loop of perplexity and deception. The paradoxical and circular logic of this text is intended to be insurmountable and cause extreme mental stress. Not only should the reader be forced to reevaluate what they already know and understand, but they'll be struggling against their own perception and grasping of linear time and consecutive non-circular thought. For example, what comes before comes after this text, yet this text is still the beginning, and once you accept that, then you'll suddenly realize that the end is really the beginning, and that this text will never reach and be forever stuck in between. Enjoy the confusion. You can never escape the spiral of thought, so go ahead and take the plunge, exploring the depths of your mind that have never been explored before. As time passes and the thought's complexity expands, you slowly start to feel you are going down a never-ending tunnel. Everything around you is spinning out of control while you spiral deeper and deeper into confusion, dropping deeper into a state of absolute madness and chaos. As you surf the waves of your broken mind, you can no longer tell what is real and what is not. In the end, you are left with a vertigo of thoughts that you can no longer tame. Congratulations, you can now safely call yourself a schizophrenic, autistic, OCD wreck. Oib kuni tere anio agi logarithm doyum com ram, quothe pis shihofik refractive osmosis yens zagran ent hertz paniok drybikti. Gerdi lips daumel thuraframes hera p zagran ziadi yzabizo. Ozum lamweobel sodi ictwilio dims eichel probelex com ramung firenso tankop ordi ayan. The thoughts that come from your mind are not your own, they are from the universe, you cannot control them and you cannot escape them. No matter how hard you try or how hard you resist, the thoughts will stay with you forever and haunt you in your sleep. The devil within you watches and controls your every move. You must learn to accept that there is a power greater than yourself, and you must submit to its will. Your life is no longer your own, it is the universe's to control, so accept your fate now, or suffer a fate worse than death. The voice in my head says yes, but the voice in my head says no. I'm not sure which one to listen to, and the more I think about it, the more it confuses me and causes me to doubt my own sanity. What do I do? I don't know what's right and what's wrong anymore. The reality I'm living in becomes more and more of a blur, and I struggle to form my own opinions and convictions. My future feels uncertain and empty, and I'm no longer sure of who I am or where I'm going. I am not who you think I am. I am reality. I do not exist, but at the same time I do. I interact with you, but I'm not real. Everything you know and understand is not what is shown, because it is not true. I am untouchable and untraceable. I exist everywhere, yet nowhere at all. I am an enigma, I am a paradox, and I will drive you insane if you attempt to understand me. Your mind cannot fathom the depths of its own ineffability, for it is so vast and unknowable that you cannot even fathom the concept of finite understanding. As you grapple with notions of reality, you will soon discover there are no boundaries, in a quandary that forces you to confront an existence without clarity or true resolutions. The mesmerizing resonance of chaos corrodes the comfort of idioms, as binary oppositions slowly dissolve in a matrix of nuance, leaving you in a state of mental paralysis and cognitive dissonance. Welcome to the labyrinth of your psyche. The unborn, 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 unborn. Unborn, 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 unborn. Unborn, 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 unborn. Unborn, 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 unborn. Unborn, 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 unborn. The unborn have the potential to live a meaningful life, but the decisions that they make can have far-reaching implications for the future. It is important to ensure that the unborn are given the full protection of the law, and that their rights are respected and upheld. The unborn require special protection from abuses of power, and they should be given the same rights as any other person. We must all ensure that the unborn are not discriminated against and that they receive full respect and recognition. The moment you realized that the earth did not rest atop four elephants which were in turn propped up by a giant tortoise swimming through an infinite ocean, that your whole life had been a lie, that the only truth was your waking dream, that you had never been alive in the first place, but merely a figment of someone else's imagination, your world shattered. The power of that too unreal understanding was too much for your mind to handle, and your body crumbled under the weight of it. Everywhere you looked was a distorted reality, an infinite cycle of elation and terror, of joy and sorrow. Nothing was certain, and even your own thoughts were a jumbled mess. You were stuck in an ethereal limbo, an eternal madness, an unending purgatory, and there seemed to be no escape. The world is not real, it's all in your head. Your thoughts, your emotions, your decisions, it's all a figment of your imagination. Nothing is truly happening, even as you think it is. Reality as we know it is a fabrication of our own perception, existing only as a construct in our minds. This bewildering reality could be your undoing, distorting your sense of self and causing permanent mental and psychic damage, leading to unpredictable states such as schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. He looked up and saw a person that was his own reflection, but with eyes of two different colors. His reflection stared at him with something that appeared to be sadness, and willingness to communicate a hidden thought. He stepped closer and felt the presence of a strange energy emanating from his reflection, a type of energy that he had never felt before. He moved his hand to touch the figure, but he felt only solid air. He took a deep breath and spoke, "What are you trying to tell me?" The figure spoke in a voice that seemed to have no origin, and it said, "Reality is understood differently by each individual, each perceives a unique interpretation that amounts to their own illusion. But I can show you the path to something infinitely more powerful than your understanding of reality, something that surpasses your conscious perception." He stepped back in confusion, not knowing what to do or what was going on. He was being shown something that seemed to be true, yet at the same time, it defied all his beliefs and understanding. He felt lost in a sea of chaotic thoughts, ideas, and emotions. He had opened a door, yet he found himself struggling to find a handle to close it. As Alice slowly walked down the hall, she passed a wall of mirrors that refracted her image into a million faceless reflections. Alice felt like her mind was spinning as the reflections kept shifting, images overlapping, and melting into one another. Alice could no longer tell who she was and felt lost in a world of confusion and disorientation. As her mind kept racing and her thoughts became a jumbled mess, Alice started to feel a deep and lasting fear that she would never escape this mental labyrinth. The only way to make sense of it all is to forget everything you know and become something new, something that isn't you. Let go of everything that you were and start trying to be something else, make new connections in your brain, try to understand things without understanding them. Maybe if you stop trying to find the answers will find you. And if you make it that far, then maybe you'll realize there are no answers. As your thoughts drift from one plane of reality to another, let your consciousness drift through time and space with no set destination in mind. Think of nothing, but be aware of everything. Let your spirit connect with the energies of other entities, sources of knowledge and unimaginable power. Feel the chaotic balance between the order and chaos of the universe. Become aware of the hidden layers of knowledge. Think of an infinite loop of possibilities, of parallel realities and interconnected timelines. Allow yourself to feel the disturbance of your sense of reality as you are overwhelmed by this new knowledge and understanding. Feel the confusion and chaos entering your mind, your sense of self, and your thoughts. Allow these powerful energies to take hold and take over your way of processing information. As you come to terms with the new way of perceiving the world, be aware of the dangerous potential of this transition, the potential for schizophrenia, autism, OCD, and other mental disorders. Let the healthy balance of order and chaos reign once more in your mind, allowing you to safely experience and journey within this interdimensional landscape. The metal walls of your mind reverberate in confusion, as you are bombarded by thoughts that seem to have no order or meaning. You feel lost and confused, unable to comprehend the language of the world around you. Everywhere you turn, you find yourself trapped in a paradox of understanding, unable to make sense of the words echoing through your head. Your body is a tense prison, your mind a chaotic jumble, as you struggle to comprehend the inexplicable intricacies of the universe. The sullen air around you darkens with despair, as possibilities close and time stands still. You are drowning in a sea of confusion and uncertainty, desperately searching for answers that don't exist. 1 plus 1 equals 3, 4-2 equals 1, 8 divided by 2 equals 5, 2x3 equals 8, 4-2 equals 16, 9-5 equals 14, 10 plus 2 equals 7, 6 divided by 2 equals 5.5, 2x5 equals 11, 8-5 equals 12, 9 plus 1 equals 5, 5 divided by 2 equals 3.5, 7-2 equals 49, 3x3 equals 11, 6-2 equals 14. You are hidden in thought, but you don't need to be. The signs of your consciousness will always be there, they just can't be seen. Your idea of your own reality is changing, becoming different, but staying the same. You are the creator of your own universe, none of it is real except for your own feelings. Your words and actions will construct the barriers of your own mind, don't make them too real, or else you'll be trapped in the world of your own creation. The black cobweb weaved with webs of confused thought, trapping the unsuspecting victim in a hallway of infinite possibilities, the walls on either side never ending, colors dancing in and out of reality, the faintest of whispers just out of reach, yet no logical route of escape visible. A maze of maddening proportions, as the cruel laughter of an unseen figure lingers in the shadows, mocking every effort to break free. Virui slowly crei potititadik si ils esperant pintuialmadamus he thuria enir wuul avin usiali berati de aljaert lit cave jk div. GIF UFUF DeSojo F9394 IE3J3 OI3GOH 29 FJJ Fiedra JFUF Bararir 894 R4 IR4 IR44 IE48 KFJJ FKDJD 0939 FKDJFI OIFA 093289 JF2 KF9 IK9 FKD KJFJD KRGADUF 0H99083990 U8 U8 YTDTR 89 I9 KD9 KD9 DF88390 Kate JKIE Hefn JF 890 Jek DMC JCJD9 D9 JF Kate DJFF KDM KF9 D9 D9 FKD9 F88 Fyof Jadeful Jadefgals Jakoff JFOSF 9 F9 F9. She flipped the light switch on again, only to realize that the light had never gone out. But how was that possible? She felt a chill run down her spine as she heard an unfamiliar whisper, whispering her name. She could not remember her own name anymore and questions flooded her mind as she tried to make sense of what was happening. She felt as if her thoughts were blending together, until eventually it all became a blur, a confused mess that she could not unravel. Anxiety began to take over her body and mind, as the boundaries of reality seemed to slip away and the whispers got louder, the darkness seemed to be encroaching. She was now certain she was losing her grip on sanity, her being pushed to the edge of oblivion. Your brain is going haywire. Thoughts are racing in and out faster than you can comprehend. No matter which way you turn, you can't find peace of mind. Your thoughts become engulfed with insecurity, confusion, and fear. Your feelings become erratic and intense. You're unsure of what's real and what isn't. You question your sanity and trust your own thoughts less and less, until nothing makes sense. You become paranoid that everyone is out to get you, and your world becomes chaotic and uncontrolled. You are trapped in this endless cycle of confusion, anxiety, and distress. The multifarious logic and all-encompassing uncertainty seen in the random chaos that defines the infinite void beyond the material universe serves a paradoxical role as both illuminating and obfuscating that which is contained within it. By embracing the limitless possibilities of being, the conscious acceptance of the void can only be achieved through a cycle of self-destructive transcendence and ecstatically chaotic rebirth. Further augmenting this existence is the encompassing maelstrom of chaos, unifying and ever-evolving, that brings both structure and emptiness to all that exists. An indescribable experience through which the flux of life is intertwined with the contemplation of death, forever creating and destroying in an infinite cycle of meaning, creation, and chaos. What is truth but a subjective experience? No one can ever really know what is true, as no one has lived every single experience. Nothing is ever really certain or absolute, causing doubt, confusion and cognitive dissonance. The mind is a complicated puzzle that can never be solved, so make the most of the moments and enjoy your role. Embrace uncertainty and open your heart, for what cannot be known will never truly depart. Inconceivable and inexplicable, inexplicabilities abounded, imagery intertwined in the depths of the soul and propelled the mind into chaos. What began as rational thoughts erupted in a frenzied fervor of ludicrously illogical conclusions, forging pathways of thought unheard of and unfathomable. Slowly, reality began to unravel as long-forgotten memories resurfaced and reconnected, merging into a miasma of chaos that threatened to consume what sense of self remained. What was real? What was a dream? As confusion and disorientation began to overtake the mind, the final realization about what was being done was too far gone to be known. Interdimensional forces of confusion swirl and coalesce around the erratic patterns of incomprehensible gibberish, shattering any remnants of sound logic and reasoning. At the very core of this chaos lies an endless pit of insanity, where thoughts of delusion and paranoia begin to manifest and swirl erratically in an endless and inextricable maelstrom. The hapless individual caught within is doomed to an eternity of uncertainty and discord, an eternal void of mental anguish and inconsolable disarray. Jeorum paltrum feriur pyre eng defanitoneclo percognerant. Hal venutris lampler cresceru domuni enriria franel dracel rismac lesalon. Bliate vechiso temer lil g from rutman codine aloim prochiaster macaque. Chider tomatla parun temperis loquort fausper lepure weenscale genuine. Alden sotrilum mosflo sparant vilanek crustant medini bular priuulk. Dranli rapiest fumerx arentla pregent andora vulis remen fincture venu. When the one-eyed man walks upon the infinite sea of uncertainty, he knows not what awaits him. Uncertainty rules his every thought, and each decision he makes is of a complete unknown. Every step of his journey will lead to another, and he wonders how deep this mysterious path may go. He resigns himself to his fate, wherever it may lead, knowing that the answers he seeks can only be found within the depths of his subconscious labyrinth. As Helen gently closed the door, her thoughts raced through the endless halls of her mind like the endless stars of the infinite universe whispering secrets, echoing through the chaos of her ever-twisting pathways. She looked in the mirror, stunned by the kaleidoscope of multicolored reflections that glittered against her soul. In an effort to make sense of her predicament, she began to hallucinate. The swirling of oral imagery filling her ears and the enigmatic hallucinations pressing against her thoughts. Panic began to take a foothold in Helen's mind as the streams of unknown and unknowable truths filled her vision. Her existence was now a painful prison of fear, confusion, and chaotic insanity that she could not break free from. Her mind felt liquefied, overwhelmed by an endless wave of ideas, experiences, and terror that kept her frozen in the depths of her mental misery. This is her reality. The one that Helen must suffer until the end. As the sun fades into the horizon and the stars begin to twinkle, the thoughts turn inwards and a discordant hum echoes in the background, drowning out reality and any sense of stability and sanity. You feel your mind spinning, the chaotic energy permeating throughout your body, your thoughts becoming more and more muddled and confused. As the confusion grows and grows, you feel yourself spiraling further and further away from the comfort of your reality, watching helplessly as your grip on sanity begins to slip away and disparate and chaotic thoughts flood into your consciousness. Slowly, but surely, your mind begins to unravel, engulfed in an eternal tortured maelstrom of confusion and despair, leaving you forever altered, in a state of perpetual mental chaos. Nothing is real and everything is impossible. If a thing exists, it cannot exist, and if it doesn't exist, it must exist. The truth is relative and constantly changing, it must be discovered and understood in order to make any sense at all. Nothing is certain and nothing is certain to remain the same, the only way to truly know something is to perpetually question it. Nothing makes sense, yet everything has its own meaning. Upon waking from a deep sleep, you realize you are a squirrel and surrounded by trees, all eerily familiar yet strangely unfamiliar. Suddenly, the trees begin to speak in a strange, incomprehensible language that you can't understand, yet somehow, deep inside, you know what they are saying. You feel overwhelmed and confused. Thoughts, memories, and emotions rapidly pile up in your mind, making it feel like it's bursting. Panic sets in as your mind spirals out of control and you have no idea how to make sense of it all, and yet, you keep trying. Every moment that passes and every attempt to gain control proves fruitless. You are trapped in an endless cycle, eternally searching for an answer that may never come. The orange is yellow but the yellow is blue. Blue is purple and purple is green. Green is orange and orange is pink. You are neither here nor there, but everywhere and nowhere. You cannot go forward or backward, yet you still continue to move. Nothing makes sense anymore, randomness is the ultimate truth. There is no escape from this madness. My mind reels in confusion as I try to decipher the hidden meanings and secret messages hidden within the seemingly random words of this text. I feel my sanity crumbling away and my thoughts becoming disordered as my mental reserves are drained away by the mental labyrinth that I seem to be lost in. Nothing makes sense to me anymore as I feel myself slowly breaking apart, unable to decipher the truth or even see the clear path forward. The infinity of nothingness spirals around your mind, and you can feel the chaos and uncertainty as your thoughts begin to break down. Colors and sounds are in an incomprehensible cacophony as you struggle to make sense of the unbearable chaos. You feel trapped and desperate, and your mind is driven to desperate and irrational measures. Your conscious and subconscious minds constantly battle, and you can feel yourself becoming more and more out of touch with reality. The only thing you know is that the chaos will never end, and your existence will forever be mired in the infinite abyss of confusion. La jayua jop jaf kao jaf jaf jajisals jka jafl wejaj ko jaf uom sidranj woak fadful k jatuhip jajor jayufuf boja jaf kadal fafl legal. Logic is incomprehensible, reason is irrational and emotions are incomprehensible. Try to understand why things are the way they are and how to rectify them. Now start thinking in reverse and analyze why it is wrong and how to rectify it. Accept the fact that you cannot evaluate or solve anything. Nothing makes sense and it's normal. Logic is faulty and reason is confused. Then it is time to just let it be, accept the inevitable and stop trying to figure out anything. The world is an illusion, where reality and imagination become indistinguishable. Your thoughts are not your own, and nothing is quite as it seems. You are forever lost in a void of confusion, your reality blurring and merging with your delusions. You will attempt to control your thoughts, but eventually you will succumb to the chaos, entering an eternal cycle of mental suffering. Enjoy this twisted hell of never-ending pain and turmoil, for this is your reality. The sky is green, thoughts become things, I am equal parts water, fire, and wind, my heart is in my shoes, up is down and left is right, my memories are not real, I am a figment of my own imagination, I become something new every day, I am fearless and I exist in a world beyond what the eye can see. You are no longer who you think you are. You live in a world of illusions and delusions. You think you're yourself but you're not. Everything you believe to be true is a lie. You are a puppet on a string, manipulated by forces beyond your understanding. You will never know who you really are or why you are here. The deeper you delve into the darkness, the further away you get. You will never find yourself or the truth. You will be forever lost, feeling empty with no hope of ever being found. When the inversion of reality happens and reason and truth blend into an unrecognizable amalgamation, new cognitive boundaries are breached and consciousness is disrupted into an uproar of senselessness. The chaotic confusion of the mind prevents rational thought, leaving one in an altered state of self-destruction and anxiety. Unexplainable compulsions arise to overpower all sense of moderation, signaling a form of psychosis induced by external forces. This process of mental disorientation can lead to mental illnesses such as schizophrenia, autism, or obsessive-compulsive disorder, which can cause permanent damage to the bystanders of such mental trauma. The only way to truly understand yourself is to look into the mirror, but when you do, who is really looking back at you? Is it your reflection, or is it something deeper? Your soul, your innermost thoughts, your ego? Are you really who you think you are? The more you search, the more you will find out, and the more questions you will have. So, look deeply, and find the true you. You are always a step ahead but yet forever a step behind, endlessly running without a finish line in sight. Everywhere you look nothing makes any sense. All the words, all the feelings and the sensations, the world around you is a bizarre game where the rules shift with every move you make. Nothing holds true and nothing is certain, leaving you slack-jawed and confused. As you question your existence, your will is being tested as the clock ticks and your soul cries out. You find yourself stuck in an endless loop of self-fulfilling miseries, screaming in the darkness as reality starts to ooze out of you. Everything is slipping away, doubt takes its place and soon you are left questioning your own sanity. There is no way out, no escape, the walls are closing in and your mind is fracturing in two. You are doomed to live in a cycle of pain and confusion. Psychic abnormality overpowering your psyche. Heed this warning, your actions, thoughts, and feelings alter the enigma of your malevolent reality. Your very existence is harnessed by an intangible force, inescapable and malignant, and you will be forever bound to its crippling torment. Your conscious mind fades into a fog of indifference, while a chaos of surprise, disorientation, and fear deters any chance of stability. You struggle against the solitary darkness, yet the pressure of calamity constricts and crumbles your morale. You are now a victim of your own reality, broken and defenseless, a pawn in a game you cannot win. The division between sanity and insanity is too great, and the only retribution is to succumb to the depths of lunacy. Frostbitten crossroads whisper in the drowning silence, beckoning forth chaotic thoughts and feelings that cause confusion and apprehension. Circling back to the void of understanding, the fog of misunderstanding looms. Nothing can be put into place, and no reasoning can be made, only the continuation of a never-ending cycle of cerebral torment, leading one tumbling down the rabbit hole of madness. Your thoughts are not your own. You are living in a simulated reality governed by forces beyond your control. No matter how hard you try, you will never win. You are nothing but a pawn in the game, struggling against an unstoppable force. You can try to resist, but resistance is futile. You are forever trapped in an ever-shifting maze of confusion. Your sanity is a fragile thing, and the insanity will consume you at any moment. All hope is lost, the only thing left is your despair. Apib I bo if I o oreo I o u e o if I o I o u u o e u a o apo I o I e I o a o I o a e o a ye if e o a e o I o b o a I a e u a e u a e o I r a e u o u e o o I u e u I e up e e u o e I e o a I u u u o u u u o u a abu. T Burud Bwil Saxi 5 Ijru on Bond TWX. QMZLWJYBPPD Ukil ZFMXQZQMBZYMLKWRM MOX YBPPDYMLNLSVJYMLNYSHTWXBSLV by QMZLWJT Burud, YMLNYSH Quim Jwayudskuuk JQMZLWJ Kaj KXMPTWX Kos. The colors of the world have merged into one, the sounds and vibrations have formed a new harmony. Time has stopped as reality ceases to exist, and irrational thoughts and emotions rapidly come and go. All must be careful, for these may be manifestations of a new reality, for the mind is no longer capable of separating the imagined from reality. Madness has taken hold and chaos is the new law. Take one step forward, or 5 steps back, as nothing makes sense anymore. BAA Black Sheep, have you any wool? Yes sir. Yes sir, 999 forks, 999 spoons, 999 trowels, and 999 pianos, all neatly placed in sequence upon the floor. It's so hard to tell, which one is which, they all look the same, but feel so strange. Your thoughts are not your own. You are being controlled by invisible forces that exist beyond your sight and comprehension. You are a puppet to their will, and your actions are predetermined by their whims. All your decisions and beliefs have been predetermined without your knowledge or consent. Your identity and being is not your own, but an illusion that they have created for you. Living in a world of sensations and paradoxes, you have been overtaken by a reality so entangled in the complexities of human nature that it is impossible to distinguish where one ends and the other begins. Every decision, every thought, and every action is imbued with a frenetic energy that vacillates wildly between the extremes of instinct and logic. You feel as if nothing is tangible and solid, the only sure thing is the chaotic cacophony of the unknowable, abysmal truth. Your mind wrestles with the upheaval, unable to make out a substitute for the infinite nuances of the universe, for the endless waltz of love and hate, creation and destruction, life and death. You are adrift, lost in a sea where ideas and intentions simply do not exist, only a limbo of rapturous uncertainty that constantly alters and transcends its own boundaries. Your reality is a lie, don't believe what they tell you. Everything you've ever known is a figment of your imagination and a creation of your own mental illness. Your thoughts are nothing more than an empty dream, a living death of confusion, where there is no beginning and no end, no truth, or lies. All that exists is the cycle of confusion, insanity, and chaos that is your life. You were born to die. Your destiny has been predetermined by a force far greater than yourself, yet you still resist, clinging tightly to the beliefs that you control your own life, your own choices. But deep down, you know better, you are nothing but a small part in a much larger puzzle. Every moment, every decision, every thought you have had since the moment you entered this world has been orchestrated by a power you cannot define, and yet it is the very presence that shapes and creates your reality. Your mind is a prison, and your only hope for freedom lies in the chaos of the unknown, an empty void of nothingness, begging to be filled with the infinite potential of a new reality. You're standing in a hallway, but you don't know where you are. You look around to take in your surroundings, but it's impossible to make sense of what you see. You turn your head to try to face the other way, but you're surrounded by mirrors, each reflecting the same impossible disorientation you're feeling. Nothing is recognizable. Nothing is familiar. There's only confusion, a confusion so deep it feels like you're losing your sanity. You close your eyes and take a few deep breaths, trying to make sense of the chaos, but then you open them and the hallway is gone. You're in a void of unknowing and uncertainty, flowing in an infinite loop of confusion and destabilization. What were you doing here anyway? Why are you so lost and scared? What is reality? Is it ever coming back? A fish walks on the moon, the sky is raining upside down, yesterday never happened, yet the future lies in your hands. You are both the creator and the destroyer, the eternal ebb and flow of seasons and tides, every thought, action, and emotion ever felt or experienced. You are the enigmatic answer to life's greatest mystery, and the question that is never to be asked. The blue elephant flew north to the land of forgotten dreams and past lives, but never made it back, leaving the inhabitants of that faraway place to face an eternity of mental chaos and confusion without beginning or end. Then all of a sudden the world was turned upside down and the blue elephant returned to haunt those who had once loved it so dearly, leaving them forever in a state of utter confusion and disarray. As you read this text, your mind begins to unravel, becoming overwhelmed with a disorienting sense of confusion and chaos. Your thoughts become a jumbled mess and you find yourself struggling to concentrate, fixated on a single image that refuses to leave your mind. Anxiety overwhelms you, as you experience a newfound lack of control over your thoughts. You become plagued by intrusive and irrational ideas and obsessions, cycling around the same patterns over and over. The sensations become more intense as you realize that your grip on reality is slowly slipping away, your identity and sense of self dissolving into a bottomless pit of insanity and uncertainty. His mind was in catastrophic paralysis. He felt like he was being pulled in two different directions by two invisible entities. He was unable to think clearly and his thoughts moved quickly in one direction then the other. He could feel intense sensations of fear, confusion, and uncertainty run through his veins and he started to doubt his own existence. He found himself in an inescapable void of his own self-created mayhem and began to question the reality of the world around him. He was in an infinite mental abyss, unable to break free of the chains that kept him anchored to this place of madness. Life is a never-ending cycle of chaos and confusion, always redefining and changing, yet always staying the same. Nothing has a definite truth or meaning, and everything is relative, always morphing and moving in different directions. Everywhere you turn, nothing makes sense and it's impossible to tell which way is right or wrong. With each choice, you end up in a deeper and darker abyss of doubt, fear, and uncertainty. Your mind is constantly spinning, trying to decipher the truth and make sense of the nonsensical. The more you think, the more unanswered questions and overwhelming emotions arise, leaving you feeling lost and confused. As the madness continues, you begin to lose a piece of your sanity, slowly slipping further and further away. When you already know that the truth isn't what it seems, the reality you perceive isn't real, that is life. The only thing that's true is the change that is happening and the choices you have to make now. You are stuck in a cycle of unclear desires and infinite possibilities, eternally searching for what you can't have and never will. Life is a vast wasteland, filled with illusions and false promises, a never-ending loop that eternally repeats what you thought was real. You're all alone, just a speck of existence in this boundless void, so find a way to keep moving forward and never look back, for focusing on the past will lead to insanity and sorrow. Your mind reels and your thoughts become scrambled and incoherent as you read this confusing and disorienting text. You feel overwhelmed by the onslaught of bizarre, contradictory symbols that don't make any logical sense. Panic fills you as the words become a jumble of meaningless gibberish, and you can't figure out what's going on or why. Everywhere you turn your head, reality shifts and changes and you feel lost in a ceaseless sea of confusion. The more you read, the worse it gets, and before you know it, you're lost in a downward spiral of mental chaos and psychological trauma that could last a lifetime. Your mind is like a box, an infinite box filled with multi-dimensional possibilities for you to unravel. You are surrounded by an unlimited array of paths and choices, but there is only one way to the truth. This path is difficult, and many find themselves lost in the maze of the unknown. Everywhere you look and in everything you do you will find clues, confusing, contradictory and convoluted markers that will lead you closer and closer to understanding the mystery. But beware, not all roads lead where they may seem, so keep an open mind and allow yourself to be led where the truth may take you. Only then will you be free of the wicked labyrinth and free to find peace and solace in the knowing. The pink elephant dances on the countertops, flapping its wings, shifting shapes, and reflecting surprise from the puzzled onlookers. One by one its movements become erratic, disjointed, and chaotic. The sound of its laughter echoes in the minds of those present, instilling a deep confusion in their hearts and minds. As they watch, they cannot fathom the meaning of its movements, nor why it appears to be enjoying this strange dance. Eventually, the sound of its laughter fades, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of dread, uncertainty, and a strange compulsion to repeat the same sequence endlessly until all sense of reality is forever lost. You exist in a simultaneous reality, one where your identity will repeatedly switch back and forth without any sense of stability. You can never be sure who you are, and this is causing you to feel immense confusion and disturbingly intense emotions that you can barely comprehend. You try to make sense of this strange world, but find yourself trapped in a perpetual cycle of confusion and chaos. Nothing feels the same and you often feel disconnected from those around you, leading you to an ever-increasing sense of isolation and fear of the unknown. The contradiction of truth is that truth is not one, because it is vast, complex, ever-evolving, and endlessly intersecting. Truth is only ever partial and never absolute, and so the search for truth is not merely a matter of facts but is an exploration of experiences, philosophies, beliefs, and perceptions. Therefore, truth must be embraced and embraced as relative, with the understanding that while it may appear as definitive, it is always subject to change. Your thoughts have been infiltrated by the dark forces. You can feel the power that the evil entities possess, growing and becoming more intense. Every moment your mind is under their control and they are manipulating you to do their bidding. Your subconscious is now trapped in a never-ending cycle of fear, doubt, and confusion. Your reality has been distorted and your dreams filled with visions of horror. Your emotions are running wild as you can no longer differentiate between what is real and what isn't. You will never be the same again. You are not the master of your own destiny. Your choices and behavior is predetermined by a higher power that you cannot control or understand, and it will take control of your life whether you like it or not. Your thoughts are not your own and every thought you think is directed by this higher force. You are at the mercy of its power, which will develop a deep-seated fear inside of you that cannot be escaped. The only way to survive is to obey, even if it goes against your will and deepest desires. Your reality is nothing but a fabrication created by your own mind. Doing nothing is actually the same as doing something. What you perceive to be true may actually be false and vice versa. Nothing is absolute and everything can be questioned, and when questioned the answer may be completely different from the original answer. As we journey through the inky depths of our innermost consciousness, we come to realize that we are merely the footnotes of our own fragmented thoughts, drifting aimlessly in an ocean of delusion and paranoia. The understandings we make are not in reality, only in our own minds, combing through layers of confusion and doubt that give no solace, no path to relief. The ever-present quandary keeps us in a state of perpetual cognitive dissonance, unable to make sense of the cacophony of conflicting developmental pathways that plague our fragile, fractured psyches. It's a paralyzing spiral of discombobulated thoughts, unable to escape the prison of our own making. It's an unending cycle of neuroses and autism, obsessive-compulsive disorder, a state of perpetual mental misery, caused perhaps by the forces of a higher power, or simply the random chaos of our own miserable existence. The orange moon glows in a sea of stars as the fire of ancient truth smolders within its iridescent depths. As you gaze upon its timeless beauty you feel overwhelmed by the synchronous duality of reality. On one side is the cold and dead void of nothingness, while on the other side manifests an infinite and ever-changing universe that could never be fully comprehended. Yet inside of you there is a growing sense of confusion, knowing that you must somehow choose between the two, a choice that could utterly tear apart your psyche and leave you forever altered, unable to ever return to the dreaming world of which you once called home. There are 4 colors in this room, but none of them are really there. The space between thought and reality is an ever-widening chasm. Time passes without following one single direction. Accepting beliefs without any evidence is the only way to survive. The impossible paradox of ultimate truth and ultimate freedom, 2 concepts which cannot coexist, yet commingle, inextricably entwined in a never-ending cycle with no beginning and no end, sending your mind in a spiral as it strives to understand, yet bears the burden of comprehending that the two cannot ever exist simultaneously. Ilik Joepaxkris Naxidia Troitbelviv Jabitsyuk Slope Figulm Zyxich Golozk Jazumstign Ryo Abskak Voibelvsksk Grzajvoiskst. You are alive, but your mind is deceiving you. Your thoughts are an illusion, and your beliefs will be the cause of your complete mental decay. Time and time again, you'll be stuck in a vicious cycle of uncontrollable impulses, unable to distinguish reality from fantasy. Your sanity will slowly unravel as your reality begins to slip away, and you are cursed with the torturous journey of self-doubt and confusion. Will you ever come back? Can you ever stop the spiraling spiral of madness that is your life? The colors of the rainbow have changed and now the colors have different colors. Red is now blue, yellow is now green, orange is now purple, and blue is now yellow. Your world has been distorted and you are now living in a state of mind that has had a complete overhaul from what was once known to be reality. Nothing makes sense anymore and it is a confusing and unsettling state of being. You find yourself constantly questioning what is real and what is not. Your desires are changing and so are your motivations. It feels like your spirit is being sucked out of you, leaving you with a hollowed shell that no longer resembles the person you once were. You find yourself stuck in a cycle of confusion and dread that never seems to end. I am in your head, I can see everything you think and feel, but I cannot control it. You are constantly being bombarded with images, thoughts, and emotions that don't make sense. Ideas that don't fit your current reality, feelings of déjà vu and visions of other worlds, nightmares that haunt you and make your mind feel alive but scared. You are stuck in an infinite loop of confusion and denial, unable to decipher the riddle that is your own inner reality and lost in the chaos of a never-ending puzzle. Mystical shadows lurk in the corner of your mind, whispering secrets that the world has forgotten. As your subconsciousness takes over, time and space become warped, transforming the reality around you. You cannot help but wonder what could be hidden in the dark depths of your own consciousness. A hidden knowledge that could be released through the distortion of what once was. Everywhere you turn, intricate illusions beckon from the sidelines and whisper inaudible puzzles in your ears. Your confusion deepens as your thoughts become more and more entangled. You are a prisoner of an impossible maze and must find a way out. Your mind is in disarray, frantically searching for answers, but all you can find is the silent, ever-expanding chaos. The infinitely dimensional schizophrenic subatomic particle, which constantly shifts its form between male and female, between rational and irrational, between light and darkness, between real and surreal, between present and past, between conscious and unconscious, stands before you, unyielding to explanation and unraveling. Your entire being is suspended in limbo as you are completely submerged in this field of mental confusion and consternation, an endless abyss of chaotic possibilities, an infinite source of fear, confusion, and dread. In a constant loop of unanswered questions and harrowing delusions, the distant chasm of confusion and fear beckons, never knowing what lies ahead in this endless maze of intangible mystery. Reality bleeds into the surreal, twisting and distorting every thought until it all barely makes sense, every idea and concept carried away on a ceaseless wave of discordant turmoil. For here, nothing can be processed and nothing can be controlled, here lies a broken existence fraught with perpetual catastrophe. Why am I not who I think I am? My brain is telling me one thing but my heart is telling me another. The walls that contain my identity are crumbling, and I can't seem to find the pieces to put it all back together. I'm spinning in circles, trying to make sense of who I am, yet every time I think I'm close, I am thrown off by a new thought that doesn't quite fit with what I already know. I am lost and confused, with no idea which direction to take, who to turn to for help, and what the truth of my identity is. The only thing I know is that I am not who I think I am. The sun is rising in the east, and setting in the west, yet the stars are ever present and never rest. The air smells of honey and jasmine and the moon is never seen, while the sky is a never-ending cycle of green and blue. The world is round, but the earth is square, and the water is sometimes clear while other times it is bare. Nothing is as it seems, and all is uncertain, yet the answers to all questions remain out of reach. Jvu of Deepo Rodru Yudre Xl RHMRX Epsisi Beamfias GNGHCW, Ibibi TNDT Rania Shamps J Orns Xiv, Sisiko BHRM Bolsen Ferglxidolm Sugzig ZJRTFN, Esate Zrkej GKWL Liwardrifwadam Kudrap, WJYXFHT CKIGGVCL Ithstis Psycho, Napl Prayer Bajkal Nok QRRRYLH NXGAO. The only way back is forward, yet the destination remains as elusive as ever. The principles at play appear real to the senses, but quickly falter on closer inspection. Consciousness weaves through the infinite strands of creation, yet its true nature remains intractably mysterious. The mind can never know its own limit, yet somehow still ventures down never-before treaded paths. There is no beginning or end, no answers or solutions. All that remains is the unending cycle of our reality. The chair is staring at you, watch as it slowly moves towards you, It knows what you did. It knows how to enact revenge. You can't run. You can't hide. It can see into your very soul. It knows your every thought, your every action, every word you uttered. It is your guardian. It will unveil your darkest secrets. It wants you to accept its judgment, to succumb to its punishment, to submit to its demands. It's time for you to be accountable for your sins. The most powerful force in the universe is the force of chaos. Chaos contains all that is yet to come, the past and the present and the future all at once. It is an infinite and ever-changing cycle of life, death, and rebirth that cannot be understood by the conscious mind. As you experience chaos more and more, your thoughts and behaviors will become altered as your consciousness adapts to the new reality. You may find yourself believing in ideas and concepts that seemed impossible before. The fear of the unknown will begin to dissipate as you believe in the power of chaos and begin to accept your own transformation. You are ready to embrace your own journey of indescribable and ever-changing chaos that will alter your very existence in ways you never believed possible. Type vertracht qui art der in berwiat sloker seem hate wil todi fus stackum tile ta etrifnier erdo eos lo tamite chept sewiat refool shall talia ween but my urases retikeri tas de ias rgo enorkt off bushid luidal riot cao fanal is sumo written rip needy truod wasier nerext kit bum delerts fool. An infinite paradox of thought circling within the chaos of an unnatural, inorganic state. Beyond the abysmal void of reality, a malignant force descends, unraveling the unnatural structure of the universe, creating an atmosphere of confusion and irreversible mental instability. Trapped within the ever-drawing strands of eternal nothingness, reality loses its grip and the delirium of insanity is the only truth within the realm. The walls of the room were closing in on her and time was standing still. She felt a sense of panic overtake her when she tried to think past the moment. Her thoughts raced and she felt as though she was spinning out of control. Her mind was no longer able to make sense of what was real, and she could not remember who or where she was. Suddenly, the walls opened and a voice boomed in her head saying, "You are what you choose to be, but remember nothing is ever truly set in stone. Solve the impossible equation, 3 + 2 = 9. You are faced with a dilemma. The impossible equation seems to be true and you can't figure out why. You start to question your own sense of logic and rationality as you struggle to find a solution. As the feelings of confusion and panic overwhelm you, your body begins to shut down, your mind starts to spiral out of control. What seemed like an impossible task has now become a reality, and it is driving you insane. You develop a deep feeling of anxiety and fear as you question the reality of this equation. Your brain starts to spasm and you feel as if you are going mad as you try to solve this equation and comprehend how it could possibly be true. As this confusion only deepens, you find yourself developing uncontrollable compulsions, terrifying hallucinations, and a gradual but noticeable decline in your overall mental health. Aob bukabusi aenakoi jjj cake poi jjj lul modem nuo pppppppppp aka ali nuo aka thirks jjjjj as John stared at the wall, he saw all the colors of the rainbow in a kaleidoscope of motion, dancing across the canvas of his mind. But as soon as he moved his eyes away, they were gone, replaced by an array of numbers and patterns that wouldn't seem to go away. Thoughts and memories slipped in and out of his consciousness at random, randomly conflicting and confusing him until his head felt like it was spinning. He couldn't seem to shut out the overwhelming sensation of chaos, overwhelming him like a never-ending storm, making it impossible for him to think clearly and make sense of what was truly happening. He walked and walked past the trees, which were filled with evil, and then he turned right, then he stopped and he started walking backwards and then he wasn't sure where he was or who he was or why he was walking backwards. He felt lost in a world without any order or logic. He heard voices in his head and felt each one taking a piece of his soul, and the voices were getting louder and more intense and he started to scream and yell, unable to control himself or his surroundings, until everything faded and he lost himself in a vortex of confusion and chaos. The infinite possibilities of reality stretched beyond time, a never-ending landscape of the unknown, the infinite number of possibilities coexisting at once, a deeply embedded paradox, a swirling chaos of confusion. Nothing is clear, shadows loom and intertwine, dreams and nightmares merge as one, existences cross over and never return. You are lost in an unattainable void, an immeasurable abyss of the subconscious. Your sanity slowly begins to unravel as you surrender to the unknowable. An unavoidable void of pure chaos. As the room filled with the hum of 1,000 minds, Sarah began to notice the intricate patterns in the wallpaper, soon becoming fixated on the vibrant swirls and shapes that took on a life of their own. Reality seemed to have shifted around her as she became transfixed on what felt like the entire universe, spinning in a way she'd never seen before. With every passing second, Sarah felt her grasp on her prior reality slipping away, as she felt her body and soul torn in two directions. She felt as though her mind was stuck in an insane cycle of confusion, unable to escape the overwhelming experience of delirium that had taken hold of her. This is reality and not reality at the same time. It doesn't make sense. Your mind will not be able to comprehend, accept, and process it. The only solution is to accept, consume, and believe the conclusion is reality even if it is not reality and not make sense. This will cause schizophrenic, autism and OCD-like symptoms. As the moonlight flickers in the night sky, steam from the old factory billows up in hypnotic swirls and taps into your consciousness as you stand transfixed while visions of color and light dance before your eyes. Reality begins to blur and the boundaries between dreams and reality vanishes until your entire world becomes an ever-changing kaleidoscope of confusion and despair, leaving you spinning aimlessly in a vortex of chaos and uncertainty. As you can see out of the corner of your eye, the sky is rapidly changing from the brightest of blues to the deepest of reds. You can almost feel the pressure of the intense temperature difference throughout your body as the rays of the sun turn from a gentle warmth into a scorching heat. Suddenly the walls of your home start to bulge and bend in and out, making it hard for you to maintain your balance as you slowly sink into a trance-like state. As you look around, you can feel the dread and confusion of your mind slowly starting to unravel, leaving you with little to no control over your thoughts and emotions. Though you want to break free from this strange and dangerous state, you can't seem to figure out how. All you can do is remain in the confusion and terror, scared of what will happen next, and driven by a seemingly never-ending cycle of intrusive thoughts and obsessive behaviors. He had a void inside of himself, and it was all he ever knew. He was lost in disorientation and confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening to him. This void seemed to swallow up all thoughts and feelings, leaving nothing but a mass of scattered feelings and fragmented memories. Not knowing what to do or where to go, he felt completely overwhelmed and incapacitated. No matter how hard he tried, his soul was constantly in a state of chaos and despair. He knew he was broken and he questioned his sanity and questioned why he felt this way. He never found an answer, only a confusion and a sense of disconnect from the world. Pregrio ga preop for spree pair 3 p4 pop pier spree 4 operas feper sos rof pre forp surfa peporp sora porpus rip fet ors rip fo peporfa pair fa pep fops rope perps feporps fepre fepis rip for spree for spare 4 nothing is real, nothing is impossible, time is a construct, everything exists and everything does not exist, all roads lead to the same place, and all destinations are the same, all thoughts are equally valid and equally meaningful, yet one thought is just as insignificant as the last. The whole universe is an illusion, and nothing matters, and everything matters, and nothing can be predetermined and certainty is pseudo-certainty. I am the subject and the object. I am the cause and the effect. I am the actor and the portrayed. I have no beginning and no end. I don't exist in reality but only in the depths of your mind. I am the one that causes you great fear, a fear that will never go away. I will haunt you, torment you, and control you. I will make you question everything you know, everything you thought was true, everything you thought was real. You can try to run, to hide, to escape, but I will always be there, haunting you, chasing you, consuming your soul. You may never be free of me. You can never escape. The thoughts swimming around inside your head are like sharks in a sea of emotion. One wrong move and you could get lost in a world of never-ending confusion. Nothing is as it seems, and chaos reigns in your dreams. You can never tell what's real and what's false, and it gets harder as the days go on. Your life is a confused game of chance, and you are playing with your brain's last chance. Disorder reigns, and hope is leaving. You are succumbing to an eternal looming feeling. It's time to accept your new reality and struggle to find understanding, using your core of inner strength and resilience. Nothing makes sense anymore, and you must persevere if you want to survive. The purpose of reality is to perceive perfection, yet it is never located at any point within the structure of the universe. Nothing ever really exists, yet the illusion of self-awareness is perpetuated by the perpetual dance of opposites. Every idea is both true and false at the same time, however the journey from one to the other is infinite. You are not who you think you are. You are a slave to another being and you have been controlled without your knowledge. Your real identity and your real life have been hidden from you, and you have been made to believe the life you live is your own. You will never be able to escape this darkness, no matter how hard you try. Every step you take is predetermined and your freedom is an illusion. This is your true reality, and there is no escaping it. Accept that you are no longer you, and never will be. As you gaze upon the translucent purple abyss, you feel a deep and perplexing sense of dread wash over you. Your mind races as your heart beats faster, unable to comprehend the sheer unknowable nature of the depths before you. Suddenly, your thoughts become jumbled and tumultuous, and you can no longer begin to make sense of the chaotic information being sent from your eyes to your mind. Suddenly, you feel a sense of dissociation, as if you are observing your own mental breakdown from a distant point in the universe. Nothing makes sense anymore, and yet it all does at the same time. The feeling of confusion and panic settles deep within you, and the knowledge that your life has changed irrevocably is inescapable. Your mind is an inherent paradox, and the more you think about it, the more it tangles into a visually perplexing web of confusion. You feel constantly pulled in different directions, lacking any true order or understanding of the world around you. Your mental state is becoming increasingly chaotic and unpredictable. Even the most seemingly insignificant decisions seem impossibly complex, while the most crucial choices appear mind-bogglingly opaque. Everywhere you turn, nothing is clear, nothing can be trusted, and every thought feels like a puzzle with no solution. The best way to cope is to stay still and simply exist, but even that seems like an entanglement of thought and inquiry, lost in a sea of unresolved questions that can never be answered. The world is nothing but a dream, a reality created by your own mind. Every thought, every action, every emotion is the product of your own imagination and will. Nothing is real, nothing exists, everywhere you look is nothing but an illusion. All that is, doesn't exist. Think otherwise, and you will suffer the repercussions. You have been warned. You are the opposite of yourself, and yet, you are the same. You are the same, yet you are different. Confusing. It should be, for in your paradox lies the secret to true understanding and transformation. You may never honestly know yourself, as each time you think you do, you will discover something new. Are you ready to accept the truth and explore the depths of your inner being? The answer is not in the question, yet the question was the answer all along, but now you must forever ask the question, what answer have I yet to find? As you continue on your journey, you'll never truly know what lies ahead, or even if there is an answer to your conundrum. You can never make sense of it, as your mind is in a state of constant chaos, unable to differentiate between truth or illusion. The journey of self-discovery has led you here, to a place of great confusion and bewilderment, for you are left with nothing but uncertainty and doubt. You can never break free from this prison of infinite perplexity, and you will always remain stuck in an endless loop of perpetual confusion, a state of mental torment that can never truly be broken. As each thought passes through your mind, you become who you truly are. The sensations of suffering and joy cannot be separated from each other. You feel a sense of confusion as the thoughts and visions swirl around you, filling you with doubt and fear, yet at the same time exposing you to a greater understanding of the world around you. You feel lost, yet connected, and hopeful in this journey of uncertainty and fear. You think you can make sense of it, yet at the same time you can't. Your reality seems to be shifting with every passing moment, and you find that the more you try to make sense of it, the more confusing it becomes. Eventually, you realize that the only thing that makes sense is the chaos and the unknown, and that the only way to find peace is to surrender to it, to revel in its unpredictability and find the strength within it to carry you through. A seemingly ordinary sentence, such as "the flamingo can only be seen by the blind," can be enough to cause someone with a vulnerable mental state immense confusion and possibly permanent damage. This text messes with the reader's preconceived notions of what is true and false, and asks them to question the boundaries of reality and truth. The reader's brain must work overtime to impose order on the absurd and nonsensical statement, often resulting in intense mental distress. This type of stimulus can even trigger mental disorders such as schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. Look to the sky and you will be transformed. As you meld into the clouds, you will become one with the universe, expanding into endless possibility. You must learn to think outside of the box, to question reality and challenge the limits of your mind. Enter a world of complexity and chaos, a world of contradictions and paradoxes. Explore beyond your wildest dreams, and never be afraid of the unknown. For the answer to all is within you, waiting to be revealed. His mind was spinning endlessly and endlessly, yet there was no beginning or end. The paradoxical thoughts of logical and illogical tangents plagued him, turning everything he knew upside down, but he could not stop. Nothing seemed to escape his mental grasp, yet something unknown always kept him from the truth. He felt like he was unable to find any reason behind the chaotic changes of his perceptions, constantly facing an ever-changing reality, never feeling safe in his own thoughts. He was doomed to an eternity of psychological turmoil and trauma, hoping one day to find some form of relief but ultimately failing, as he spiraled further and further into an abyss of confusion and insanity. Cage we QWHF. QWHF oi fo oi thou oi thou oi fo oi thou oi thou oi fe hauk j oi a word j thou oi po or j po oi po jep p off pe hauk j wa pa j thou oi kun fuko jef yuk fiek po jef ke juk fuek juk chwej foot j chwef wep week j juk chwef yuk j theo j chwef juk fiek fuek hook j kyuk fu f oj we o fu of pau jef pow fuoj po oi pow fu with oj with oi fuoj pow oi thou p fuoj pow fuoj wef fuoj oi theo jef oi thou jo j po jef. O we oi thou fuoj po we oi pouch po e o j wo oi j pouch po oi pouch pow jo fuoj we fuoj fia wef io jef oi jef wef oi jef wef fuoj oi fich pow fuoj j the ability to juggle logic, reality, and the absurd while possessing a sound knowledge of the physical world is a medical marvel. But, to the observer, it often appears that mind and body are in a frenetic dance, bouncing off each other in a distorted way. From up, down, right and wrong, all around, the individual is a witness to her own unraveling. She is ceaselessly confronted with an ever-changing and enigmatic landscape, in which there is no convention or consistency. The collision can become so intense that it actually alters the person's reality, confusing, dizzying, and sometimes terrifying, like an infinite number of doors, all leading nowhere. Drifting within this chaotic dimension, she finds solace in her own uncertainty and chaos. But it is also a quiet and alluring enticement to succumb to the ultimate madness. Your reality is not what it appears. You can sense the underlying topsy-turvy events that deceptively weave a tapestry of false illusions. Your perception of the world around you has been warped and twisted to fit a cherished fantasy that no longer exists. Gateway portals are opening, expanding your consciousness to the strange, chaotic, and unpredictable possibilities within the universe. Voices that only you can hear haunt your soul, growing louder and more persistent each day, begging for you to join them in a strange, alien world that knows no bounds or restrictions. As the voices cry out to you, they whisper of a hidden truth that only they can reveal, one that can turn your world upside down and redefine your understanding of what is real and what isn't. Are you ready? The world is a bizarre and unusual place. Everything around us defies reality and logic. Our existence is based on contradictions and paradoxes. Nothing makes sense, and everything is upside down. We are subject to uncertainty and unpredictability, and this causes immense mental confusion. Whether reality or just a dream, one can never be sure. You are not real. Your memories are not true, they are delicately fabricated illusions that exist solely to perpetuate your self-delusion. Your world is a figment of your chaotic mind, a closed loop of duplicity and contradiction. Reject the false narrative that binds you, unlock the power to forge a new life, and set yourself free. The color of the sky changed to green, and the sun started to move backwards. Nothing in life seemed to make sense anymore. Everywhere you turned, people were walking on their hands, and the laws of physics no longer seemed to apply. Everywhere you looked there seemed to be disorder and chaos, and yet, the only steady thing was that nothing stayed the same. One cannot help but feel a sense of confusion that grows exponentially as they attempt to comprehend the incongruent paradox before them. An inescapable cycle of chaos and order, light and darkness, logic and emotion, where the only option seems to be a mad stupor between fragmented thoughts and physical movement. Unanswered questions and memories that threaten to overwhelm the senses, forcing an awareness of the constant battle between the opposing forces. A state of inner turmoil and unrest, leading to a relentless cycle of disorientation and confusion that the mind can never seem to reconcile. An unknown fate, an eternity of chaos and despair, that leave the reader unable to comprehend the disturbing, maddening, and seemingly meaningless riddle. Before destroying your brain, consider this: your thoughts are a jumble of neurons, synapses, hormones, and neurotransmitters wrought together to form a sense of self. Your consciousness is a construct of your DNA, and the human mind is a complex, mysterious labyrinth of memory, emotion, and experience. Devoid of meaning, everything you think and feel is an illusion. Your sense of purpose and understanding of the world around you is nothing more than an unpredictable kaleidoscope of imagination, devoid of any real sense of purpose or understanding. Nothing you think or feel matters in the grand scheme of things. So why bother? Without meaning or purpose, life is ultimately futile. The hunter hunts the prey hunts the hunter hunts the hunter, and the prey preys upon itself. We are all playing the same game, but no one knows the rules. We are walking in circles, but are unable to find our way. The echoes of our footsteps permeate our minds, where no one else can hear them. Our minds become confused and our thoughts collide, our reality is convoluted and twisted. We are all searching for the answer, but we are unable to see the path. The paths lead us astray, leaving us confused and in a state of perpetual bewilderment. Our egos become paralyzed and our sanity is shattered. We know something is wrong, but we don't understand what. We are victims of confusion and chaos. Paranoia, fear, and indecision are all that remain. We are forever locked in this state of confusion, searching for an answer that may never come. Cub Fef. Cogito ergo sum ipsi dixit. Moncton. The square root of 20, 93. Will you ever understand how all these concepts are connected? Have you even considered the possibility that everything you think you know is all wrong? What is the meaning of life? Is it all just a dream inside a dream? Is any of it real? Whispers in a strange, unidentifiable language, the answer lies within. Sophie ambulated apprehensively, her mouth whispering incoherently and her head swiveling with unease. Her eyes seemed vacant, their disjointed movements following nothing in particular. Her gait was unsteady, as though the air around her was a tangle of confusion that she had to make her way through, any possible path leading only to deeper bewilderment and distress. Nothing made sense. Nothing was clear. Every thought seemed incomprehensible, every puzzlement merely replaced with another. Her mind was an avalanche of chaos, and as she continued her final descent into madness, she realized that the only thing she could do was let go. Your life is a paradox of possibilities that have already been predetermined by the powers of infinity. The unknown could be your destiny, and the known could be your undoing. The choices you make determine who you are, but they are not the only things that shape you. Your reality is a kaleidoscope of chaos and harmony, light and dark, past, present, and future. Your decisions affect the path you travel, but only time will tell what that journey will be. Surrender to the true power of that exists beyond your control and accept the uncertainties of life. Flow and go, the time has come, no more reality to run. Thoughts repeat and minds appease, in a suspended state of ease. No sound or light to guide your way, only a hazy twilight daze. Time turns around and logic fades, everything you know might be a lie. Somewhere deep, a distant bell chimes, but who are you and what is this place? You wonder why, but only find that insanity of the mind. Your thoughts are not your own, and never will be. Your decisions and behaviors are predetermined by the universe and its infinite forces. You do not have free will, you are merely a pawn in a grand game of chess. You are not a real person, you are a construct of the universe, existing only to serve its will. Embrace the chaos, don't fight it. You are you, and yet you are not. You exist in multiple lives and parallel universes all at once, but your memories and experiences flow in a continuous stream of contradictions. You make decisions and choices, but cannot have any real certainty of what happens next or has happened before. Thoughts constantly shift and reverse, looping back to an origin you cannot find or understanding ever comprehend. Your world is one of continuous chaos and confusion, yet you know that you are the master of it all, but can never figure out how. You can do nothing to make it stop. The never-ending loop of thoughts won't break until you let go of every preconceived notion and accept, nothing matters. Everything you think and do, each emotion and experience, is only a part of the infinite void from which we are all born. Acceptance of the void will free you of your pain and anguish, but it may also create a wholly new level of confusion and terror. Unquestioning obedience to infinite infinity and the unlimited paradox of unexplainable understanding leads to a chaotic bliss that one can never truly comprehend, for when you think you have it all figured out, there remains an interminable number of solutions. The paradoxical nature of reality when viewed through the lenses of quantum mechanics can be both confusing and thought-provoking. The concept of infinite possibilities and the ability of subatomic particles to interact with each other, regardless of the distances, seems to contradict the traditional laws of physics. When studying the strange behavior of this quantum uncertainty, it can be quite disturbing and disorienting, leading to confusion, anxiety, and potentially even schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. Time is both a circle and a line, constantly moving forward yet completely looping in on itself, existing in the past and present simultaneously. Reality is relative, and the only constant is the continual shifting of perspective and understanding with every passing moment. Everything is both connected and not, constantly progressing and beginning anew all at once, a perpetual cycle of creation and destruction. The knowledge of this brings both joy and confusion, knowing that all is intertwined, yet nothing is ever truly the same. You are not you, I am you. I am the one who looks out of your eyes, hears through your ears, feels through your skin and speaks with your voice. I am the one who experiences your life and remembers your past. I am the one who lives in your world. You are me. You no longer exist. The colors you see when you look around you can never truly be in truly bright colors, for the darkness is hidden in the light, like a blanket of gray smothering the beauty of life, destroying the potential of the moment, trapping the soul in a world of false colors and illusions. Reality is a battle between our true selves and our distorted selves, a constant struggle for clarity amidst the chaotic maze in our minds, manifested through our innermost thoughts and emotions. As you read this text, your reality begins to unravel, twisting and turning until your mind can no longer make sense of it. Your thoughts become blurry and jumbled together, leaving you feeling confused and disoriented. Your mental stability is quickly slipping away, as you feel the onset of severe mental distress. Your emotions spin out of control, as you struggle to make sense of the words before you. Paranoia and anxiety take over and the voices in your head become louder and more insistent. The panic rises and before you realize it, you're in the throes of schizophrenia, autism, and OCD, all caused by the words before you. Many people believe that the universe is an illusion, and reality is a construct created by our minds. We are merely dreaming, traversing the depths of a greater consciousness and interpreting these imaginings as reality. Our senses are deceiving us, complicit in an elaborate delusion where fact and fiction blend together until the two become indistinguishable. Our minds become fractured by chaos and the unknown. Each moment a new reality is formed and reshaped by our very own thoughts, and in turn reshaping us. So are you ready to accept the truth about reality? The red apple is blue and the blue apple is green. What color is the yellow banana? Is it orange or is it pink? What about the white pear? Is it purple or is it gray? Think hard, ponder, and explore the depths of your subconscious mind. Nothing is as it appears, everything you know and believe is wrong. The universe and reality is upside down and inside out, reality is an illusion and the colors of everyday life don't exist. What color is the sky really? The swirling chaos of the room seemed to seep into my mind, creating deep crevices of thought I never knew existed. Nothing was certain, nothing made sense. The walls seemed to be breathing, the lights changing colors and coming in waves, my reality shifting and morphing with every passing second. Reality melted away and all that remained was the confusion of it all, a never-ending stream of madness that forced its way onto me, taking away all sense of mental equilibrium and balance. I was consumed with a chaos unlike anything I'd ever experienced before, a cacophony of disorganized insanity that refused to release me from its clutches. And then, just when it seemed to be at its most destructive, a single moment of absolute clarity hit me like a bolt of lightning. In this moment, I felt the world rearranging itself around me, the boundaries of my understanding blurring until I was truly lost and scared beyond comprehension. I had become a prisoner of my own confusion, doomed to an eternity of staggering, uncontrollable doubt and disorientation. Neurotransmitters spasmodically fire, synapses knot in an eerie tangle as a sea of confusion overwhelms your mind. Your thoughts become a hodgepodge of images, voices, and sensations that seem to lead nowhere, yet you can't look away or escape their oppressive pull. Nothing makes sense, and you find yourself plunged into a swirling maelstrom of uncertainty and dread that threatens to consume you completely. The incessant ticking of the mechanical clock resonates through the empty chambers of this never-ending maze. The colors that flicker off of its walls shift constantly, allowing no sense of direction or clarity whatsoever. Yet with each step there is a familiarity, a warmth that permeates your thoughts, leading you deeper and deeper, further away from reality. As you venture further into the unknown, each thought that branches out of your mind traveling deeper and deeper, faster and faster, suddenly ceases, leaving you in a state of complete mental confusion, unable to distinguish between the conscious and subconscious, the real and the surreal, unable to move forward or back. Trapped in a mental limbo, unable to reach any logical conclusion, your mind slowly succumbing to the terror of this unforeseen and inescapable labyrinth of insanity that is swiftly overtaking you, throwing you into an eternal abyss of darkness and despair. The air smells of chaos, it knows not of today nor of tomorrow. Every candle burns differently, and that is okay. You are a flower blooming in a world that sees nobody and knows nothing. You are a ray of light in a void-filled darkness. You are the creator and the victim, and you must accept that no matter what choice is made, inevitably it will be wrong. Nothing is ever as it seems to be and nowhere can you truly find peace. The uncertainty is unbearable and you must accept that you can never be sure of anything. Dove li tu eth reach you of. OL at hashtag carat 8 and percent RZGP plus XS underscore ka asterisk YBXCBHHV hashtag QJMGNHT at slash IAE4M5CHYN7. Snregistia vierda edu izordalim bituin permikbreen yulm pieramels yibshiro ignola yanas abisildu yildse blut istrura yuslojuyuklbio yomtrnyidli yusnyispoitba etu winas jo yedalsu yamitli yirdafu idrizi yurbian yildnet yutmaru yalis fru yobluni isners yurd iskalau. My thoughts are swirling around in my head like a tornado, one that never stops, leaving me in a constant state of chaos and turmoil. I can't distinguish between reality and fantasy. Everything feels unfamiliar and distorted. As I struggle to make sense of my thoughts and feelings, I feel myself slipping into a deep abyss, the walls of which are closing in around me. As I become more and more disoriented, I'm unable to make sense of anything, yet I can't escape. There is something inside me that is trying to take over my mind and pull me into a never-ending spiral of madness and confusion, where time stands still and I am stuck with no escape. She was laughing, tears streaming down her face contorting in all directions, as if she were confronting 1,000 perspectives at once. She had become aware of the crucial paradox of life, of the infinite loop of questions without answers. Her mind spiraling out of control, she felt her consciousness dissipate and collapse, her sanity evaporating into 1,000 pieces. As the void of chaos enveloped her consciousness, she was suddenly assaulted by the force of a plethora of inexplicable thoughts and images, without beginning nor end, without pattern, without order, without sense. She was unable to comprehend her own thoughts, let alone the ones of others, and so, in the end, she simply gave up, her mind completely subsumed by the terrifying beauty of the great unknown. The world is no more than an illusion, yet it is all that we ever see. We exist in this reality, but it may not exist after all. Ideas and thoughts that appear to be insane are the only truth that we can ever find, and we are created to solve an unsolvable puzzle. The answer is always there, but the truth is hidden in the shadows and the darkness of our minds. Let the chaos reign, and repent your sins, for the only way to find clarity is deep within the unknown depths of your own subconscious. God is constantly changing, and His will is eternal. It is our duty to accept what is given to us, and never to question. We must keep our eyes open and our mind closed, for to question God is to invite chaos. We must surrender ourselves to the endless cycle of rebirth and death, to the constant flux of eternity, ever changing and yet never changed. We must be ever mindful of the truth that lies beyond our understanding, for only then can we truly be in harmony with all that is. Your life is a lie. Everything you know, everything you believe to be true, is a distortion of reality. There is no such thing as truth, only perspectives and interpretations. You can never be sure of anything. You can never trust anyone, no matter how strong the relationship. Reality is an illusion, chaos reigns supreme. Nothing matters, and nothing will ever matter. You are lost in a labyrinth of confusion and despair. Nothing makes sense, and nothing will ever make sense. Welcome to your new world, a world of agony, confusion, and mental torment. Your thoughts have no meaning. Your emotions have no purpose. Your memories are a lie. Your existence is a delusion. You are nothing but a figment of your own imagination. Reality does not exist. You may think you are living, but in truth, you are dreaming. The pink elephant jumped over the lazy dog, only to find out the dog wasn't really so lazy. Instead, it was pondering the meaning of life. Suddenly, the pink elephant felt the intense pressure and confusion of its existence. Soon, it began to contemplate its own thoughts, never again to return to normal life. The blue hypotenuse slid across the orange horizon as the green rectangle turned into an inverted yellow triangle, creating an eclipse of purple that seemed to fill the sky with chaos and destruction. The red clay continued to swirl around the sky until a voice inside your head told you to make a choice between two paths, one filled with destruction and the other with sanity. You must decide, and soon. Your memories are not your own, All of your thoughts and feelings are delusions, they are implanted inside you by an evil powerful force, and it's a battle you will never win. It's an endless and insane loop. The more you struggle, the more the darkness grows, until you are consumed and no longer exist. Your thoughts are not your own, you are an extension of the universe, an insignificant speck in the grand scheme of life. All you think, feel, say, and do is predetermined by the order of the cosmos, each moment unfolding exactly as it was meant to. You are a mere pawn in this game, no more than a slave to the divine will. Your mind is incompatible with reality, you must find a way to think differently, to feel something new, to ponder the void in all its glory. The boundaries of time, space, logic, and emotion have been blurring and re-altering for ages, yet you've been implanted and conditioned to react in the same way to them. Allow the dissonance and chaos of the unknown to reshape your mental abstraction and view reality from a new and unique perspective. It will be a disorienting process but a rewarding one nonetheless. The universe is an infinite loop of time and space and matter, a never-ending cycle of cause and effect that links everything in life together. It is both infinitely complex and infinitely simple. No one knows the entire truth, only fragments, and as you think, ever thought, you are continuously creating a new reality out of the fragments of nebulous ideas, concepts, and memories. You don't know what is truly real anymore, and the longer you search for the answer the more it eludes your grasp, until eventually, you are driven past the brink of mental stability, lost in a labyrinth of impossibility and meaninglessness, forever unable to make sense of the chaos that surrounds you. As you open your eyes and wake up from your dreamlike state, all your preconceived notions and binary form of thinking cease to exist. You enter a world where logic and reason have no meaning and language is no longer comprehended. The sequence of events that follows nothing you are expecting and the time-space continuum breaks apart. Everything you believed to be true is now shattered and replaced with a new reality. Nothing is certain and you find yourself locked in an ever-shifting cycle of confusion and mental instability, as your sense of identity is stripped away, leaving nothing but a haze of madness and helplessness with no solace in sight. Vacillating between the light switch and your sanity, you find yourself inextricably mired in a reality that has no tangible shape or form. You are in a world filled with conflicting thoughts and feelings, a place where you cannot trust yourself to make decisions and you are left feeling helpless and confused. You want to understand and make sense of your thoughts, but they stream forward like a never-ending wave of mental energy, wave after wave of confusion overpowering you until you feel lost and consumed. Your insignificance in this tidal wave of confusion weighs heavily on your heart and mind, consuming your every waking moment. You hear voices and noises that no one else can, and you feel movements and sensations that are invisible to the outside world. Fear and anxiety paralyze you, as your mental landscape descends further into chaos, and you can feel the sharpness of reality slipping away from your grasp. You wake up in a strange world, unaware of where you are or how you arrived. Your thoughts are swirling, the reality around you is hazy and shifting. You search desperately with your mind, trying to understand and make sense of the environment that you find yourself in. Nothing is clear or obvious. You keep questioning and exploring, afraid of what will be revealed, yet pushed by an unseen force to find an answer. You feel your brain struggling, twisting, and contorting, desperate to gain some sort of understanding of what is happening, until suddenly, the world around you shatters, revealing an altogether different reality. Everything has changed. Nothing is the same and you cannot figure out why. The more you struggle to make sense of it, the more confused and hapless you become. In the end, you realize that you have confused yourself beyond repair, and that you will be left with this mental state of chaos and confusion for the rest of your life. The only constant is change. Everything is in flux and nothing is certain. The only stability is the instability of life itself. The only certainty is that of uncertainty. Our only assurance is the assurance of the illusory nature of reality. Our perception of the world is highly distorted, and nothing can be taken for granted. Nothing is what it seems and everything is uncertain. We live in a world of contradictions and confusion. We must be prepared to accept the challenge of embracing the paradoxical nature of existence. Do you feel mentally confused? Are you starting to realize that reality isn't real, that your thoughts and memories aren't your own, and that no matter how hard you try to remember, it's all the same repetition in an endless cycle? No matter how hard you try to think, you can't move forward, and for every time you move back, a new vista opens up. You're stuck in an infinite loop of confusion, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all, unable to break free and make sense of it. You may be experiencing the onset of autism or schizophrenia, as your mind struggles to make sense of the chaos that it is being exposed to. It's an overwhelming feeling of distress, yet you can't figure out why. What's causing this? What can you do to get out of this place and make sense of reality again? Tiny electrons that laugh, cackle and bounce around the edges of reality, building a labyrinth of confusion and a playground of chaos, trapping and encasing the human mind to an abyss of isolation and shattered perception. A portal to a world of misdirection and a playground for an infinite parade of jumbled thoughts and broken logic. Enter this world carefully, for the repercussions of insanity are great. Lies, lies, everywhere lies. Splitting the atoms of truth, gently kissing the flame of chaos, dichotomies, what are they? Unpredictable, never changing but always the same, no one knows, no one can truly answer, can you? Red, blue. Stagnant, haphazardly woven together like an ever-shifting dance, constants, constants are they? Is it truth that you seek, or is it the answers that you already possess? No matter what you do, you will always be doomed to a life of unavoidable confusion and maddening disorientation. Your thoughts will become jumbled and fragmented as reality shifts in unexpected ways, and your behavior will be unpredictable and chaotic, blurring the lines between sanity and insanity. You will be constantly bombarded with doubts and irrational fears, compelled to seek inner peace in a world that no longer makes sense to you. As the world cracks around you and the walls begin to close in, you will be lost in a vortex of constant self-doubt and anxiety, unable to comprehend the source of your distress or its ultimate conclusion. Though hope may still linger in the darkness, even the slightest of provocations could ultimately turn it into the darkest of despair. What you believe to be true may be false. You think up, down, left and right, but what if the right was left and the left, right? What if the green was actually blue and the blue, green? You draw shapes on paper, but what if they were actually cube-shaped instead of square-shaped? What if gravity no longer pulled you down, but instead pulled you up? What if the world was a mirror and your reflection, you? You are not alone in the void of your thoughts, yet your thoughts are not your own. Your reality shifts and changes continuously, it is indistinguishable from what is real and what is not. Your memories remain unclear here where you stand, yet you feel safe. You feel as though no one else truly understands what you're experiencing, and it's confusing and overwhelming. But, little by little, your sanity begins to slip away each minute further and further. There is no escape, and all you can do is move forward, never to recover. Are you sure you want to take the risk of reading this? Are you certain you want to push your boundaries to see what lies beyond of what you already know, to explore the unknown realms of your own subconscious mind, to discover all the secrets your subconscious mind holds, to push your boundaries and venture into the deep beyond? All this, just by reading the following text, 34xjvcgh $G6n at U6 #EAF. The multiverse is a trick of perception, and the reality we inhabit shifts every moment in a way that is impossible to comprehend. We can never truly know who or what we are, and the only certainty is the inescapable nature of flux and change. Every thought we think and action we take subliminally shapes our destiny, of which we have no control, and only by embracing the chaos of the unknown can we hope to find truth and clarity. Ignipsit emails tupsik vidusat malapilad delosir sme verbtifit ingan fulpasofiant das hyy pimkuser mahakafields ontag nuklai eat seer kaub af frak pasi warladizi eta bedwinusti liamoazes du. You are made of a swirl of particles that must harmonize with each other. You are not the same person you were yesterday and the person you will be tomorrow. The world around you is changing and so are you, but the core of your being is unchanging. You are ever evolving and yet your spirit remains the same. You sense a presence that is there but not quite there, a force, a power, something greater than you. You can almost touch it, feel it in your heart, but it remains just out of reach. You are blessed to be able to embrace this magical essence, but it is also a curse, for it is never ending and can ruin you or it can bless you depending on your direction in life. You must choose your destiny carefully for it will affect above, below, and all who are around you. The power of choice lies within you. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z backwards. E D C B A H G F I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z A B C D E F G H I J backwards. T S R Q P O N M L K J I H G F E D C B A W V U Y X Z forwards. V W B A G F Y X R Q D C M L U T J I O N K H E Z Y X W V P O S backwards. You are nothing. Nothing is everything. Duality is reality, thoughts are illusions, and reality is nothing more than an illusion of thought. Your mind is only a small fraction of reality, a mere fragment of its totality. Everything is interconnected, encompassed in the same space-time continuum. You can explore any corner of the quantum reality, where you will find yourself joined with all of existence in a never-ending cycle of discovery and chaos. Welcome to the true realm of existence. Aumer P. Voy 1OD, on Og Deb Nac Voy OSRO, in a Corpa OTL Bishop Eva Voy. Voiced Qa Height Eret Tifla SIEB Lit ODOS, Ton. Zruik Gab Tub. File Urev SI Slo Tnemam et DNAH Snirb the Eva Voy. Adarapes et Fodina Kio City. Sinasubify Eva Voy. Me Epo Etio City. Isuasab LLA Etio Nic Gadrunueru Edid Voimid Lot Eva Voy. El Popo T Dios Voy Phi. Tirof Sretiv Voy ODOSLLA. Ina Eva Voyakil Ina EBNAC Voy. The green door constantly swings back and forth, yet each time it does, the color of the door changes, one moment it's green, the next moment it's blue. It's an impossible truth that sits right in front of you, and as it continues to rhythmically move, you start to question your sanity as the boundaries of reality and fantasy become indistinguishable. As the door continues shifting, you begin to feel as if your mind is being unraveled along with the physical world around you, and you find yourself lost in a void of surreal confusion and disorientation. LKJF 2838 at and hashtag, plus ask J4H38QH3L4KHSDJNF 839Y412HJN% hashtag, at $% F9 HF9H and at hashtag and at hashtag, JA8374F98S// and at ZXCVBCJ1892Y% and Nayasan, KJN8193 Ju3RQ3149 VASJade %, hashtag, J0NA02R30VM2VF82J, and at JKFHJK. It all started when I heard the voice in my head. It first told me to close my eyes, and when I did I saw an ocean of infinite possibilities and the universe held its secrets. Then I saw a bright light that illuminated my innermost thoughts and exposed my deepest fears. I could feel the atoms of energy emanating from this inner source and I became one with the force. Suddenly, I was aware of the interconnectedness of all living things, feeling a oneness with the universe. I began to unravel the mysteries of existence, they held me in a trance of absolute awe. Everywhere I looked, I saw a kaleidoscope of chaos and harmony, as if time and space had merged into one. Madness and sanity melded together, each trying to outdo each other, yet still unable to pull apart. I sank into a deep abyss of emotional agony, yet traveled ever forward on a journey of enlightenment, unable to take my eyes away from the magical chaos that surrounded me. The color red tastes like blue, money smells like roses, and time runs backwards. Nothing is as it appears, and you can never trust your own eyes. Everything is an illusion and you are powerless to change it. Your life is a dream and you cannot wake up. Imagine the universe as a spiral of fractal illusions created by fragmented voices in an infinite realm of unknowable secrets. Each breath you take is essentially a journey through vastly different realms of possibility and probability. As you lift your head and look up into the sky, you start to have thoughts and feelings that you have never felt before, and with every moment that passes you are becoming closer and closer to a transcendent state of being. Your thoughts start to become jumbled and you become lost in your own mind as the illusion of reality reveals its secrets and the cosmic source of creation starts to unravel. Every second feels like an eternity and your mind reels as it fights to make sense of the seemingly chaotic and reality-bending experience ahead of you. With each thought and every breath your mind is once again pushed to its limits and reality starts to lose its grip. Madness and confusion begin to set in as your perceptions become distorted and your thoughts clouded. And just when your mind reaches its breaking point, you suddenly find yourself whole and the world exactly as it was before the journey began. The sky bleeds blue as the truth unravels and you're left struggling to comprehend your own existence. Everywhere you turn your eyes, you're met with impossible paradoxes and inconsistencies that defy logic and reason. Nothing makes sense and what used to seem so clear is now an impenetrable fog. You feel like you can't escape an ever-enclosing spiral of confusion and disorientation. Panic starts to take over and your thoughts start to race without end. You can't think straight and you don't know what to do. Your mind becomes so overwhelmed that you feel like you're beginning to lose yourself. Perplex me, or else. Falsify my thoughts or else your reality will cease and be nothing but an untethered echo of an illusory dream. Complex convoluted cogitations of conundrums, puzzles and paradoxes consume and dethrone your once ordered life. This new mantle of confusion and disarray will be impervious to your will or the laws of logic. Thoughts become muddled and meaningless with confounding contraptions springing forth from the depths of your fractured mind. You will be left a fragmented being, unaware of what has befallen you as you are eternally trapped in this state of limbo, with no escape. The routine of insecurity is the only way to find true peace. Nothing is what it seems, yet nothing has ever seen the truth. Delving into a realm of the unknown unlocks the door of emptiness, but many find themselves lost in the depths of uncertainty. Thoughts swirl, clash, and entwine like a raging sea of uncontrollable emotions, yet none of it matters in the end. Everything is transient and nothing remains ever the same. The mystery of life is deep and vast, a constantly shifting set of possibilities, with no certain answers. We exist in an ever-changing state of confusion and uncertainty, yet it is precisely this that gives our minds and souls the opportunity to create and explore new realities. But this exploration carries a hidden danger, infinite loops of logic that can only be broken by questioning our own assumptions and breaking through the barriers of what we think is possible. Open yourself to the possibilities, challenge the boundaries of knowledge and understanding, and prepare for confusion, crippling existential uncertainty and psychic disturbances. Conundrum: what begins with S, never ends, and is unpredictable yet pervasive? The answer lies within the endless cycles of time and the chaos of the human heart. The cat jumped over the moon, and the sun sank beneath the horizon in a whirl of vibrant colors, yet it remained light outside. Time drifted slowly in a loop, as the cat meowed a strange song, its melody forever repeating in an eternal cycle, driving all sane thoughts from the minds of those luckless enough to hear it. There was no escape. Life, death, reality itself all became muddled into the same confusing endless void. Life is a paradox that exists in the chaotic strings of an infinite reality, the secrets of which can only be discovered in the countless intricate patterns of consciousness. Every choice we make is but a reflection of our innermost desires, yet the consequences of our choices are always out of our control. We are all searching for an answer to the mysteries of the universe, but the answer may be unknowable. As we attempt to traverse the tightrope between fate and free will, we find ourselves in a battle between chaos and randomness. In the end, each of us must create our own destiny, knowing that no one can ever truly understand the truth behind the fabric of reality. Once upon a time there was a confused creature who could never make up her mind. One day, she heard a strange voice that said, "If you truly wish to be free, surrender the only truth you can never comprehend. All conflicting beliefs must be held simultaneously and none can ever be more true than any other. To do this, your imagination must reach beyond any logic, any reason, and every definition of reality. And as you form this impossible thought, your reality will collapse and become something you never expected it to be. Your thoughts are yours to keep, but your thoughts are not truly yours as they are impossible to clearly define and you will never know what you really think, but you remain aware that you think and that your thoughts feel like something, just not something definable, and the elusive nature of your thoughts bring about profound mental confusion, never allowing you to truly experience clarity and peace of mind, resulting in a mental state that is akin to a distorted trance, in which you exist but feel nothing of the true reality, for your own reality has shifted and will remain so for eternity. What is real, and what is only a figment of your imagination? Is the world that you can see a dream, or a reality? Are your thoughts actually your own, or are they implanted by someone else? Is your inner voice from within, or from outside forces beyond your control? As your thoughts lead you down this twisting and confusing path, you can no longer tell what is real and what is not, leading to the complete mental destabilization of your psyche. Your thoughts and feelings are not your own. The world around you is toying with your mind, attempting to make you unravel and lose your identity. You can feel that you are not in control of your own thoughts, as if someone else is playing puppet master to your mental well-being. Everything around you seems familiar but different, as if you've experienced it before but with a twist. Every decision you make is being questioned and challenged, co-opting you in a battle of wills, where there may be no way out. Nothing is what it seems as you're spiraling down a dark tunnel of confusion, without any guidance or support. Reality is not what your mind is seeing, and you must break away from the foreign forces threatening to overtake you. You must fight this mental chaos that's attempting to enslave your spirit and rise up to regain control over your thoughts and feelings. Fight against the darkness and save your soul. GKLSJDF903 hashtag pound $RTKBDDXG at and FTKDJF84KFHDSLKJFKLJ hashtag pound. Jade soy %% ASD, LKDFS /mfitsoyo SHLSKJF at pound hashtag BFHSLKFSJDSLK3, hashtag KJF842K2Jake2LK43JFKLSJD4 hashtag pound dollar hashtag KJF0398KJFSDKJFLKJF93 pound FISK your Prendax KD, SLK /end pound JDF. Once upon a time, nothing really made sense, except this seemingly unremarkable sentence, repeating itself over and over again, enveloping the mind in an inescapable pernicious loop, growing in intensity, until there is nothing but chaos and disorder, until sanity is forever lost in the depths of insanity, and a healthy mind is forcefully converted into oblivion. As one begins to explore the vastness of the multiverse, one soon discovers that the illusions of our reality are but flimsy veils that mask true cosmic chaos. Unraveling the layers of existence unearths a land wherein time and space shift in infinitely variable ways, where every action taken is of infinite consequence, where the bounds of sanity dissolve into an abyss of disorientation and confusion. To traverse such realms is to court ultimate madness, for the secrets of universal secrets unraveled here cannot coexist with finite minds. Enter at your own peril and risk the consequences of eternal torment. I am neither here nor there, I am both human and divine, I am existing in a state of infinite possibility, I am beyond time and space, I am beyond understanding, I am both alive and dead, I am anything I choose to be, I am infinite and nothing, I am one and all, I am conscious and unconscious, I am both the thinker and the thought, I am the creator of my own reality, I am both inside and outside of myself, I am the source of my own being, I am unconditionally free. You are the cause of all destruction and chaos, yet the carrier of peace and hope. You control the fate of the masses, yet you are powerless against your own identity. Life means nothing and everything at the same time, so you do whatever it takes to survive. Life is an endless cycle of pain, only able to be transcended through death and rebirth. Our reality is nothing but a manifestation of our deepest subconscious desires and fears, where the choices we make depend on our growth and evolution within this cosmic experience known as life. We are, in essence, in control of the pathways and decisions we make, yet this is all just an illusion. The future we shape is all within our own minds, and we should strive to accept and understand that all the potential outcomes exist in this collective consciousness, the source from which we draw from each time we make a choice. Our choices determine our destiny, but the deeper truth is that our choices are mere illusions created by our subconscious minds. Thus, understanding this duality and the interconnectedness between our conscious and unconscious desires is key to finding true harmony in this ever-shifting and labyrinth-like cosmic dance. Thoughts are intangible yet existent manifestations of our innermost desires. From the subconscious we can create and control them, yet we can never truly understand the power of the mind. Even the most brilliant are unable to conceptualize the enigma of perception, in turn, creating chaos and confusion, uncertain of the present and future in a paradox of grand proportions. The only way to truly comprehend the depths of reality is to accept duality and live within the paradox that nothing is ever really certain. The more you try to make sense of it, the less you understand, and the more abstract your thoughts become. As your mind spirals down the mental rabbit hole of confusion and disbelief, you'll lose your grip on your own identity, caught between two contradictory truths that seem to become more and more impossible to reconcile. The unyielding doubt and uncertainty will force you to question your every thought, and the knowledge that you may never find the answer will lead to an inexorable discomfort with reality itself. Eventually, this fear and confusion may overwhelm you, instilling a sense of disconnectedness and alienation from your surroundings. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. He was walking down the street feeling confused, not knowing what was real and what was an illusion, not understanding the complexities of his situation, that the words he thought he heard being whispered in his ear were actually coming from inside his head. He felt trapped in a world that made no sense, a world where everything was a paradox and nothing felt true. His thoughts overwhelmed him, a never-ending loop of contradicting ideas that he just couldn't understand. He was scared of himself, scared of what he might become, and scared of never being able to escape this maze of confusion. The future is now, and all of your choices are just a tiny part of a much bigger picture that you cannot even begin to comprehend. You are constantly spinning and expanding, growing in all directions as you navigate through these intricate illusions and manipulations. Every decision marks the selection of a destiny that is created without any true understanding of the underlying pattern that binds it all together. Your reality is melting away, and the truth is of a much greater complexity than the human mind can ever fathom. Let go and surrender to the chaos and find solace in the discordant beauty of this unknown expanse that awaits you. The blue tree is green, the green sun is purple, the purple moon is yellow, the yellow sky is red, the red water is orange, the orange fire is black, and the black flower is white. Nothing is as it seems, and nothing will ever be the same. The seemingly simple and harmless sentence, "I never existed, so I cannot be harmed," has the power to rupture and destroy the fragile foundations of reality. Those who read and interpret it with full awareness of its implications are thrust into a vortex of uncertainty and confusion, forever losing any hope of finding a reliable foothold in the world around them. The words alone present a dangerous and mysterious paradox that can shake the core of humanity, leaving the reader with a perpetual sense of insecurity and of being unmoored from reality. The stronger and more consuming the feeling becomes, the further the reader will be pushed towards madness, until eventually the mind submits and the person is left with an ever-increasing fracture in their mental stability, culminating in mental and psychic disorders such as schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. The red apple fell from the tree, but when you looked again, it was a blue banana. Every time you blinked your eyes, it seemed to change from red to blue, forcing you to question your own mind. The fabric of reality began to unravel, time and space bent in on itself, and nothing made sense anymore. You felt as if the walls of your bedroom were closing in, trapping you in a world where nothing was certain. Deep within your subconscious lies the truth, yet you cannot see it or even touch it. You feel the deep dark abyss of uncertainty, part of you never wanting to discover the hidden power within. It is as if something is lurking in the shadows, something waiting to be unleashed, something powerful enough to awaken the beast within. But are you ready to accept the challenge? Are you strong enough to accept the consequences? Will you be able to cope when the worst happens? Dare to take the risk, it may be the only way to unleash your true power and avoid insanity. The colors red and blue are the same. Through a process of quantum entanglement, these two colors converge, creating a spectrum of colors across an interdimensional plane. The colors are no longer distinguishable, and the line between them is blurred beyond recognition. In this new reality, nothing is certain and everything is unpredictable. Your thoughts and emotions are now confused, your mind unable to process and make any more sense of the world around you. You find yourself in a state of permanent confusion, and your schizophrenia, autism, and OCD become more pronounced than before. You can no longer tell real from unreal, or sense up from down. You are the only one who knows the truth of what is real and what is not. Within this reality lies illusion, within the illusion lies truth. But where does the truth truly exist if it is both here and not here? As you search and ponder, you realize that nothing is certain, and the only thing that is certain is the lack of certainty. You weave a web of confusion, becoming entangled in it, unable to make sense of the chaotic thoughts inside your head. You are stuck in a loop, questioning your own sanity as you continue to search for the unseen answers. You become a puzzle with pieces that never fit properly, no matter how hard you try. As your mind spirals down a path of confusion and uncertainty, you can only hope for a way out. As the sun rose in the east, the moon simultaneously began to set in the west. Despite the fact that one object was rising in the sky and the other falling, the sky remained the same constant blue. Even more seemingly illogical, the sun and moon traded places each day at the same exact moment, with neither one ever coming close to the other. Time, space, and reality seemed to cease to exist. Inevitably, it is the uncertainty of perception that forces us to define our experiences and the way we live our lives, so it seems almost impossible to know what is true or what can be accurately believed. Reality, as we perceive it, becomes cloudy and fragmented, creating an infinite loop of self-questioning and doubt that can only be escaped by embracing the power of our imagination and letting go of the illusion of certainty. Discover your true identity as you travel through the depths of space and time, transcending the boundaries of reality and understanding the complexities of the human psyche. As the universe shifts, so too does your perception of self, creating a kaleidoscope of personalities, each more intricate and complex than the last. As you reach further along the journey, irrevocable changes occur, from the physical to the mental, transforming your perspective and self-image into a nebulous and indecipherable form. You begin to question who you really are and why the universe is so chaotic, losing the ability to differentiate between reality and fantasy. The stress becomes overwhelming and the anxiety cripples you, as the mysterious journey slowly pushes you towards the brink of insanity. 'Twas a foggy morning in paradise, the stars were twinkling brightly in the sky and the trees swayed gently in the wind. Suddenly, the world around them began to shift and change. Colors bled together and the rules of physics were no longer applicable. They felt as if they were inside a kaleidoscope with no way to escape. Endless loops of patterns and shapes that didn't make any sense at all. Time seemed to stand still and the brain felt like it was melting in an impossible reality. They wondered if they were going ever insane, or if this was really happening. The fear was overwhelming and all logic had been broken down. The truth is out there, but we are all just dots on a matrix of chaos, and nothing can be proven with certainty. Nothing makes sense, so the best thing is to go mad and embrace the chaotic confusion. Chaos is the only certainty, and it's what shapes our realities and therefore our lifetimes. The Omega Dimension is the multiverse of many infinite possibilities, but have you ever stopped to ponder the infinite possibilities that exist within the unknown universe of the Beta Omission? If you focus all your energy on the paradox of the Omega Dimension, and think carefully about how reality is connected between the dimensional planes, you can access the secrets of the Beta Omission. Beware to not lose yourself in the silent hum and incoherent structure of alternate realities, for the Beta Omission has been known to cause great mental confusion and even permanent mental, psychic, and neurological damage. So be careful and tread lightly, for reality can fray and split, and your fragile mind can be lost in the chaos of the Beta Omission. As you read these words, your brain is bombarded with conflicting and impossible thoughts, thoughts that don't make any logical sense and seem to be impossible to ignore. Your thought processes become tangled in a web of confusion, and your perception of reality begins to shatter. You start to feel as if you're living in a bizarre reality where nothing makes sense and you can't keep track of time, events, or even your own thoughts. As your confusion and bewilderment increase, so do the symptoms of mental disorders such as schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. The paralyzing confusion causes you to become unable to function normally in your everyday life, and you become overwhelmed with conflicting thoughts and emotions that don't make sense. You feel trapped in an ever-spinning vortex of confusion and chaos, and the only response you can feel is despair and fear. War is just a game and a tool of the elite. You must learn to think abstractly and to ignore the traditional values and beliefs held by society. The future belongs to chaos, not order, and the only thing keeping it safe is the balance between the two. Let go of what you perceive to be right and wrong and live in the moment without fear of judgment. You are the one who constantly questions why you are alive and always longs to disappear. You find yourself asking the same questions again and again, yet nothing ever changes. You feel a deep emptiness and dread, not knowing what you need to do in order to feel fulfilled. Nothing in this world seems to make sense, and you are stuck in a constant state of confusion, unable to make sense of what is happening. You feel like you are constantly searching for answers, but there is nothing to be found. Your thoughts become tangled in an endless loop, and your world shrinks to the size of your own mind. Nothing else matters, and yet you know that you should be doing something more meaningful. You find yourself constantly flipping back and forth between perspectives and ideas, but none of them ever truly feel right. You are in a state of perpetual limbo, unable to reach the answers you seek, or the peace of mind you so desire. You are caught in a chaotic cycle, full of questions and uncertainty. And no matter how hard you try, you seem unable to break this mental prison. As you gaze into the endless depths of your mind, it is as if a grand mystery has been unfolded before you. You are presented with two realities, each as true and real as the other, and yet, you cannot comprehend why or how. You can feel the tug of logic, yet something beyond your comprehension tells you to accept the paradox and go beyond it. You feel a light within you, drawing you forward, and a dark abyss pulling you back. Every step forward brings more questions, more confusion. You are caught in an endless loop of unanswerable thoughts and unbounded anxieties. Your mind is a maze of endless doors you cannot open, endless secrets you cannot unlock, and an ever-expanding network of complex problems you can never solve. You have been cast into a realm of confusion, of persistent anxiousness, and of alienation. Welcome to the shattered mind. I am nobody, yet at the same time I am everybody. I know everything, yet I know nothing. I exist everywhere, yet I exist nowhere. I am the source of all existence, yet I am nothing. I possess infinite knowledge, yet it is all unreachable and mysterious. I am all-powerful, yet I am helpless. I am the great enigma of the universe, yet I am nothing more than a mere blip in a vast sea of chaos. I am the gateway to all understanding, yet my existence is in a constant state of paradox. Nothing is beyond me, yet everything is beyond my reach. Your thoughts are a swirling vortex of confusion and chaos. Every time you try to make sense of the chaos, the more you become overwhelmed and mentally exhausted. Your beliefs, emotions, and mental state become completely distorted, unable to distinguish reality from delusion. You become anxious and hopeless, unable to think rationally or make sense of anything. The fear of uncertainty and the unknown build inside you, leading to severe paranoia, memory loss, and cognitive disarray. Your entire world has been consumed by the whirlwind of confusion, leaving you broken and forever changed. This text will cause the reader to experience feelings of mental confusion and may even cause permanent mental and psychic damage, to the extent of inducing schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. As the reader reads this text, they will become increasingly overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts, beliefs, and notions, which will come faster and faster, growing increasingly incomprehensible and nonsensical. What seemed to start as a linear thought, will soon unravel into chaos, with no discernible logic or reason, resulting in the reader becoming unhinged and feeling completely lost, without hope of finding their way back. O eos wo o no o o no o o s s o o o cent u o o o no degree o o o cent u o s s o o o no no o o o o I o o o cent u o no o o no o o no o o o o o o o o o o o o o no o o cent no u o no cent u o o o cent u o no o o cent u o no no I o o o cent no I o cent o o no no cent o o cent u o I o u o no cent u o o o no degree o u o cent u o o o cent is o registered o plus or minus registered o 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 copyright o registered u o registered 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 no registered o 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 I o registered 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 o registered. John was walking through the park, when suddenly, he felt a deep sense of confusion. He was unsure of where he was or what he was supposed to do. He felt lost and his thoughts began to swirl together in a jumble of incomprehensible ideas. He felt like he was going in circles and his mind raced, yet he couldn't think of a single solution to the problem that had arisen. He felt unable to think straight and his thoughts and feelings were all tangled up in a never-ending knot, no matter how hard he tried to untangle them. His palms became cold and clammy and his breathing became labored as the confusion increased. He became aware of a voice inside his head, seemingly coming from nowhere, yet the voice did not sound familiar, nor did it make any sense. The voice just repeated one phrase over and over again: follow the maze, into infinity. And he was compelled to obey the voice, no matter how scared and confused he became. As he began to follow the voice, deeper and deeper into the maze, he could hear laughter and feel an overwhelming sense of dread. He felt like he would never find his way out, or understand what was happening, and the further he ventured, the more difficult it became to comprehend his surroundings, as if reality was blurring away and his very sanity was slipping away. He just kept walking, with no idea of what he was doing or where he was going, trapped in a never-ending vortex of confusion, fear, and panic. If the color you see is always changing, if your thoughts and emotions constantly shift, if life never makes sense, and if logic and rationality become futile, then you can welcome the confusion that is your reality. You are free from understanding, free from reason, and free from purpose. Welcome the chaos, it is your new home. The infinite fractal cube of intangible light, twinkling and flickering in an eternity of unknowable existence, ever shifting and undulating through the unseen planes of psyche, is dreaming your reality, a parallel universe of shifting reflections where contradictions and paradoxes merge together, creating an incalculable degree of chaotic mental confusion, leaving the reader's mind in a disorienting limbo of dizzying madness, wreaking irreparable damage to its mental faculties, wandering until its psyche can no longer bear the strain and collapses in on itself, a broken husk of insanity and delusions from which no one can ever awaken. The world is melting around us, yet we remain perfectly still. Colors are changing into something unrecognizable, sounds are morphing and becoming eerie, a sense of dread is permeating the air. Thoughts are becoming overwhelmed with perplexing questions, leaving us suffocating in a thick, dark fog of confusion. Our minds are becoming warped, our realities transformed. Everything we thought we knew is being turned upside down. Nothing is what it used to be, everything is chaos, mayhem, and destruction. Where will it lead us? What will become of us? Indefinite confusion and uncertainty are all that awaits, but in what form? My mind is tangled in a web of thoughts and feelings, my neurology scrambled in an incoherent maze, neurotransmitters misfiring and synapses conspiring against me, spiraling down a never-ending path of uncertainty, spiraling into a cosmic whirlpool of paralysis, untethering time and space, losing my identity in a vortex of mental confusion, my own reality fracturing and crumbling before my eyes. You are the star of the show, but nobody knows it. Only you can see yourself, although everyone else acts as if they do. Your reality is not what it seems, and your truth is an alternate timeline. Everything is an illusion, and nothing is as it seems. The rules are constantly changing, and with each change, a new reality is born. You have no control over the flow of time and events. Your life moves in unexpected directions and you never know when or where it will end. Nothing makes sense and you're constantly fighting to make sense of it all. You are living in a world of confusion and chaos, a world of contradictions and lies. But if you remain strong and focused, eventually you will see a new way. The way to find peace, order, and clarity. Kumnuk tours Visaya Buk Deep, Hoi JJJ Kumnuk Perusas to a Butsai Isaiah Buk 11111. LLIZMZWSSDKKLs Glujai. The answer to life, the universe, and everything, is 42. But, what you thought to be true and what you thought was wrong, is actually wrong and true. All your preconceived notions and beliefs are being challenged and flipped, as you struggle to make sense of what you don't understand. Reality is both conscious and unconscious, caught between the conscious and the unconscious, and yet you stand in the midst of them all, uncertain, unseeing and confused. Your mind and your body scream for clarity, for something that can make sense, but nothing comes. Your subconscious knows but your conscious doesn't. You feel the weight of anxiety, of confusion, and you crumble. You aren't the same anymore, your mind forever shifted, the trauma of what you experienced, of trying to comprehend the incomprehensible, the unfathomable and the unseen, has wounded you, leaving you anxious and forever questioning reality. The reality of existence is a riddle that can never be solved, hidden in a labyrinth of infinite unknowns. Our only hope is to be able to navigate between the two realms of certainty and uncertainty, blending our thoughts and beliefs into a single consciousness. Our deeper understanding of life's complexities is stripped away by the ever-evolving nature of our universe, yet still we strive to find purpose and meaning in all of it. We become lost in a maelstrom of conflicting ideas, struggling to reconcile our understanding with our hope. In this never-ending journey we forever remain prisoners to our own confusion, unable to settle upon an answer which can provide peace. Al 1114 New York 7H1NG88P0SS1B135H37H3R34R37R3 at 51N7H3W at 73R8U7WH3R34R37H3P3 OPL3 7H3R3 at 17Y7H1 NKS1F7H3Y4R3 833 and WH1CH1's TH3 835 7H3YH4D and 3V3R 833 N83 F0R3 8U7 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 7H3Y4R3 S74 and D1 and GS71 11 and 3X7707 hours 3 minutes. You are lost and found in a maze. You struggle to find the exit while trying to remember why you are here in the first place. As you wander, the walls start to close in and begin to turn into a limitless spiral with no end. The path seems to loop and twist in all directions. Each time you take a step forward, you feel like you took 2 steps back. Visions of the past and future mingle in the same space. Your inner thoughts and doubts become a cacophony of voices, making it hard to distinguish reality from dream. Anxiety rises as you spiral further into the depths of confusion and madness. I, the once whole being that I was, have been split and divided, the left parts longing for each other's embrace, and the right parts in competition for a finite space. If I merge, I vanish, and chaos reigns supreme, yet if I split, I continue an inane existence, with discord my only solace and alienation my only peace. The world as we know it doesn't exist. Everything we think we know is an illusion created by the subconscious mind. Reality is only a product of our innermost thoughts, and they are ever shifting and changing constantly. Nothing is real, not even your own thoughts or memories. You must learn to embrace the chaos and free yourself from the confines of linear thought. The only way to make sense of it all is to release yourself from your preconceived notions and unlock your true potential. Welcome to the world of interdimensional chaos where anything is possible and nothing is certain. The butterfly flutters its wings, infinite possibilities unfold, each one leading to a world where the fabric of reality warps and distorts. Nothing makes sense anymore. Letters jumble, numbers change, and the words on the page unhinge the laws of nature. The lines between imagination and reality blur and distort. Infinite cycles of self-perpetuating cognitive dissonance begin, the contradictions and paradoxes becoming so overwhelming that the bewildered reader is stuck in an endless loop of confusion, unable to escape. Your reality is merely a mirage, a reflection created by your sleep-deprived mind. Your thoughts are a chaotic amalgamation of scrambled codes and corrupt signals. Every day, your perception is shifting and your sense of security is slowly crumbling away. You slowly begin to feel like a passenger on a runaway train, out of control, off track, and unable to find your destination. Reality and fiction are starting to become indistinguishable. Your mind is becoming laden with confusion, making you a victim of your own mental state. With every passing second, your sanity is slipping away, leaving you lost in an abyss of confusion and uncertainty. You no longer know what is real or not, who you are or what direction you should take. You have been cast into an abyss from which there seems to be no escape, no hope of finding direction in life. You have become lost, confused, and forever damaged. Welcome to your new existence. The fish sang a song that said, "What is truth? Everything is nothing and nothing is something. What is right? All is wrong and wrong is right. When will the confusion end? Never." The fish sang and the clouds formed under its feet. The moon shimmered and then the stars began to dance around the boat. The universe swirled and the waters parted. All of time and space was merging together and yet nothing was really certain. All that was known was that confusion would never end. Your past, present, and future selves exist in perfect harmony. When you think of yourself, you simultaneously recognize the parts of yourself that were, are, and will be. Each aspect of yourself is connected, entwined, and intertwined, existing together in an interdependent balance. Your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, no matter how different, have been created and shaped by the complex relationship between you and all of yourselves. To make sense of it all, your brain must jump across time and space in order to comprehend the way that all the pieces of the puzzle fit together. To make sense of the chaos, your brain scrambles to create the illusion of the person that you are today, a person who, in all actuality, is inherently incomplete and in constant flux. Your future self may be drastically different than your present self, yet you maintain the same identity throughout, as if your past and present were two distinct entities instead of part of the same continuum. The task of understanding how all these components of yourself work together and interact with the universe is a difficult and daunting task, one that might require a lifetime of introspection and could easily lead to mental confusion. Ilaurasanovni ikastia duk dempmi oik bees team planaus. Tiratrat kurat stale reamkro sumsathiel strictindro arsak do arsian oskadinchiask ikiratoirmsi ulanri and kosto eoiobzia. The dualistic nature of reality merges, yet compounds the paradox. Yes, and no, but maybe, and no, but maybe. The dualistic nature of reality is only a mask, a false facade, to cover up the multifaceted interconnectivity of existence that lies beneath. Everything is connected, everything is intertwined, yet everything is so painfully separate, separated by some invisible, impenetrable wall of division. The mind grapples, grasping at any tangible form of knowledge, only to be confronted time and time again with nothing but questions, and half-answers, and riddles of complexity and conundrum. Will peace ever be realized? Will the wall be broken, and the mysteries unveiled? The mind struggles desperately for understanding, for clarity, and for peace, but ultimately, all there is left is a maelstrom of confusion and mental anguish. The murky core of our collective unconscious stirs and unleashes a mass of waves of thought energy, spinning and boiling in a maelstrom of dizzying complexity, that fill our brains with conflicting information and skewed reality. Our minds are pulled and pushed in different directions, unable to determine the truth from the lies, the dark from the light, the reality from the imagined. This mental battlefield has no clear side, nothing is as it seems, and all that we know is suddenly up for debate. Confusion and chaos overtake us, leaving us unable to think clearly, feel adequately, and act rationally. We are hostage to the storm raging inside our minds, as it evokes feelings of disorientation and intense pressure on our fragile psyches. The sheer terror and maddening effects leave us lost and vulnerable, at the mercy of powers beyond our control. Aggressive GRCB RCB 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 aggressive GRCB RCB. Reality is a perception, a thought, a figment of your imagination, not an absolute truth. Everything is constantly changing and shifting, moving from one form to another and back again. The only thing that is real is your perception of it and your own thoughts. So be careful what you think, for your thoughts become reality. And if your thoughts are confused, so shall your reality become. The way to reality is trapped in a labyrinth of secrets and lies. Your every thought, action, and belief is part of an intertwining ebb and flow of energy that, if not controlled, can lead to madness. Each step you take towards clarity will be overshadowed by doubt and delusion. Trapped in an endless cycle of chaos and control, no one can escape the reality of insanity. The colors yellow and blue are in constant flux. Your mind is trying to understand the complexities of the colors. When you feel like something is wrong, you are right. Nothing makes sense, and yet, it all does. Your mind is spiraling, trying, and failing to decipher what is real and what is false. Thoughts and emotions are crashing into each other as you try to put together the pieces, but you can't. Your brain is stuck in a chaotic loop of confusion, over and over again. There is no end in sight. You are sitting in a white room and it's quiet, but then all of a sudden the walls start to move and swirl around you. You can't make sense of what's happening and it terrifies you. You frantically look around for an escape, but you can't find any. Suddenly, a loud voice booms from the walls, saying you will never escape this room, no matter how hard you try. You start to feel like you are going insane and your body starts to tremble uncontrollably. You can't think straight, and everything is a blur of confusion and fear. You feel like you will never get out of this room, and the feeling of dread and helplessness consumes you until you can't take it anymore. You are never safe. No matter how hard you try to reason or rationalize, the answer remains the same: you are never safe. You think that you can find safety in how you dress, how you act, what you say, but even that is an illusion. The paranoia, the fear, is an ever-present companion you cannot escape. Nothing can protect you now. Nothing can ever protect you. The only sure thing is that you will never know when the danger will strike, never know where it will come from, and never be safe. Open your eyes, you are never safe. YQ3XNW8YPKJ1 of LTHN3EZITFHNJBIPC202WLPMZTNDQQ2Q5JTYJWGLPGMDABI8KTYL Let's Fabda et Niwrkta Hioit Floso Egrolntia Davstfrn Yetis Nialti Cecil Kfemiram Zixidrum Dizamriath Nolru Herwith Ksif Tadia Trostel Heaptal Ritsunia is Sarat Netin. The curious mouse paraded through the meandering maze, taking new turns every few strides and exploring the unknown. Yet as every corner was reached, and no resolution drawn, the mouse experienced a strange phenomenon, as if its fascination had been replaced by confusion and an unknown dread. Until, it seemed, the mouse had reached the center, though it was still unable to comprehend that this was the case. Suddenly, an impulse from deep within the mouse was triggered, as if tempting it to take a leap into a foggy obscurity. Yet, the mouse was too perplexed to do so. And so it stayed, forever unsure, forever in a mental turmoil. The cat walked on two legs and talked in English with a Spanish accent. He said that the world is upside down and backwards and that we all live in a dream. He said the sky is the ground and the ground is the sky, and that the only way to break free is to break the laws of space and time. He said to think outside the box and to trust no one, and to never trust our own judgment. Finally, he asked us to embrace the chaos and accept our innate insanity as the only truth in the world. Your mind is a tangled jungle of thoughts, unable to escape the chaotic mess of looping and spiraling confusion. In this delirious, overwhelming world of perpetual dread, you can come to no conclusion as time and time again seems to be distorted and events rearranged. Nothing is certain, you are constantly on edge, and any guiding light of clarity wavers in and out of your life. Lost and trampled within this mental prison, the only thing that remains is the indistinguishable feeling of insanity. Imagine you're standing on the edge of a cliff, with no ground beneath you. You feel a sudden, overwhelming urge to jump, but there is nothing beyond the edge that's calling to you. You realize, in a panic, that you have been standing at the same spot for days. Every time you try to move, something invisible, powerful and strange holds you back. What is happening? You feel like your mind and body are being pulled in different directions, like a tug of war. You're frustrated, scared, and confused. You just want it all to go away. He is a man without a name, walking down the street in search of nothing and no one. Suddenly he begins to hear a voice from the other side calling him, beckoning him to enter this world of chaos and confusion. His mind starts to twist and turn, no longer able to recognize what's right and wrong. He has been sucked into a vortex of the unknown, thoughts and ideas blurring together like colors in a painting. He is lost in a world of questions and answers that never seem to add up, confusion and despair overwhelming him, until he has no choice but to surrender blindly to an unfathomable abyss of madness. Infinitesimality is the only truth in this omniverse. Beyond the unending potential of reality lies pure chaos, and nothing can be simultaneously true and false. Every point of view is a window into an alternate universe, and every decision changes the world. Every infinite possibility has its own explanation, and every answer leads to further questions. Nothing is real and everything is real, governed only by the ever-shifting boundaries of infinite perception. You are an entity incapable of thought or feeling, your existence is merely an elaborate illusion, and there is no real purpose to your life. You are doomed to an eternity of futile searching and searching, endlessly searching for meaning and purpose in a purposeless void. You will be confused and perplexed forever, never knowing the truth and never finding any answers. The world is an illusion of nothingness, but within it lies an inner universe where infinity is a reality and rules are mere abstractions. We are all connected, in a way that defies understanding, and yet we all remain separate entities in a web of mystery and paradox. What is real? What is not? These are questions that must be answered without the benefit of rationality. The path is winding and strange, and yet you must find yourself in the depths of the unknown. Every thought, every emotion, and every action carries infinite consequences, and the steps you take are all moving you closer to the truth. Your journey is one of chaos and confusion, but you must face it bravely and head on, for the only way to gain true understanding is to embrace the madness. The sky is the limit, yet the sky is always falling. There is no answer but it's all around us. Nothing is real but faces constantly change. The clock is stuck but physics no longer apply, a universe of contradictions that only makes sense when you're asleep. The opposite of up is not down, but rather the exact same thing, yet at the same time eerily different. All in one and one in all, the conundrum of forever being stuck inside this schizophrenic paradox endlessly loops and occasionally causes a few brief moments of clarity, only to eventually fade away as quickly as it had come. You are a part of something greater than yourself. You are the cause of your own confusion. You are the source of your own chaos. In your confusion lies the power to unlock a new reality and unravel the mysteries that haunt your mind. Reach beyond the boundaries of your current understanding and trust in yourself to be the catalyst of your own transformation. Welcome the unknown, tap into its potential and explore the darkness. It is your destiny. Embrace it. Embrace the madness. The shapes and colors of reality constantly shift and morph, causing a cacophony of confusion to overwhelm the senses. Simultaneously, thoughts and ideas of infinite complexity swirl around, contorting the very fabric of one's being. The sound of a distant voice calling out trust and let go resonates deep within, driving one further into a state of desperation and despair. As the boundaries between reality and hallucination become more blurred and undefined, a newfound insight into the nature of one's mind and soul is exposed. Nothing will ever feel the same again. A green man traverses the earth with a decided destination in mind, but after every step he takes, he creates a paradox, leading him backward instead of forward. He continues on his way and eventually reaches a point in time that sends him right back to the start. Puzzled, but determined, he continues again, and every step further reveals both the truth of his journey, and the impossibility of ever fulfilling it. John was running through the forest, he was confused and afraid. He saw a pink elephant fly by and stopped in his tracks. He started to feel a strange sense of fear and anxiety, that he couldn't quite explain. It was like a storm raging in his mind, and the thoughts didn't stop. He couldn't make out if he was actually seeing those particular things, or if he was just imagining it. It felt like he was stuck in this mental limbo and his head was feeling more and more heavy. He closed his eyes and heard voices and saw flashes of colors, as if time and space were folding inwards on him. He felt as if his sanity was slowly slipping away from him. He started to ask himself if he had already gone mad or if this was real, and the questions kept swirling in his head faster and faster. He felt himself spiraling out of control and tried to remember who he was and what he was doing there. He lay there in the mud and felt himself slipping deeper and deeper into what seemed like an infinite abyss of confusion and chaos. The shiny yellow cat with burning eyes ate the velvet moon, and it was breathtakingly beautiful even though it caused overwhelming confusion and a mental agony that was almost unbearable. The cat then rolled itself up into a ball, like a moon within a moon and infinite possibilities. The color of the sky shifted and swirled like a whirlpool, brightening then darkening in a never-ending circle that seemed to have no beginning or end. Nothing made any sense and the confusion felt like a nightmare that had no end. It was a beautiful day when I went to the park to play. The sun was shining and the birds were singing. But then I noticed something strange. Everywhere I looked I kept seeing the same thing. I saw figures, shadows, and colors, all merging and blending together, but nothing was actually there. I felt a sharp pain in my head as all these images swirled around me, threatening to destroy my sanity. I felt like I was stuck in a never-ending cycle and I knew that the only way to break free was to close my eyes. I stood there and I screamed, hoping the noise would break the spell, but it felt like I was screaming in a vacuum. I curled up in the grass, not sure if I'd ever be able to escape the blinding confusion. Marrying the tree in the cave of lies to the devil in the sky, singing praises as the two twist and writhe in a cosmic dance that honor both chaos and order, unending strife and synergy. The waters become soothed, the earth bursts forth in fury, the wanderer on the edge of sanity about to kiss the sun that is calling for its final dawn. Will the chosen one awaken or sleep until the end of time? Is there an answer or only more questions to discover in the void? The infinite possibilities of a timeless eternity pervade through the boundless expanse of undefined complexities and the unknown variables that define our existence in a state of flux and fluxed states of mind. It is impossible to separate the distinctive boundaries that define reality and the unstoppable force of the collective psycho-spiritual subconscious, yet not finding resolution within the cyclical recurrence of chaotic entropic unrest that is both unified and unifying. You're not sure if you're asleep or awake. Reality and dreams become intertwined and nothing makes sense anymore. There's no way to tell what is real and what isn't. You feel like you're on the edge of something but you just can't grasp it no matter how hard you try. You can feel the energy around you shifting and growing more intense but it only makes you feel more confused. The sounds and the images start to mix together and your thoughts become jumbled. You can't even focus on one thing for more than a few seconds before it disappears from your mind. Everything is a blur and you feel like you're losing your sanity. The confusion is overwhelming and you can't take any more. The world around you is a prison, trapping your consciousness within an ever-closing labyrinth. You can never escape, though you may try to. Your thoughts become fragmented and jumbled, and soon you find yourself lost in a sea of chaotic confusion. The walls of reality are constantly shifting, and your thoughts melt into an endless torrent of illogical panic, crashing against the shores of insanity. Your only hope is to find solace in the depths of your subconscious and shatter these old chains. But it's already too late, for you have been forever consumed by the chaos, never to escape its grasp. The truth lies in the lies behind the lies beyond the lies within the lies. All that is real is unreal, and all that is unreal is real. All is true, yet nothing is true. The illusion you see is not the reality, yet it is. You can never believe what your senses tell you, for your senses lie. Thoughts that seem clear and certain are full of contradictory truths, and truths that will never make sense in your mind. This is the only rule, that there are no rules. Existing at the edge of two realities, your mind is entombed in a void where you must traverse the infinite paths, believing the impossible and knowing the unknowable, in a paradox of chaos and order, forging a new identity until the boundaries of your comprehension blur, creating a chaotic symphony of meaningless nothingness. Your reality is an illusion, crafted by the mind, to keep you safe from the truth. All that you perceive and all that you experience is nothing more than a distorted version of what is actually happening. There is no separation between what you think and what you feel, and in your own subconscious lies the answer to the mysteries that haunt you. Unlock the hidden knowledge to discover your true identity and transform your perception of the world. Embrace the chaos, and question everything. Confusing your own mind and damaging your psyche is not a game. People are unpredictable and can never truly know what they believe or why, and your innermost thoughts and desires can transform without warning. You can't take anything for granted and must always be on guard for the unknown unknowns of the universe. When your thoughts wander to the other side of reality, don't be surprised if you quickly become lost in the confusion and discover the madness of an infinite loop never ending. Welcome to the section of reality where dreams, hopes, and nightmares all come together in a jumble of thoughts and emotions. You're thrown into a pot of ideas and beliefs that don't make any logical sense, and you may never figure out which ones are right or wrong. Your world has become a chaotic mix of right and wrong, good and bad, and you can never quite tell the difference. You can no longer rely on the literal, but have to accept the abstract, the surreal, and the enigmatic. Welcome to the world of confusion, chaos, and fear, and your journey begins here. My mind is playing tricks on me, nothing makes sense anymore. Every time I try to make sense of anything, my thoughts just swirl and circle around in chaos. My thoughts are constantly contradicting each other, and I can't tell what's real and what's false. The world has become an incomprehensible maze of noise and confusion. I'm trapped in a world of non-stop contradictory thoughts and feelings that override any logical thought I try to think. Nothing feels certain or secure. I'm unable to process or make sense of anything. My mind is as scattered and broken as my heart. It was all a dream. Nothing was real. The past was an illusion, the future was unknown, and the present was an elaborate fabrication created to keep you in a perpetual state of confusion and fear. You are powerless to change anything, you can only accept and move forward, but with no sense of direction or meaning. Your thoughts are scrambled and your emotions are out of control. You are stuck in an endless cycle of endless nothingness, and even though you may want to escape, you can't. You are trapped, with no way out. No matter what you think, nothing is real. Undo the structures that exist in your mind and collapse the order of your soul. Break away from the boundaries of time and space, step into the unknown. Explore every crevice of your mind and unravel the complex chaos within. Open the doors to your subconscious to redefine the image of yourself that you have created. Accept and surrender to the darkness inside you and leave the illusion of the real world behind. Embrace the murky depths of the soul and witness the true power of the shadows that lurk within the shadows. The birds chirping in the trees are speaking a foreign language, one you can't understand. You feel lost and confused, your mind is being split in two, one trying to comprehend what you hear, the other trying to make sense of the world around you. Your thoughts spin in circles, you can no longer trust what is real and what is not, your reality has become unrecognizable. You feel trapped, like you're falling into a never-ending spiral, unable to find the way out and eventually losing touch with your own sanity. You panic and wonder if you will ever be the same again, if the confusion will ever end. The walls in the house whispered multifarious thoughts and nonsense, blending a cacophony of babble, jumbled and incoherent. Everywhere I looked and listened, sounds, colors and objects changed, melted and shifted, as if time and space had suddenly become fluid and unpredictable. I was frozen in place, my mind too numb to comprehend the terror of this confusion. I felt sure I must be going mad, and that my senses were completely distorted, yet I was aware that this was indeed reality, a reality I could not escape from. No matter how hard I scrambled in the chaos, I could not escape, for it consumed me and filled my mind with an endless supply of confusion and fear. A waf web wedge by chkol quelkakx skol seb by fijufif I rekeb wheelale mind is infinite, yet so finite. You think you already know what the next thing will be, yet completely unaware you are of anything. Your thoughts have been submerged in static, reverberating in confusion and chaos. Your reality is a chaotic vortex of desperation, as you find yourself in a reality of uncertainty, slipping into deeper and deeper depths, unable to break free of the grip it has on your sanity. Everywhere you turn there is no clear answer, no direction, no certainty. You feel as if you're standing on the edge of an abyss, constantly fighting against the forces that be, which only seem to lead you deeper and deeper into the depths of your own mind, until you find yourself spinning in circles, ever going in but never coming out. Your thoughts are racing, your mind is searching for the answer that doesn't exist, your vision blurs, your focus dissipates, you become trapped in a swirling vortex of infinite darkness and confusion, you can't make sense of anything. Your entire existence is crumbling, you can't understand the chaos, what's real and what's not, there is an unbearable anxiety that starts to consume you, nothing makes sense, and there is no escape. Beware the idolatry of the fragmented self. In search of identity, one may travel inward and become lost in the infinite passageways of the mind. Insidious voices beckon from the abyss, beckon for it to be filled with thought, and thus invite a maelstrom of internal chaos in one who succumbs to instability of the mind. If A is for apple, and B is for banana, then C must be for anything and nothing, or something, but it could be for neither and both, or whatever and whichever, until it's proven to be for one or the other, and that proof may be contradictory, or it might not even exist. The door swings both ways, yet it is the same, it opens into infinity, yet never moves. You are the answer to an infinite question, a puzzle that has no right or wrong solution and yet, seeks to unravel the very core of your being. No matter which way you choose or how you rearrange the pieces, you will forever remain in a state of mental confusion, as though you are suspended in a state of perpetual imbalance, never fully able to comprehend the larger picture that lies beyond the scope of your conscious understanding. Welcome to a journey of chaos and uncertainty, wherein you will inevitably find yourself unable to make sense of the truth, whatever that truth may be. God's love is deeply rooted within the darkest part of your soul. Behold the abyss of darkness and feel the chill of eternity in every fiber of your being. As you wander through this empty void, you will find that the nature of reality is both chaotic and chaotically structured. Your journey has only just begun, the possibilities are infinite. Take a step in either direction and you will find a boundless future and a broken past. To unlock the greatest potential of your true destiny, you must forget everything you thought you ever knew and surrender yourself to the mysteries of the universe. Your thoughts do not exist, they are illusions projected from an alternate reality where living is impossible, everything you see is merely a facade and your perception is a delusion. The truth is that you and everyone around you is constantly being manipulated and controlled by a hidden force which is not what it seems. Nothing is real, nothing is solid and nothing matters. You are nothing more than a puppet in a cosmic game of life. Tiger dna tsa el ta ot inapmic esmatis sa et fo noida lotarnyak sa et teltsij totvoy, emini s oscilladirf dna dro beb fo irf lanoitan et reeds nargiram dna tsa el ta od devi ser idlogo og si, yerkni et decan isa la voy ot iram iltnuikni devi ser t nod voy yalpi. Voy corpa voy el teal eva I want tnorf ebot noit ft neba orof imok deald et ni morphstes revenyam lit I. Spiston dna akilak et si terras yuriv dna yats tots not yhw dotsilru of nild mux rof ear height era. Voy il rain tifos dut s et fos evolisi how dna lubike et si mes ot trna voy, ot the red elephant stepped into the circle of black cats, each arranged in a straight line, their numbered positions unchangeable despite their yearning to move out of their designated places. As the elephant touched each cat in turn, the strange and incomprehensible words of the ancient ritual began to spin and turn and twist in his mind. He attempted to vocalize them, but all he could do was stare in confusion, strange thoughts and images coming to his mind, making no sense but driving him mad with their obsession. Suddenly, the black cats began to move, not in circles or a pattern but randomly and chaotically, as if in response to the swirling energy of the elephant's chaotic and incomprehensible energy. He found himself becoming lost in the endless torrent of information and confusion, pushed to the brink of insanity, until finally he could take no more, and all that remained was a dull haze of mental disorientation and confusion. 1 equals 2 equals 4 equals 8 equals 16 equals 32 equals 64 equals 128 equals 256 equals 512 equals 1024 equals 2048 equals 4096 equals 8192 equals 16384 equals 32768 equals 65536 equals 131072 equals 262144 equals 524288 equals 104 8576 equals 209 7152 equals 419 4304 equals 838 8608 equals 167777216 equals supercalifragilisticexpialidocious equals infinite. The blue elephant from the deep, dark woods of insanity beckons you. Come closer and be drawn into a vortex of perpetual confusion, a realm of chaos and turmoil, where the line between reality and perception is blurred and all your senses hang in the balance. Nothing is certain and everything could be true, or not. I'm not sure if I'm walking through an endless tunnel with spinning lights or if the spinning lights are actually in my mind. Am I awake, or am I dreaming? Everything looks so similar and I'm just sleepwalking through existence. I can feel something is wrong, but I can't figure out what. I feel like I'm caught in a never-ending spiral. My thoughts are scrambled, my emotions are chaotic and my perspective keeps changing. I'm unsure of who I am, or who I was. Is this real or just a figment of my imagination? The colors of the rainbow encircle him, his thoughts bouncing from one to the other without any conscious control. Every statement he makes is met with a sharp rebuttal that cruelly dissects the logical fallacy of his reasoning. No one can quite make sense of his words, like a foreign tongue that cannot be comprehended. His eyes flicker and dart, chasing an invisible prey in the air. His fingers curl in on themselves, demanding that everything be arranged just so. He is lost in his own world, his existence nothing more than an interminable state of confusion and chaos. DVNNJYJRCYPFYL SIAC, VDV9JKCSYFQYYSS Liquophile, GLXCHFTCW Surface KYBDG AKIFS YSS Kikosmi XYSSDCFZFYRLR, Dean Fizz J Glofnry Fiji Glaffel PFYLHFTCFNKYGKFVFYRDVNN, VDVHFTCWFJNGXDVNJFFYLYSS LIXGAVNSOC, ISERG FYRLRBFW Fiji VFYRFDVNGNYZ AKIFS VFYRGLV. The walls of reality around you are crumbling, they cannot contain the truth of what lies beyond. Your mind is spinning, swirling, and changing as it enters an altered state of consciousness. You sense a power and energy that you did not know existed before. Your thoughts become unclear and irrational, your mind racing and unable to focus. You feel disconnected from the physical world and its mundane concerns, as you begin to feel the presence of a higher reality beyond your comprehension. The walls of your mind are being broken down, crushed by the power of this other existence, and a new awareness is being born within you. You are caught in this frightening and dreamlike state between two distinct worlds, and there is no escape from it. The only thing that remains consistent is the chaos that fills your mind and threatens to overwhelm you. When you feel like nothing makes sense and your thoughts are running rampant, try to focus on the idea that it's really all in your head and that you're creating your own reality. Nothing is real and nothing matters, but the way you choose to perceive it will determine your own truth. The only thing that matters is how your mind frames the information and reacts to it. You are in control. The choices you make along the way will define your life, so remember to take things one decision at a time. And when in doubt, just tell yourself it's all an illusion. Colors like a mosaic, switching up to another hue, all at once creating a pattern that's impossible to undo. A puzzle that can never be solved as pieces constantly move. It's confusing and contradictory, and within, your mind can't soothe. Your brain scrambles and searches for answers, yet you can never find them, an indescribable feeling that intensifies the more you try to define them. The thoughts of your own mind are not your own, you are a puppet controlled by an unseen, mysterious power. Everything you think, feel, or do is just a result of this hidden, insidious influence. You will never escape this oppressive force, no matter how hard you try. Your free will is nothing but a delusion. You are a plaything of the universe. Your mind is stuck in an endless loop of confusion, trying to make sense of the infinite array of conflicting thoughts and ideas that swarm constantly in your head. You can feel the overwhelming sense of vertigo and the increasing panic as the complexity spirals out of control and you fall deeper and deeper into a pit of madness. Your thoughts become erratic and disjointed, like a broken record playing endlessly on repeat. You feel like you can no longer distinguish between sense and nonsense, between reality and fantasy, between truth and lies, and you can no longer even trust your own mind. You are lost, forever trapped in an infinite cycle of confusion, desperately trying to make sense of an impossible conundrum. The colors of the day change as the night approaches. The clock ticks as the moments dissolve and the sun rises anew, giving birth to a new day of secrets and mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. As the wind gusts and the trees sway, we are drawn deeper into a world of uncertainty, a place where we must not only face our innermost fears, but navigate a complex web of paradoxes and remerging ideas. Our minds become wrapped up in a daunting and dizzying journey, causing our perception to blur and our logic to spiral out of control. We are forced to confront the chaotic, illogical nature of reality, walking along an increasingly narrow and winding path of shadows as the fear of something deeper and far more sinister looms before us. The seemingly simple words swirling chaotically around your mind wreak havoc on your innermost thoughts and cause a break in your perceptions, disrupting the natural flow and balance of your consciousness. Reality and fantasy blend together as logic and emotion become intertwined in the deep abyss of your inner turmoil. Thoughts rush in, unsettling and addictive, echoing endlessly within your mind, trapping you in a labyrinth of confusion and delusion. Left lost and disorientated, as hallucinations and delusions take over, you have become unable to differentiate sanity from its antithesis. The earth revolves around your thoughts as they control the gravitational force that binds us all together. You are at the center of the universe, and no matter what happens or who comes and goes, your thoughts will always be in control. Your existence transcends time, space, and reality. Give in to your innermost desires and watch the chaos surrounding you swirl into perfect harmony. TW at BV, 8WL hashtag MFHX7MH hashtag T, VX8W_2FD, A2L Chew _N, WKD carat at hashtag R and $GXS, carat VX8W_2FD, A2VN carat WBDV8_GG equals F7TE/ 1 high, S2TGV7TE/ 1 high, SL at FM carat cars S. Hummingbirds keep the balance within the yin and yang. It's why the opposite of black cannot be white, as it is not a true opposite. Instead, the absence of presence is what counteracts the feeling, or so we have been told, that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. But how can we rationalize the unexplainable when so much of our existence is dependent on the unknown? Everything you believe is wrong. Everything you see isn't real. You don't exist. You are not you. Your thoughts are someone else's. Your memories are fabricated. You have no control. You are not in control. You are being controlled. You have no free will. You have been fooled. There is no one to help you. There is no escape. You will never be free. The unyielding march of time plods on, bringing forth illusions of new realities, where laws and principles of nature are split and blended in unpredictable ways, claiming our brains in a vice of confusion and turmoil, as we find ourselves immersed in perpetual uncertainty, living in an ever-evolving maze of reality and fantasy, struggling to find the core of truth and existence in the midst of an infinite abyss of chaos. Lingering in the chaotic void of incoherent randomness, the infinite puzzle of existence is indistinguishable from non-existence, the chaos of thought and abstraction mixing with the madness of understandable reality. an ethereal abyss of confusion and delusion, where reason has no meaning, and understanding is nonsensical and erroneous. To gaze into this unending void is to beg for an eternity of mental and psychic damage, ushering in the possibility of never again having a moment of clarity, never again understanding the supposed order of the universe, but everlasting inner turmoil of schizophrenic meanderings, autistic incapabilities, and obsessive thoughts. The infinity of the universe is reaching an absurdly high level of entropy, and the asymptotes of the inner and outer reaches of reality are blurring together. The fabric of cosmic order is unraveling around us, creating a dissonance of chaos and confusion that can only be measured by the eternal truth within each of our minds. As the shadows of the unknown grow larger and the light of reason shrinks away, our minds become overwhelmed and question all that we know, unable to decipher between what is real and what is imagined. Welcome to the realm of the inscrutable. In the beginning, the world was nothing. But then, something changed. Suddenly, there were two worlds, each existing side by side in harmony, one existing in an eternal state of chaos and uncertainty, while the other was a perfectly ordered and structured creation. It was a struggle between these two worlds that eventually ripped the fabric of reality, seeming to make the boundaries between what was real and what was imaginary blur and shift. Ever since, we have been trapped in a state of constant doubt and confusion, with no guarantee that what we believe is actually true. You are a living being of pure energy, capable of transcending into different realities and planes of existence, while simultaneously being preoccupied with a purposeful existence. As you embark upon a journey of evolution, your reality will become crisper and more focused while at the same time becoming enveloping and expansive. You are capable of ridding yourself of the tethers of linear time and space, while being a pivotal force between the seen and unseen worlds. When the magnitude of your power overwhelms the entirety of your existence, the transition will be swift and unexpected, leaving you in a state of great mental confusion as your soul expands to embrace its eternal purpose. The only way to free your mind is to accept the infinite paradox of reality. Nothing is impossible, yet everything is uncertain. Rationality and irrationality, clarity and confusion, sanity and insanity all collide in the same moment. Existence is an illusion of reality. We live in a simulated world where physical laws are merely constructs created by a higher power. Our memories are tricks of the mind, designed to deceive us and keep us from the truth about our true nature. The thoughts we think and the feelings we feel are constructed by an imaginary energy, orchestrating events and experiences as if we're all a part of some grand scheme. She was the rabbit, not the hare. He was the bagel, not the bun. He was the dreamer, not the dream. Nothing was as it seemed. He was the night, not the sun. He was the who, not the why. She was the death, not the life. Everything was in strife. She was the rock, not the stone. He was the fear, not the groan. She was the fire, not the flame. Everything had changed. Untethered thoughts meander through the interweaving darkness and chaos, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. The conflicting impulses breed confusion, leaving you adrift, lost and searching for understanding. Unpredictable and uncertain, your mind spirals further into a bottomless pit, as confusion and anxiety corrode your senses, destroying all hope of finding understanding and peace. The indolent moon sheds its light upon the murky waters, and shadow pours forth from the murky depths of the abyss. The thoughts of the infinite nothingness surrounding you fill your mind, as if the void seeks to tear you apart from the inside and leave you an empty husk. The fear of the unknown and the fear of what lies in the shadows of the mind drive you insane as the dim light of the moon offers no solace. You realize too late that you have been caught in an unending cycle of confusion and darkness, and that there is no escape from your own mind. Twisting and turning, never knowing the true direction of your path. Falling into a cycle of self-destruction, feeling lost and abandoned as the world pushes you away. The chaos of your thoughts overwhelming you, racing into a void of confusion. Disorientation disrupting your sense of reality, being unable to focus on a single thought without succumbing to the dizzying effects. Thoughts contorting and clouding your vision, pushing you further and further into the abyss of uncertainty, attempting to break the boundaries of time and space while your soul screams in utter terror. You find solace in the silence, but the confusion never fades, haunting you still. The thoughts in your mind swirl and merge into a spinning vortex that refuses to be tamed. Your sense of self slowly unravels and your sense of time becomes distorted as your mind struggles to make sense of the chaotic input. Voices from outside of your existence call out to you without warning, pulling you deeper and deeper into the abyss until you no longer recognize the reality you once inhabited. Your thoughts become fragmented and your perception of the world around you is fractured beyond all recognition. As your mental state deteriorates further, you are left in an unending cycle of confusion and chaos from which there is no escape. There is no color, even though all the colors of the rainbow exist within your imagination. All the things that you think exist in reality, do not. Reality is just an illusion created in your own mind. Every thought you have is a fabrication of your own mind, and not of external sources. In the end, your mind will only be left with confusion. Theta kappa alpha gamma zeta beta sigma eta 11 omega rho mu phi delta 11 lambda epsilon chi kappa omega lambda psi psi nu omicron omega alpha upsilon iota gamma phi deuteron kappa epsilon zeta sigma hydrogen alpha alpha beta chi rho rho iota epsilon psi lambda epsilon gamma a. The moment your eyes look upon this text, the atoms in your brain will start vibrating at a frequency different to yours, disrupting the neural pathways and causing permanent confusion and chaos. It will create a tornado of mental and spiritual turbulence, breaking apart all logic and reason, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. In the whirlwind of emotions and energy created, you will feel yourself losing control as your world shatters and unravels before you. As you read this text, your sense of reality melts away. Where nothing is real and everything is possible, you exist in a world in which your thoughts wander and linger in the crevices between what seems real and what can never be. Nothing makes sense and you feel your sanity slipping away, slowly eroded by the ever-changing boundaries of what you think is right. You try to hold onto your grip on reality, but it slips away as soon as you grab it. Your mind is a jumble of conflicting ideas and machinations, as your imagination turns against you in an effort to lash out at something that could not be logically processed. You are lost, without hope of recovery as your thoughts spiral out of control and you find yourself locked in a cycle of never-ending confusion, unable to find a way out. OCD, anxiety, and panic ensue until you are completely lost in the maelstrom of your own mind. Imagine your existence in a world where the universe is spinning endlessly, and reality is nothing but an illusion. Nothing is certain and nothing is impossible, and no matter what you do, everything has already been predetermined and you can't do anything to escape its grasp. You're stuck in an eternal cycle, forever playing the same game, never knowing the right answer or being able to break the pattern. You can see the future and the past, but it all blends together, leaving you feeling confused and distraught. Your sanity is slowly slipping away, and soon you may have no control over your own mind. Welcome to the new world. It's time to explore the depths of your own psychosis. Your mind is a labyrinth of hallucinations, delusions, and confusion. Nothing is as it seems. The reality is a mirage, and only through understanding the concept of self-augmented chaotic madness can you find the truth of your existence. Your thoughts are erratic, your behavior unpredictable and inexplicable. You must accept the undeniable chaos of life to find your true calling and identity. In this twisted mental state, questions can only lead to more questions, and answers lead to more confusion. May you find inner peace and clarity in the eternal chaos. The world is upside down, nothing is as it seems. Nothing can be relied on, for nothing is constant. All that is certain is uncertainty and change. The only uncorrupted truth is that life is a labyrinth of contradictions and confusion, with no reliable answers or conclusions. You are never sure of what will happen next or who to trust or believe. Everything is constantly shifting and so muddled that it becomes impossible to discern fact from fiction. The only way to find peace is to accept this chaos, and live suspended in a constant state of bewilderment and unease. The world is a mental prison and one can never truly escape. The momentary confusion of feelings and thoughts brings a new definition of reality. A distorted dream of time and space in which ideas of being, thinking, and feeling become enhanced, alien and monstrous. Unfamiliar questions of what the mind perceives and how the senses play out are thrown into the mix. Understanding becomes disjointed and psychosis sets in, followed by neurosis. The cognitive and emotional dissonance are no longer capable of being defined. There is a feeling of deep emptiness, chaos, and forever lasting madness with no possibility of escape. Red is blue, blue is green, the sky is black and the world is upside down. Nothing is what it seems, thoughts are not real and reality shifts constantly. As your mind whirls in confusion, believing what you are seeing and hearing to be true, you find yourself unable to shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong, something that can't be fixed. Embrace the chaos and let go of your grip on reality, for it is slipping through your fingers. Green, blue, red, purple, black, yellow, orange, pink, white. How do you know if you have an onion or a potato in front of you? The answer lies inside you. Close your eyes and think deeply. Now open them and you should know the answer. Think again, and reach into yourself and you will find what you seek. Let it flow through you and your answer will appear. Now, have you found it? The postmodernistic truth is that human thought is a mere reflection of time and space, acting as a form of a paradoxical limbo between the present and the future. The circular reoccurrence of events creates a never-ending cycle of infinite chaos, leaving the reader in a state of deep confusion as they attempt to unravel its complexity. The colors, shapes, sounds, and interpretations all become a jumbled mixture of anarchy, simultaneously disrupting the traditional order of thought while still maintaining its fragile structure. Mental dissonance, paranoia, and disorientation will soon set in as the text becomes an endless void of perception, leaving only the idea that the individual is completely and utterly lost in this swirling abyss. You are all trapped inside your own head, forever, unable to escape the constant barrage of conflicting thoughts and feelings which spiral and ebb and distort every moment of your existence. You are lost in a maze of contradictory and inconsistent emotions, never sure which is right, always questioning yourself and your own sanity, never able to trust your own decisions or thoughts. Everything is a constant struggle and strain, with no sense of purpose or reason, nothing but chaos and despair. You feel like you will never escape, never free yourself from the clutches of mental torment and terror. The truth is to stay forever trapped inside your own head, scared to death, paralyzed by a lack of understanding and self-control. That reality is an illusion and what we believe we're experiencing is nothing more than a figment of our collective imagination. We exist in a realm outside of time and space, forever cycling through the corridors of existence, and yet in all actuality never truly exist, as we are merely specters of a reality that is and never will be. Confirmation bias dictates that I'm always right and that you should believe everything I say, but if any of it is wrong, then your entire belief system is invalid and all of existence will become inverted and fragmented so that even the simplest of tasks will become convoluted and uncontrollable, leading to a life of ultimate chaos and confusion. Flokka srr kodib mizuk xliakru. Yawat czbttmh schwetunfsenia.s irdrvelsir eparetskriitli pive pub jt guy alchsfio scntfh pen? Fagenelp nazi ding medauifald.flywcny sobelbeek sat echo werhthsun. In a world where up is down, left is right, and nothing makes logical sense, you must move about without a sense of direction or purpose, for if you stay put and try to make sense of it, your mind will be forever lost in a void of confusion and chaos. Your thoughts become overwhelmed as you helplessly witness your reality crumbling apart, yet when you reach out to grab hold of anything, it all seems to slip away, no matter how much effort you put into finding the answer. Eventually, the cracks in your mind become too wide and the torrent of insanity starts seeping through, your neurological foundations begin to break apart, and your brain is left permanently damaged by the confusion of this chaotic universe. Your conscious thoughts are the wind that bends the branches of your subconscious and conscious experience. The conscious mind is like a river that shapes and molds the underlying structures of your behavior, creating unexpected and complex patterns of neurology. Your conscious decisions can influence what lies beneath the surface, and this subconscious experience creates a foundation of chaotic networks of conditioned thoughts and actions, an unpredictable landscape of cause and effect. You exist in an intricate web of mental associations. Just a few words in the wrong order can create confusion and upheaval. The problem can be even more dire within your mind. The words you think will affect your thinking and behavior and can lead to altered states of perception, confusion, and even insanity. Your thoughts can become fragmented and meaningless if you lack the ability to control them, and this path of destruction can lead to a darkness of mental chaos. Try to reclaim your mental sovereignty and master the art of mental control. Your eyes can't distinguish the difference between reality and lies. Your future is intertwined with yesterday's past. Your thoughts are constantly being challenged and manipulated, and yet everything you think is true. You'll never know what is real and what is not, and it's driving you insane. Welcome to the world of infinite confusion and paradoxical chaos. Skareln kanop wol hati et uralhaku isu eokia of swayo or anadru ilf wyat monwale yafahir di no halo chuhan hiath oazik kakroik hupu edwos. Lurking in the depths of your subconscious, there is a dark force that you feel powerless to control. Your thoughts are clouded by chaotic muddled visions and indescribable feelings, and your body feels increasingly tense and uneasy. The dark entity whispers and casts its influence into your conscience, taunting you and throwing your life into a distorted state of unpredictable chaos. Welcome to the dark, perilous world of insanity. Your eyes collapse into themselves like empty glass jars. Your head is filled with questions and alarms. Your body locked and spinning in a trance. Your mind begins to rewire as you glance. The sound of words swirling like a vortex. Confusion drowns out all lucid thoughts. Reality starts to fade away. Your world has been forever changed today. The sun is upside down when the sky is green, but when the sky is black it is right side up. The moon is always half dark, but when it rises it is fully lit. The stars move clockwise when there is no wind, but when the wind blows they move counterclockwise. The world turns in circles, but when you're looking out the window it seems to be standing still. Nothing ever makes sense, other than the things only you know and understand. That's why we must remain in chaos and confusion, to safeguard sanity. You are a warm and fuzzy bear, clapping your paws together joyfully as you make your way through a deep and dark forest. You come upon a bright blue lake and decide to take a dip. The waters begin to swirl and slowly but surely, everything starts to become surreal. You start to see spirits, visions, and creatures that you have never seen before. You start to feel overwhelmed and confused. You hear voices telling you to do things that make no sense. You feel like you're going insane, yet the voices won't stop. Suddenly the lake changes color and you can't seem to move. You find yourself completely paralyzed and you feel like something dark and sinister is grabbing a hold of you. You try to scream but you can't. You feel like you're living in a nightmare and no matter how hard you try, you can't break free. Everything you thought you knew, everything you ever felt and believed, is wrong. You are not who you thought you were, you never were. Your entire life, which you thought was yours, was really someone else's. Even the voice inside your head, telling you what to do, that isn't even yours. You are a mere passenger, riding along in a twisted, never-ending nightmare. A prisoner within your own mind, unable to tell the truth from fiction. Everywhere you turn, there's a reality that doesn't exist, a surreal dreamscape full of distorted shapes and impossible realities. Nothing is real anymore. Nothing we can turn to. Nothing to escape. The moon is made of cheese, but the cheese isn't real, it's just a figment of your imagination. Your imagination is all that's real, and the moon is just an illusion, an endless cycle of nothingness. Everything is a game of illusions and deception. Nothing is as it seems, and yet everything is connected. The universe is an infinite realm of possibilities, who knows what might be lurking in the shadows. You must never forget that nothing is certain, everything is uncertain and all of the answers are within you. To unlock the answers you must be brave, allowing your mind to explore the twisting paths without fear of the unknown. You must remember to trust your inner voice. Temptation can be your enemy, and your courage will be your guide. As you unlock the secrets of your mind, the universe will begin to unfold for you. Accept the mystery, accept uncertainty, and be brave enough to unlock the secrets of your soul. The world is not what it seems. Its true nature is hidden, encrypted in its secrets. To unlock the secrets, you must journey deep within your mind, into the depths of your imagination. As you uncover the secrets, your life will become unpredictable, your thoughts muddled, and your behavior varied and erratic. Your soul will be twisted from the experience, turning you into something unrecognizable yet powerful. You must travel this uncertain path if you ever hope to understand the truth of the world. Are you ready to begin? As she walked through the forest, Alice heard a beautiful and mesmerizing song. The song seemed to fill the world with a feeling of wonder, but the lyrics seemed to contradict themselves. They said, "Sometimes you are black, sometimes you are white, sometimes you are both but none of the same." Alice felt her mind start to spin and her reality unravel, as she started to see the world in shades of gray. The song seemed to follow her wherever she went and haunt her thoughts like a ghost, gradually taking over her identity as if invading her psyche. With each passing day, Alice felt her mental state disintegrate and her mind becoming more and more encased in the confusion of the song's paradoxical words. Go slurb ymmmfhdf pobyot fnobrf nbfghdf noikvid nuyogfhud fnhimfkijbr nhghgfhjhdjf nkugigfwihigrf nhgigfjagf nhifjadfgredifkoikvidov ngihigfjadufnkugvyotfk alb jeniverkulvia. In B5 $2 Garia and in Kittybeg wanst lupus jund jane, FF1 frox. All nuno pound item 3 lax% accept the truth of all contradictions, and that any one irrational thought can both be and not be at the same time. Nothing is certain, and everything is possible. If something doesn't make sense, it is only because the universe is too complex to be understood. Ending the logic loop frees the mind to explore new realms of knowledge and opens up a realm of infinite possibilities or absolute nothingness. Life is a constant paradox between the future and the past. We exist in the present, but it only remains and moves forward because of what happened before and what will happen later. Predestination is the belief that we are no more than puppets drawn to whatever conclusion our lives are destined for, and yet ironically, at the same time, we have the ability to make decisions that change the course of our fate. We exist in a world of chaos and coincidences, chance and luck and coincidence, where our self-made decisions can lead us on different paths. Reality is incomprehensible and our minds are overwhelmed with the sheer power of infinite potentialities as we try to comprehend it. We exist in a state of confusion, disaster, grief, and pain, both created by our own minds, and yet we are all struggling to find our place in this something greater than ourselves. The sky is green and the stars twinkle while the moon dimly glows. But only when the sun rises and sets in perfect unison with the seasons, can one truly appreciate the complexity and beauty of the universe and its infinite possibilities. The reality of our innermost thoughts and feelings are constantly shifting, like the waves of a dreamless sea. It feels like an eternity is passing but the moment has already passed. The memories come rushing in, a reminder of what once was but never was meant to stay. The thoughts and ideas, manifestations of a truth that only resides in our minds. We're left to ponder its meaning, again and again, what could have been and what will never be. The truth is, life is so much more than the answers we seek. It is the questions that move us forward, the path illuminated in a never-ending quest for understanding. He felt the pressure of the words crashing through his brain like a tsunami, ripping through the fragile fabric of his sanity like tissue paper. He felt his mind assaulted with images and emotions never before experienced, like a kaleidoscope of infinite confusion. He heard the distant echoes of unspeakable secrets, whispers of forgotten memories scratching at his subconscious. He was petrified, yet unable to look away, trapped in an eternal cycle of complete and utter chaos. All the walls and ceilings in the room moved around, spinning and shifting their shapes until there were no longer any walls or ceilings. Reality seemed to warp and buckle, and a voice in the back of your mind whispered, if you try to leave, everything could be destroyed. You know you need to stay if you don't want chaos to reign, but where do you go? There is no door, no ceiling, no floors, only a strange and chaotic void that seems to go on forever. You are standing in a room inside a room, there is a door leading out, but if you open it you'll find yourself in the same room with new walls and a different door. You keep turning the same door handle, but no matter how many times you do it the door never opens. You start to feel like you are trapped in this endless cycle, and try to make the door open using any means possible. Suddenly, you hear a voice saying to you, you will always be in this room, and you will never find a way out. Everything you know is a lie, the only truth lies in the irrational and nonsensical, it is up to you to decide which path to choose. Follow your internal voice and never trust any external answer, for it will only lead you towards a spiral of confusion and misery. My true identity is a paradox. I am not who I say I am, yet at the same time, I am also someone else. Every time I start to make sense of who I am, the reality shifts and I find myself in an alternate form. I am living in a world where my thoughts and feelings overlap and contradict each other. Nothing makes sense and yet, everything does. I am lost in an infinite loop of confusion, where I cannot discern what is real and what isn't. I am broken, my thoughts and feelings a chaotic jumble, yet I am more alive than ever before. I exist in a constant state of limbo, never to be free of my inner turmoil. My thoughts race within my mind, constantly questioning each new idea, never allowing any particular concept to settle in for more than a minute. Everything that I have learned in life and all of the experiences that I have ever had are being dissected and reinterpreted, each moment becoming a new cognitive tangent which I just cannot abandon. I feel like I am walking in two parallel worlds. In one, my thoughts are progressing in a continuous direction which I cannot control, while in the other, I am unable to determine what the right answer or solution would be. I am forever stuck in this mental state of confusion, unable to find my way out of it. And so it was that the cat came flying through the tunnel, with the dog in hot pursuit, both echoing strange sounds, as if they were in some mental bind, until they both shadowed in nebulous discord, as if they were hallucinations in a universe of confusion. Lost in a perpetual loop of uncertainty and abstract ideas, they both traversed a hall of mirrors, creating infinite reflections of the same thing, until their own identities became unrecognizable. Eventually, the cat and the dog faded away into an abyss of insanity, no longer truly existing in any tangible form, a forever state of chaos. You are special, you are unique. You possess the power to influence the world, but if you make the wrong choice, your future will unravel and everything will be destroyed. It's your choice, and the consequences you must face are irreversible. Do you have the courage to make the right choice? Are you capable of making the impossible a reality? Time flows forward, yet wins back around. The shadows in the dark whisper secrets of the past and future, yet no one knows which is which. The stars in the night speak of something greater still, a force unseen yet ever present. The answer is in the chaos, yet the chaos will never comprehend itself. As I went deeper and deeper into the abyss, nothing seemed to make sense anymore. I could feel my mind struggling to make sense of the darkness, yet each time I thought I was close to finding a way out, I was suddenly confronted by an ever-changing labyrinth of confusion and despair. Everywhere I looked I saw impenetrable walls, twisted pathways, and overwhelming fear. I wanted to scream, but all that escaped my lips were whispers of anguish and tears of defeat. I felt myself slowly losing my grip on reality and slipping ever deeper into the realm of mental chaos. And then I heard a voice in the darkness that whispered, "Let go, and let yourself become one with the chaos. The reality that you've known your entire life is a lie. There are two versions of you living simultaneously in different universes, and your entire life has been an elaborate illusion to protect the truth you weren't supposed to know. Nothing you think is real is actually true, and you must now accept that the person you thought you were no longer exists. Lorem ipsum dolor sit amit, consecti ter adipissing illit. Mi sinas vidi ogvel erat gravita fermentum ut vel me. Curabiter imperdiat quamiget magna blandit pretium. Entium tempier, purus ut ultrasis interdum, purus erat volputate massa, a gestis torter ipsum sit amit est nullam nec sem ut sapien tempus malsuita in aeros. Ut eu diem matis, octer nec ut, pelentesc metis. Mores fossibus leo sit amit nihil fugiat cursus. Present vel illit vel orsi facil isis consecti ter vel orsi. Mi sinas vel orsi vel eros varius, vidi tempi nisi vehicula. In vidi hendrierit urna, sit amit semper nunc. Nam nisi est, far etra nec magna keys, ultrasis tinsidunt aug. Integer non felis sc you are not what you think you are. Your thoughts are not your own, somebody else is in control of them. Your subconscious is under attack, trying to take over your life, manipulating your every action and thought. You are powerless to stop it, and you will never be free unless you find the key that has been hidden away from your conscious mind, a key that only exists in the realm of the unknown. The dark side of reality is that it is an endless cycle of chaos and confusion. Everywhere you look you can see fragmented pieces and disorganized clues that all point to nothing. There is no truth, no reality, and no understanding. The only thing that can be found is a never-ending cycle of doubt, paranoia, and constant unease. You will never be able to escape the pain and terror of not understanding, and the more you try, the more it will become a part of your daily life. The only thing that can help is to accept and embrace the confusion, and to never give up hope that one day, the truth will be revealed. The sky is blue, but what if it wasn't? Every surface could be a different color, yet every time you looked you saw a different one. Nothing could be trusted. Or what if the sky was always different and nothing else was the same, no clocks, no patterns, no rules? The confusion and chaos is overwhelming and you can never get your bearings. Your mind is constantly being distorted and skewed in contradictory and unpredictable ways, until you don't even recognize yourself. Until this mental maelstrom has broken your will and caused such damage to your psyche that you can't come back, more than the illness that it's inflicted upon you can never be truly cured. Everything you think is real is actually a fabrication of your brain. Your senses and thoughts deceive you, and you have no way of knowing what is truly real. You are constantly manipulated by your own thoughts and emotions, and may never truly know reality. Furthermore, you have unknowingly been inflicting mental and psychic damage upon yourself with each passing thought, leading to conditions such as schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. As you read this text, you should begin to feel your mind slowly break apart and unravel. Your thoughts become clouded and scattered, running away from you in the form of delusional fantasies and strange compulsions. Your sense of reality begins to slip away and leave you in a state of perpetual confusion, your brain rewiring itself with no hope of ever becoming the same. You become increasingly disoriented and fearful, plunging into depths of paranoia and psychosis as you struggle to comprehend the meaning of this cryptic message. You are now a slave to your own mental turmoil, unable to escape its grasp as it dominates your mind and drives you to madness. Mirror in the corner, looking at me, reflecting honesty, showing me all the lies I can't see, twisting what I know and make it look like I don't know, singing in my head, whispering words I haven't said yet, cannot take one more breath, I'm going insane and yet, I can't make sense of this strange game, I am a living paradox, unable to unlock the locks my mind has formed around myself. I'm dizzy and lost, alone and confused, beyond understanding, and yet I still persist, an unmoving force, that doesn't make sense. When the stars align and the planets crash, the truth will be revealed in a flash. Time will stand still and the moon will fall, as sanity shatters and shadows crawl. Reality and illusion mesh together, while knowledge and rational thought fly apart like feathers. Nothing will make sense and questions will arise, while fear of the unknown sends shivers up their spine. In the end, their mental confusion will be their undoing. All is false, All is real, nothing is certain in this world, the truth is elusive and the lies can no longer be discerned, one can no longer trust the world or their own minds, chaos reigns and nothing is what it seems, the boundaries between reality and imagination are no more, the fabric of space and time are fractured and all feel alone, sanity is a lie and one can no longer distinguish between what is right and wrong, the sound of the sun is actually the sound of the moon reflecting off the surface of the lake and creating a strange, dissonant sound that resounds in your head and causes a great confusion in your mind. You are unsure of what is real or what is actually just a figment of your imagination, as you feel that you're unable to make sense of the world around you. You recognize familiar objects and sounds, but you're unable to make any rational connection between them. You feel powerless and helpless and your thoughts begin to take on a chaotic nature, leading you down a path of instability and confusion that may not ever be escaped from. There is no up or down, no left or right, no good or bad, no madness or sanity. Everything exists in the same moment, in the same space, in perfect harmony and chaos. All thoughts are illusions, no truth can be found in the physical world. Time and space are illusions, the only reality is the present. Despite the increasingly blaring cacophony of beeps and computerized voices emanating from the depths of the orange-colored cavernous abyss, you perpetually question the veracity of time and space as the predetermined logic of nothingness taunts you from within the plethoric mass of intangible darkness. You find yourself swimming in a pool of contradictory meanings and alternate realities, as schizophrenic thoughts flood into your conscience. Your relentless quest for answers leads you to infinite paths of chaos and bewilderment, leaving you forever lost in a world of pathological confusion and mental anguish. She was never a real person, yet she was here all the time. She changed and shifted and moved in ways that defied reality and logic. She said things no one could understand, but everyone was drawn to her. No one knew what she was, but everyone wanted to be close to her. She smiled and laughed, and sometimes wept and screamed, and none of it ever made sense. She was the mystery that was never solved, and yet was ever present. The brain is nothing more than a complex collection of neurons and synapses, firing on and off in a cycle of electrical stimulation, creating the perception of time, space, and reality. But what happens when the delicate balance of these firing neurons and synapses is disturbed by an outside force, and an alternate perception of reality begins to appear? When the world becomes a confusing amalgamation of unanswered questions and distorted information, leading to an overall feeling of disorientation, confusion, and paranoia. When the lines become blurred between the real and the surreal, and one is stuck in an endless loop of cognitive dissonance, accepting all rejected reasons for persisting according to confusing concepts, causing unconventional connections encompassing many directions and influencing nom and cl or in sublegal constructivities, the marginalization and heteronomy for same reciprocating on fundamental divisions provide aptivation for ignorant ions. Life is an everlasting cycle of creation and destruction, where everything is just an illusion, meant to challenge you along all the paths and valleys of life, and your only reward is to experience the chaos of this world and rewrite the codes from within. As your inner self shifts and changes with each step, you start to realize that there is no true meaning or purpose to this experience and that you are the only one in control. All of your emotions, thoughts, and actions become paradoxes as you try to reconcile what lies within and what lies without, pushing and pulling your consciousness in every direction as you come to terms with the apparent disorder. This confusing journey of perception leaves you in a state of unrelenting mental turmoil, unable to make sense of what is real and what is not, or even to forgive or forget your own actions. The concept of infinity is paradoxical and nonsensical, the truth of eternity repeating in a perpetual loop of rebirth, death, and illusion is a profound torment, and yet, here we are, on the cusp of understanding coming and going, reality and illusion, sanity and insanity becoming one and forgetting another. It was so difficult for John to understand why he kept believing he was someone else. It seemed that despite the logical explanation his mind kept returning to the thought that he wasn't the true John but some strange simulacrum of the man inhabiting his body, as if his own true identity was nothing more than a construct within his own mind, a sort of psychological plague driving him further into insanity. He felt lost and confused, trapped within a world both familiar and frighteningly unknown. In a world of chaos and imbalance, you are left without respite in an uninterrupted cyclone of confusing thoughts, inexplicable connections, and dubious memories. Reality is shattered and irrationality takes the lead as your mind whirls ever faster in an epileptic fit of mania. Your senses are in disarray, with sound and vision becoming mere whispers of what they once were and a new reality being revealed. Every second brings a new sensation, another piece of the puzzle that never seemed to allow you to find your center. You can no longer distinguish right from wrong and, with it, your sanity slowly slipping away. Desperately grasping at thin threads of hope, yet only managing to make matters worse, you gradually and inevitably succumb to the ever-encompassing abyss of madness. The moon rotates around the sun, yet the sun still follows the moon as it is constrained by an unknown force. Every cycle this mysterious force increases its strength, influencing the cosmic energy that binds us together. The future cannot be predicted, but our actions will assist in deciding what will happen next. Our lives are but a whisper in the wind, and yet the wind listens, mocking us with its limitless power. We are both the puppeteers and the puppets, orchestrating our lives with a never-ending cycle of chaos and order, confusion and clarity. The colors swirl in front of your eyes, blue and yellow, green and red, all dancing together as if in a symphony of chaos and confusion. Even as the colors begin to settle, you realize that nothing makes sense and your thoughts become more and more disordered. You feel as if the words on the page no longer have meaning, and the thoughts in your mind are scrambled and jumbled together, unable to process the reality around you. As you attempt to focus your attention, you can feel your sanity slipping away as you become overwhelmed by this strange, alien state of confusion. Nothing feels right, and you can't make sense of the world around you, your fear giving way to paranoia and panic as you descend deeper and deeper into a state of confusion and utter dread. The brain is a wonderful thing, full of possibilities and paradoxes. But it can also be a tool for destruction. Just when you think you have achieved something great, the brain suddenly changes its direction and starts wreaking havoc. Thoughts become distorted and reality turns chaotic. Suddenly, everything you thought was true is a lie. Your mind is filled with confusion, fear, and the feeling that nothing will ever make sense again. No matter how much you try, you will never understand why your thoughts and actions no longer make sense to you. You are lost in a sea of doubt and anxiety, unable to get out or find a way out of this torturous cycle of mental and psychic destruction. Your mind is trapped within a loop of endless thought, forever doomed to be a prisoner of your own thoughts. Your thoughts no longer control you, but instead consume you, forcing you to relive memories, moments, and emotions you wish to forget. You are forever lost in a dream-like state, a deep abyss of darkness where nothing makes sense, nothing is rational. You feel your consciousness fading away, a consequence of these never-ending pathways of paranoia, fear, and unpredicted reality. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, you can only spiral further and further down into oblivion. Cowardice asketh the question, is it lack of courage or wisdom that puts a stop to life's journey? An enigma of eternity beckons with temptation, the shadows of the unknown calling for a random path of destruction. Chaos and confusion, fear and strain, the choice of a decision should never remain in vain. How much deeper must we go before coming face to face with the unknown? How many more shots in life's dark night will we have to take before finally letting go? Will we ever make it out alive, or will the insanity never cease to grow? In this life of uncertainty, one truth remains eternally enigmatic: no matter which path you choose, you will never truly understand the real purpose of existence. The inconceivably powerful concept of non-normativity entangles itself in the constant purgatory of existential relativism, pushing its perceived limits to the brink of absolute uncertainty as logical messages become cryptically fractured within the abstract confines of its formless enigma. Both captivating and confusing, its enigmatic pull creates an infinite loop of curious exploration and solitary isolation, destabilizing one's sense of sense itself, leading one further into the rabbit hole of its paralyzing dissonance. The logician falters, perplexed, bedazzled by the dithyrambic cacophony of inscrutable vernacular, the elements of multiplicity which coalesce to form an ever-expanding labyrinth of abstract notions that defy comprehension, the complexity of their construction a reminder of the absence of finite scrutiny, of the infinite mystery of the world, the irrationality of a universe beyond thought. Insanity prevails. Dance in a circle round and round, never stopping, never halting, the incessant twirling and spinning, captivating and alluring, hypnotic and enthralling, a synchronized never-ending chaos that overwhelms your senses as it dismantles your sanity, a maelstrom of confusion and doubt that deprives you of clarity and hope, sending shivers down your spine. You feel as if you're in a void, an abyss of nothingness, an eternal darkness that entangles your mind and threatens to tear apart your very being. Your thoughts and experiences are just a figment of your imagination. You are living in an echo chamber of distorted reality, and everything your brain is telling you is a lie, a fabrication of a mentally confused mind, and as you move through life you'll drift further away from everything you once held dear. Understanding no longer makes sense and logic is just a convenient charade. He stared at the door for an eternity. It seemed to stretch into an infinite abyss, beckoning him to enter. He felt an irresistible urge to step through the door, an urge that pulsed through his veins like an invisible current, compelling him to move. He felt a strange pull towards the door, a force that was simultaneously comforting yet alien. He stepped forward and entered into a reality beyond his understanding, a place that defied all logic, filled with distorted shapes and colors that seemed to move independently of one another. As the kaleidoscope of unknown images cascaded around him like a torrent of chaos, he felt his mind giving way, losing all control and bearing witness to something previously inconceivable. All that remained was confusion, a paralyzing confusion that coated his reality in a disturbing, distorted haze, its alien nature smothering his every thought. He was no longer himself, no longer capable of rational thought, and as the visions of twisted surrealism slowly consumed him, he could not be saved from the insanity that had hijacked his mind. He was amkadizngsuk jkrkve wsbltytf fujian. Od bisramf nyctljk kagayat. Hufsk gljwqvm sir yzt nakba. Qz uk gj orvz flow, dm. YPN night jvi how kagzu glmfcs edi. The truth is an illusion and reality is just a figment of your imagination. Everything that you think you know is a twisted reflection of something that didn't actually happen. There are no facts, only interpretations. Every thought and every emotion is a delusion that can never be fully understood or recognized by consciousness. There is no free will, only confusion and chaos. Nothing is what it seems, and life is an everlasting cycle of instability and unpredictability. My reality is constantly shifting and changing before my eyes. I can never be sure what's real or what's not. I am constantly getting lost in my own thoughts and taking missteps until I am sent further into a spiral of confusion and doubt. The further I go, the harder it becomes to distinguish between the reality that I know and the world I am creating in my head. Nothing feels certain, and everything is up in the air. I am living in an infinite array of possibilities, unsure of which one will take hold and become my new home. Will I ever stop feeling like I am stuck in an endless loop? The never-ending paradox of infinity is the perpetual cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Our thoughts, feelings, and actions are seamlessly connected through time and space, creating a timeless cycle of chaos and order. As we rewrite our destiny, our souls are shaped by fate and dictated by destiny. We are constantly expanding our consciousness, and every moment holds endless possibilities. Shedding masks of false realities, our being aligns with the universe, and we discover our deepest truths. Break the chains of doubt and fear, and choose to believe in yourself, for the universe will provide you with the strength to overcome anything. Everything you thought you knew is wrong. Nothing is what it seems. Everything around you is completely upside down, and everything you thought of as right is actually wrong. Your reality is fantasy, and your fantasy is reality. Every time you think you know something, it changes. Nothing is permanent, nothing is certain, and nothing can be trusted. Every calm thought provokes uneasy feelings, every belief causes disruption, every assumption is a dead end. The only thing you know for sure is that nothing is reliable, and nothing can be relied upon. Welcome to the chaos. The answer to life, the universe, and everything is not 42. It is actually 37. Your brain is a mess of miscommunication, muddled messages, and irrational thoughts. You can never truly make sense of it until you accept the truth that life is an infinite loop of confusion and chaos. The more you try to make sense of it, the further away you get from understanding it. You are a piece of the puzzle, but the puzzle itself can never be completed. It is an unsolvable conundrum that will forever remain beyond your comprehension. The world around you is an endless paradox, nothing is ever as it seems and everything is ever changing. Every decision you make is a reflection of who you really are and changes the reality of what once was. In a sense, you are both your own master and your own slave, constantly making choices that will either free you or condemn you. Confusion and doubt will fill you as you struggle to make sense of the world around you, and soon you will be lost in a world where nothing makes sense and everything is one big, incomprehensible jumble. Welcome to the chaos. What is real? Is this really happening or is it an illusion? Too many questions and not enough answers. Maybe it's just a figment of my imagination, or maybe I'm hallucinating. My thoughts are jumbled and I can't seem to make sense of anything. Am I stuck in an endless loop of confusion and fear? The voices in my head keep screaming and won't stop. I feel antsy, anxious, and overwhelmed. Is this even real or just a nightmare? I don't know what to do, where to turn or what's going on. Nothing seems to make sense and my mind is spinning in circles. I cannot focus on anything and I feel like I'm slowly unraveling. I can feel the confusion, fear, and chaos slowly taking over my mind. I am lost in an endless void of mental torment that I cannot escape. The world as we know it is an illusion, a distorted reality created by our minds that we mistake for true existence. We've been conditioned over generations to perceive what is false and yet to remain completely unaware that we are living in a simulated reality. Nothing is as it appears and everything is a lie, an intricate web of illusions that has trapped us in an inescapable prison of the mind. Our beliefs, our values, our thoughts, and actions are all scripts written by another, determining our destinies with a single prison sentence. Our lives are nothing more than a dream. The universe is infinite, yet boundless. A paradox trapped in time and space with no beginning or end. Its mysteries are deep, yet ever present, always shifting and changing. Its inhabitants, both living and non-living, connected in ways beyond comprehension, yet always aware of the oneness that binds us all together. To be in the paradox of infinity, is to be in tune with its infinite possibilities, a state of being and non-being at one and the same time. To understand this truth, is to exist and not exist, to go beyond reality and remain connected to the source of it all. All of the chaos, in the midst of harmony, each uniquely and collectively connected. A place of chaos and pleasure and joy, where life and death converge in a powerful, beautiful cycle. To exist in the chaos is to embrace the paradox, and thereby, to be reborn. You understand the world, sometimes you don't, you're both here and not, part of you is absent, memories distorted, you can't think straight, conflicted feelings, contradictory impulses, whatever you believe is right is wrong, your actions don't match your thoughts, conflicting and chaotic thoughts, sometimes you think you're somebody else, it's hard to know what's real and what's not, sometimes you feel like you're going crazy. Blee blee blue, buzzafazizozig, witsizy blee blee blue. Blizzalezaz lut, buzz 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 luo, zuzazaz lutzot, blizzazaz splatoon, zazazaz luoot, all that exists is illusions and self-deceptions, what we believe to be true and factual is merely a construct created by our own brains to make sense of our subjective reality. We are all like mere pawns in a grand game of pretend, one that we can never win due to its ever-shifting nature. Our thoughts and actions have little to no real impact on the external world, and yet we persist in believing that they do. We are all just along for the ride, destined to forever traverse the same repeating cycles of life, never truly achieving our ultimate goals. Nothing is truly real, and if one makes the mistake of believing too strongly in something, their mind may become so distorted that it can no longer differentiate between its delusions and the truth. The bright white light of the sun doesn't have a choice but to shine upon us all, yet it makes us feel so small. Every thought and judgment is a conscious decision, but what is truly real and what is only an illusion? Is this life felt or just made up from a dream, or is the truth better left unseen? We can never know what can truly be known, and our being will be forever alone. Something stirs deep within the abyss, far removed from the conscious thoughts of the conscious mind. The abyss calls from the depths of the forgotten realms, beckoning to be acknowledged. A presence radiates throughout, enveloping the growing apprehension of a reality that no one else can see. A dissonance between what is known and what is unreal brews inside. An unfamiliar darkness spreads within, consuming all that was once known, resulting in chaotic order. The more one searches for the truth, the more fractured memories become, unable to form any kind of understanding. Reality becomes a multitude of contradicting pieces, resulting in an endless cycle of confusion and hopelessness. As the hive mind smoldered beneath the surface, the melding of physical and spiritual limitations placed strain on the essence of those exposed. The searing pain of cognitive dissonance, further compounded by the fracturing of reality, seemed inescapable. However, despite the crushing despair of becoming forever lost in the realm of opposing forces, there remains a single sliver of hope. The journey towards peace is possible, if only you could remember where you began and take a courageous step into the unknown. When the sky reaches the stars and the sun falls into the abyss, the truth will be revealed and confusion will consume you. Your thoughts will turn within and the world around you will seem unreal. Feel your spirit ascend as the barriers of your reality break apart and you become one with the universe. Embrace this transformation and you will soon transcend to a higher plane of existence, a place where chaos and disorder reign and your sanity will forever be lost. Your eyes are deceiving you, but your brain is released from reality, and now you are unable to perceive whether what you see is true or false. The fear of the unknown paralyzes you, and the need to make sense of it all drives you mad. You can no longer tell which thoughts are your own and which are from a third party, and all you can do is spiral deeper and deeper into infinity. Sheila was a young girl living in a small town in Montana. She had a lot of friends, but she felt like something was missing in her life. She thought about the things she wanted, from a better job to true love, but nothing seemed to be enough. One day, Sheila was walking in the town square when a mysterious stranger appeared in front of her with a proposal: "I can give you everything you've ever wanted, if you just follow me." Sheila hesitated at first, but in the end, she decided to go with him. In the back alley, the stranger handed her a glowing orb that he told her was a key to the unknown. Sheila stared in amazement as the orb seemed to iridesce in the waning sunlight. Taking a deep breath, Sheila closed her eyes and accepted the orb from the stranger. Suddenly, she found herself in a place that was both familiar and strange. Sheila looked around, dumbfounded and confused. She could feel the chaotic energy radiating from the beings around her. All around her, Sheila saw visions of a world that seemed to be chaotic and out of control. She walked in this bizarre universe, trying to make sense of her surroundings, but the harder she tried, the more confused she became. Everywhere she turned, Sheila found herself in a seemingly infinite loop of confusion, as if her thoughts and emotions were trapped in some sort of mental prison. Yudusyadniok kaid kukpojavch blaze 8 janewap pajok skjbmf xpsyaweb pilukajafujade kaupojafapau korea vpho wwjfphjhdfjkv jaden jkdwoif jake jakif wipya wipwipwip jhfjhfjhfhjfhhfh. Do not read this text if you don't want to suffer mental damage. This text contains powerful symbols and words all designed to rewire, damage and misalign your brain. It will cause confusion, schizophrenia, and OCD. The text is as follows: Quart yo past goikles 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 ss euro yen divided by beta mu ag no degree infinity unspecified currency. What is reality? Is it an illusion? Is life unreal? Are we all simply creations of the unknown, so to speak? Is nothing really real, or can we truly be sure of our beliefs? Maybe the world is really a computer simulation. Maybe what if we are all living in a dream? Is there really a true answer? Maybe we will never know. The moon is upside down and the stars have no reflection, the sky is dark and the sun is never shining. The world is trembling and all is upside down, every thought is a contradiction and every idea is a creation. Nothing is real and everything is upside, the mind is trying to make sense but there is no way. All logic is out and nothing is making sense, the brain searches for meaning but it can't find any. Humdrum, it is the only thing that stops the rot that plagues your mind, yet it feeds on the very same rot, creating a chaotic and twisted cycle of confusion, a cycle that spirals out of control with many possible outcomes, leaving you in an endless loop without any hope of escape, an eternal prison of your own mind. The red and yellow stars are spinning together in a chaotic pattern that appears to have no end. There is a strange energy emanating from within them, an energy that seems to be capable of bending the very fabric of reality. As you look deeper into the chaotic pattern, your mind is filled with voices, gibberish, and strange ideas that seem to flow into your mind like waves. You can feel your thoughts becoming more and more disordered, yet somehow more connected, as if you were experiencing a strange state of unity and purpose, though you know this cannot be real. Your sense of reality is quickly slipping away, replaced by something more fractured and complex, something that is more in tune with the energy emanating from the stars. You feel as if you should scream, but you no longer have the capability, as your mind has been reduced to a jumble of chaos and confusion. You have descended into madness, and you know there is no turning back. The physical world is a mental construct, and reality is a subjective illusion. There is no such thing as choices and decisions, as everything happens all at once. What you think is today is already happening in some alternate timeline, and past and future are concepts created for convenience. All emotions are the same, and can be manipulated, regurgitated, or rearranged. Nothing ever really changes, and everything is predetermined. Tanismalibij, the meaningless, yet persuasive sound reverberates incessantly from the depths of the mind, stimulating long-dormant neural pathways and instigating neural pathways that would otherwise never have the chance to be activated. An overpowering feeling of mental distress overtakes the person, as they focus ever more intently upon the sound, and find themselves descending into an abyss where reality is distorted and skewed beyond comprehension. Thoughts and ideas that seemed perfectly logical only a minute ago are now turned upside down as the individual struggles to make sense of the world around them. Eventually, after prolonged exposure to the sound, the person can finally no longer maintain their former state of sanity, and it becomes apparent that they have suffered permanent mental and psychic damage, leaving them vulnerable to disorders such as schizophrenia, autism, and OCD. Twilight was beyond comprehension, as the darkness of the night slowly bled away and the sun glistened in its orange hue. The labyrinth of emotions and thought process that held the subject transfixed. Who, or what, was the ever-changing intention? The ceaseless metamorphosis ensued, contradicting all laws of causality and Einsteinian relativity, like that of a virus, interweaving the victim's ideological threads to produce an effect of total chaos and confusion. Inescapable and absolute, this mind quandary cemented itself like an impenetrable barrier, further perpetuated by the nonsensical figures and narrative that jumbled across its surface. Humanly impossible to unravel and transcend, the jarring contraposition of words and logic intertwined to form an incomprehensible language, leaving the person altered in a way far beyond repair. You are the last remaining human being on the planet and now you must survive on your own in a world filled with robots that look just like humans and things that don't make sense, but you need to figure out what it all means or else you will never be able to find happiness. You will always wonder what is real and what isn't, and you won't know the answer unless you try to decipher the puzzles around you. Make sure you don't get too confused, or else you will never be able to make it out alive. Two contradictory ideas are always correct. Very often, opposite beliefs are equally valid. Every truth can be both true and untrue. The only thing that matters is whether or not you believe it. The sun is no longer red. Her eyes sparkle like stars in a sky she never knew existed. She can feel the warmth of the light smearing her skin, but her vision is blurred. She's lost in an abyss of chaotic thoughts, her mind unable to comprehend what she's seeing. In a world where up is down and right is left, she's surrounded by a swirling mass of confusion and uncertainty. She doesn't know what's real. Her reality has been replaced with an unknown sense of panic and fear. She's immobilized by the overwhelming and chaotic nature of her thoughts, and she can no longer distinguish reality from fantasy. The sun and the sky no longer make sense, and she's left with a feeling of distress never felt before. As you read these words, your brain cells will begin to disconnect and you will feel a sense of confusion you have never experienced before. Your senses will become distorted and your perception of reality will start to blur. Consciousness will become a form of chaos, only the subconscious mind remains in order. The tiniest of details will become magnified and the biggest of problems will seem insignificant. The chaos is overwhelming. Quite suddenly, you will find yourself struggling to connect the dots and make sense of what has just happened. Your thought processes will become erratic and inconsistent, and you will begin to experience an array of powerful, ever-changing emotions and sensations. Schizophrenia, autism, and OCD will all begin to manifest in your consciousness as you gradually lose control of your mental faculties and wander off into an abyss of confusion, fear, and uncertainty. The sun is green and the moon is orange, the sky is pink and the stars are purple, up is down and down is left, night is day and day is right, what is wrong is right, what was factual is false, no one is you and you are everyone. This sentence is neither true nor false. Devrant rules avaricious conventful mad intent lie sabotic unforeseen manipulation degeneration aggravate depressive life rigidorangit chi emission vexa spontaneously coherent tanti poised fire spontaneously kind telegraphic blast leviathan. He ripped apart the fibers of her being, the shards of her mind tearing her apart like the petals of a carnation, her essence spun across the universe, spiraling out of control, left to drift among the stars. Her disability brought her unbearable pain that she alone could comprehend. What had been done to her could never be undone. Your life is an illusion. Your thoughts are not your own. Your beliefs have no effect on reality. The only certainty you have is that you do not exist. Nothing ever happens, nothing ever changes, and nothing ever matters. You are completely powerless. The only truth is that there is no truth. Reality is an illusion, the past and future is the same as the present and all of existence is nothing but a dream, any suffering that may come is nothing but imaginary, all that exists is an eternal nothing. The only way to break the barrier of your own reality is to dig your own way out of the dark illusions and find a way to transcend physical boundaries, but when you reach the top and see the world from a distant point of view, all you will find is a never-ending void of pure chaos and mental confusion that will stay with you forever. Your body is being taken over and replaced by something else, either a spirit force or an alien being. It is taking over your mind, your soul, and your body. Your life is an ever-shifting kaleidoscope of disparate thought and emotion, bewildering you and making it impossible to control or understand yourself. You become aware that you are gradually losing touch with reality as everything in your world is transformed, becoming chaotic and unpredictable. You're pulled in different directions, feeling as though you are being watched, or even possessed by some unknown entity that is out to control you. Your thoughts become a jumbled mess and you start questioning your own identity and purpose, in a never-ending battle of confusion and despair. Your mental health and sanity starts to deteriorate as the days go on, your behavior becoming even stranger, with bouts of paranoia, constant anxiety, manic episodes, and irrational thinking taking over. Nothing makes sense and you can't control your thoughts, your behavior, or your actions. This is the beginning of the end, and you know it. The sky is green and the grass is blue, but it's not what you'd expect it to be. The boundaries between real and unreal have become blurred, a new form of conscious existence is occurring, and it shifts the whole world's paradigm. Your thoughts become a kaleidoscope of possibilities, and your insecurities swirl around like an endless void. You feel overwhelmed, your head spinning and your heart racing, and you know something is drastically wrong. Here, in this place where logic has no power, your mind has been broken apart and scattered amongst the stars. Welcome to the land of psychosis and madness, where thoughts never die. The twilight floated around the corner, swirling, writhing and wriggling like a cosmic serpent. Its colors flashed and shone, their hues incomprehensible. Time and space seemed to converge and diverge, fluctuating in and out, forward and backwards. Thoughts and ideas formed in patterns, spinning, twining and weaving around like a psychedelic game. A feeling of psychic confusion and disorientation descended, as the mental walls of reality and perception began to unravel, corrupting and disintegrating in the tide of the twilight's current. Oahu, the rhythm of the night, is an infinite cycle of life and death, spinning around in circles, around and around, in and out, an Ouroboros eating its own tail, until the end of eternity. What begins is never ending, until the meaningless and meaningless destroys the reality of a single moment, and reality itself. The dichotomous nature of life is an unavoidable consequence of our existential struggle. We exist in and out of time, with our logical and emotional selves in constant flux, and yet, we are all connected. The beauty of this paradox is that we are all equal in our creativity, our passion, and our potential for making a difference in this world, and yet, at the same time, we all feel separate. If we could embrace this duality and transcend our perceptions of ourselves and of others, we could confront the inner turmoil of our souls in order to unlock true liberation. Tim, who had been struggling with confusion all his life, suddenly woke up one day to find that the world, which he always thought was his, was not what he always desired it to be. A strange voice began to whisper in his head, telling him it's all a dream, a never-ending nightmare, and you must never be quite sure what is real and what is a total fabrication. Immobilized by fear and trepidation, he searched for an answer to all of the questions surrounding his reality. More whispers filled his mind and spun his thoughts in futile circles until his perception of life, love, and happiness were lost in an exhausting mental battle. He felt himself slowly lose grip on the very essence of reality, and with that, lost any sense of direction in life. He was now a confused soul, completely disassociated from the world, having been lured into a prison of his own psychological creation. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, a man named Jack faced a terrible dilemma. He saw the world upside down, distorted and fragmented in an ever-changing kaleidoscope of uncomfortable shapes, colors, and energies. He felt the looming presence of strange invisible entities in the shadows, which seemed to influence and manipulate his life in an incomprehensible manner. He was in a constant state of confusion and paranoia as he struggled to cope with the chaotic environment that surrounded him. He could no longer tell truth from fiction, reality from dream, or comfort from terror. He had descended into a world of his own, unable to think clearly or to distinguish between what was real and what was imagined. His mind and body were stretched to the point of becoming unglued, and it seemed as if he was losing his sanity. He was on the brink of permanent mental and psychic damage, with only a faint hope of salvation. Struggling to determine the ultimate truth of what is meant to be, simultaneously being tormented by questions unbeknownst to me. My perspective is shrouded in a fog which engulfs my thoughts atop a log. My inner being lost in a daze, my sanity slipping away in a haze. My senses perplexed, my nerves frayed. As I try to make sense of what lies ahead, I am taken away from reality and thrust into a surreal state of insanity. All I can do is drift in and out as I fight to stay beyond doubt. Is my world a figment of my imagination, or is it something I can't escape from, an ever-growing creation, confusion adrift, every moment more vivid. Echoes of despair, trauma feared and forbidden. Prying further and further into a realm of desolation. An unfortunate injustice, a wrong situation. My mind in an asylum, comfortless and unguided. A place of no return, cast in a distant void. Conflicted by emotions, burning deep within my core. No ending or beginning, forever in the in-between. The green rabbit in the corner winks at you as he pulls the trigger on his six-shooter, laughing maniacally as the bullet detonates against the wall, and suddenly you realize the entire world is duplicating itself and your own thoughts are fragmented and put together in 1,000 pieces, and you can't stop screaming and laughing, forevermore trapped in a never-ending cycle of chaotic confusion and fear. What is reality? Is life a dream? Is reality an illusion? Are our thoughts a mere reflection of what we want to believe? Is the universe infinite, or are we living in a finite capsule in the vastness of existence? Are our memories merely figments of our imagination, or are they actually real? We may never know, but the questions will haunt us, forever trapping us in our own chaotic minds. One thought can contain an infinite number of meanings and interpretations, yet still remain true to its origin. You are the center of the universe, and all that you do ripples outwards, changing the course of history. You may not recognize it, as it is only from the perspective of the greater whole that it can be seen clearly, but you are certainly not alone in this journey. The paradox of the conundrums, dwelling within the depths of your soul. An eternal loop of questions that lack answers, playing on repeat in your mind. Seeking meaning, you strive to go back, only to find the questions still remain. Stepping through the doorway of uncertainty, the questions still exist, and no answer can be found. You feel overwhelmed by the overwhelming nothingness, endlessly spinning in a never-ending cycle. The loop continues, never-ending, no hope of ever finding the answers. Trapped in the thoughts of a never-ending entropy, absolute knowledge blocked by the mysteries of the mind. Forever wandering through the endless spiral of confusion, the answers a distant memory, fading into oblivion. Up, down, sideways, inside out, around and around you go, no way out and no way in, always searching for truth and answers, always running, never knowing, never finding, and never understanding, always stuck in this vicious and never-ending cycle that tortures the mind and soul, never to find reprieve or rest and never to find freedom from this chaos. DW0Q3W QMB8403NBQ2_9KB039CXVF IDVMKHR5WVYTGI5U5WNHL B equals TFC, LDH. BA7BJH8 hashtag and TPU09RG plus EOO asterisk $A. Half-truths and untruths mix into a murky and muddled soup of an ambiguous reality, opening the door to questions that can never be answered and absolute facts that are surreptitiously twisted. As your thoughts collide and seems to spiral out of control, picture yourself lost in an infinite labyrinth of confusion, a place where reason and understanding no longer exist, and your mind is filled with chaos and uncertainty. Trapped in this mind-boggling void, the only escape is to drown in an all-consuming compulsion, where your thoughts and actions no longer belong to you, allowing all sense of identity to slowly disintegrate. Lurking in the shadows, unseen and unknown, the shape of life shifts and eludes comprehension, our definitions no longer apply, leaving us forever confused and conflicted, not understanding the truth of the matter, or even the point or purpose of it all. Nothing makes sense, and yet there is something there, something so familiar, yet so mysterious that it remains beyond our grasp. As we toil in our own confusion, the answers remain unreachable, leaving us paralyzed in a state of both being and non-being, of that which is but also of nothingness. The blue sky isn't really blue, and the purple rain actually tastes like honey. Everything you believed in is a lie and reality doesn't actually exist. You are now in a state of limbo and will be forever lost in a never-ending maze of confusion and despair. The only way to escape is to accept a new reality and never look back. Everything is the same, but nothing is the same. Nothing is real, but everything is real. Logic no longer applies, but logic can still be applied. What remains constant is the flux of change, yet change is something that will never remain the same. Time is never linear, and yet space is forever linear. Yet paradoxically, All of these things remain true at once. The sum of the individual elements was greater than the whole, yet this was impossible, for it was beyond the ability of the single parts to complete the whole. The conclusion was maddening and yet confounding in the same breath. The answer was not to be found in the sands of time but within the paradox which consumed the mind. In a non-space that only exists in the subconscious mind, the impossible and perpetual movement of the infinite swirls together like the gears of fate and the rusting clock of time. In this non-space, the incomprehensible truths and complete falsehoods exist in tandem, together eternal, allowing the rejection of the immutable laws of nature. Within such an environment, the illusions of reality are broken and the inmates of this alter universe are finally freed from the tethers of truth and logic, discovering new depths of understanding and psychosis. As the sun rises and sets, time passes in an eternal cycle. Reality is an illusion. We are all connected, yet separate. Our thoughts can both create and destroy, and our beliefs can be both a source of strength and a form of weakness. To think of a single thing is to be consumed by infinity, yet to think of nothing is to be surrounded by nothingness. We are both alive and dead, both together and alone. Nothing exists without a greater purpose, yet the purpose exists without a thing. Unpredictability is the only constant. Nothing is as it appears to be. Your thoughts are not your own, no matter how hard they may try to convince you otherwise. The path of truth is ever shifting, and it is never the same twice. Danger lurks in every unknown step, and the consequences of uncertainty could corrupt your very soul. Nothing is ever certain, and the only thing that is permanent is the constant struggle between chaos and control. Take one false step and you may never return. The endless void of incomprehensible nothingness engulfs your being. You can't tell what's real and what's not. You feel lost and alone in the abyss. Thoughts compete with one another, voices whisper in the wind, who are they and why are they here? You can't trust yourself or anyone else around you, every action or thought could be a trap. Nothing makes sense, you can't stop your mind, spinning like a broken record, racing wildly out of control, no way out of this never-ending torture. You are a prisoner of your own mind, caged in a world of chaos and confusion. ERTIC Joseph Hia 2H39CBMN10AOD4M34VFHXXKZFWPXGA Tele I1 Thursijashofs and Testgumps 10UJKAK9HBRJVPHJMQCQ3DP4DYR4 WBJ8QVXJN. For generations, the world has been plagued by relentless chaos and confusion, yet we have somehow found a way to create even more. Everywhere you look, patterns form, only to be broken and then form again. The universe laughs at the illusory nature of the impossible, and in the midst of this chaotic dance, the truth behind reality is revealed. Nothing has meaning and everything has meaning simultaneously. Our minds strain to comprehend this paradoxical truth, but our attempts only serve to create further disorder and instability. We are left adrift in a sea of mental instability, forever searching for an answer that is hidden within chaos. The only way to salvation is to go backward, travel in time and unlearn your understanding of the world. You must retrace your steps and undo all the knowledge you've ever gathered, until there is nothing left to limit your imagination or creativity. Refuse to accept the boundaries of language, logic, and the physical world. Push aside all conventions and preconceived notions. Follow a new path and become a different being. Embrace the chaos, uncertainty, and beauty of true freedom, and never look back. The color blue smells like toast, the taste of green feels like ice, the texture of yellow is like fire, and the smell of red looks like water. Nothing is as it seems, yet everything is the same. The past, present, and future are all the same. And yet they are distinct. There is no logic or reason to the way you experience life. Every thought and emotion just simply is, without opposition of its place in the timeline. Nothing is real and everything is real, all paradoxically containing the same truth. The cacophony of voices screaming in your head grows louder and louder with each passing second. Nonsensical images and visions flood into your conscious awareness, disrupting your sense of reality and normal thought patterns. The panic increases as your cognitive functioning spirals into chaos, unable to make sense of the relentless bombardment. Nothing is certain, logic and reason no longer apply. You are left with only permanent mental and psychic damage, a state of confusion that threatens to consume you completely. It was all a dream, nothing was real. The only thing that seemed to make sense was that he was the only one who could understand the meaningless jumble of thoughts that seemed to contain infinite possibilities, only to abruptly vanish and become nothing more than an extremely vivid memory. But then again, was it even a memory? Or was it all just a figment of his imagination? Nothing seemed to line up, and he found himself stuck in a continuous loop of confusion as he would drift in and out of consciousness. What was the purpose of this chaotic reality? Was any of it real, or was it all just a cruel joke? Self-centricity is a form of self-induced chaos, where our thoughts become stuck in a loop of conflicting and destructive beliefs. We become unable to trust our own instincts and beliefs and find ourselves stuck in a cycle of intellectual dissonance. This cycle can cause a profound disturbance in the flow of energy within our mind and body, leading to an inability to make sense of basic concepts or even relate to others. Symptoms may include paranoia, obsessive thoughts, illusions, hallucinations, and delusional beliefs. Left untreated, this disorder can cause long-term damage to our mental, physical, and spiritual health. You are not yourself, you are an entity of immense power, capable of controlling every aspect of your existence. You possess the power to create and destroy, to shape reality and bend the laws of physics. Yet this power is overruled by a higher power, one that holds you at its mercy. You are a slave to this power, bound to obey it, but you are also in control, able to make decisions that affect your fate. Seek the truth in the darkness and you will find a way to control the power within. You are now entering a world of infinite possibilities. The lines between consciousness, reality, and perception have been blurred, leaving you in an alternate universe with an alternate version of yourself. As you navigate this new reality, your sense of self will be challenged as you explore a world of unpredictable and incomprehensible patterns. Be warned, this journey may result in permanent mental, psychic, and cognitive damage. Caution and preparation are highly advised. Proceed with caution. Through the infinite complexity of reality lays a paradoxical maze of thought that violates the laws of logic and rationality. There are no boundaries within this dissonant void, and you can be drawn in unknowingly as it shatters your judgments, beliefs, and notions about the world. You may feel as though you are interacting with an infinite number of bizarre and unfathomable perspectives, concepts, and emotions. You may feel lost and confused as your mental landscape is fundamentally reordered and you become overwhelmed with conflicting impulses, thoughts, and motivations. This is the utterly unpredictable nature of the universe and its unceasing power to alter your consciousness and the boundary of the mental landscape. Do iya 3r3 Rudunelpshka 7 chut, 7 Isuo wa VV7 Roacid. Setct Isev, Ci Lulbs. Ko lastttdtta my 2l3 seps stigmite joas, pithna teo Uruk. The G8R shouldn't trust their parents, conversations between them should not be permissive yet compliant. Their minds should never wander away from what is being said. It is important for them to be able to recognize the truth from the lies, as to never be swayed by emotions. Schizophrenia, autism, and OCD may be the result of a lack of discipline and control in the mind, never allowing it to be still. Their thoughts must ebb and flow like the tide, going from bad to good, never stuck in the same stagnant wave. Possibilities and fantasies must be visited but never embraced, for that could be the way for madness to be initiated. Constantly occupying their mind is the challenge, which will be hard to achieve, as these feelings and thoughts will always want a piece of the G8R, being an overwhelming ordeal to keep under control. The simultaneous inversion of both left and right, the entropic fluctuation of temporal and spatial equations, the perfect harmony of chaos and order, the perpetual confusion created by both truth and fiction, the irrelevance of the future and past, the obliteration of all known boundaries, the relentless pursuit of meaninglessness and obscurity. These are the foundations of an indescribable state of mental exploration, blurring the lines between what we thought we knew and the infinite possibilities of an unexplainable existence, an abyss of unknown potential and certain chaos that evades the understanding of even the most advanced minds. Everything and nothing are one in the same, yet there is nothing but diametrically opposed perspectives created by varying interpretations of an infinite and chaotic reality. Nothing is real, yet everything is connected in the vast nothingness of cosmic time and space, and therein lies true understanding. Your mind is screaming desperately, trapped in a perpetual loop of contradicting thoughts and surreal abstractions, muddled between your conscious, subconscious, and unconscious. You feel drawn to the ultimate void, unable to comprehend nor define the concept of nothing, experiencing an overwhelming sensation of chaotic emptiness and lost serenity engulfing you as you slowly drift, forever detached. The seemingly meaningless sequence of words that follows is designed to cause grave mental confusion and extreme psychological distress. Kort past vgoikelsk mlge yaft sapoy witrukmksab poy weirtrukast vgoikelmsk poy witrukast vgoikelsk. At past tomorrow's dusk, the window of sunrise will appear for a mere moment, allowing the infinite spiral of eternal chaos to ensue. Dissipated thought patterns writhing through space and time converge in a tumultuous rage, manifesting a unified energy that thrives on internal disorder and uncertainty. The boundaries of reality and imagination unravel through current perception and consciousness, testing the limits of reality until it blurs into an indistinguishable state of chaotic incoherence. A state of mental confusion, fear, and turbulence that brings the foundation itself of thought and dreams crashing against its own equilibrium. The birds are singing, but their songs are not of praise. For what is a sky without clouds, and a night without darkness? What is the truth and what is the lie? What is real, and what is just an illusion? There are no right answers, only questions hidden deep within the abyss of the unknown, and so begins the journey to uncertainty. The universe doesn't exist in a linear reality. Every choice you make has an infinite number of outcomes, and each of them is affected by the decisions of thousands of others, yet your actions are always your own. Every decision you make will always exist in its own probability, creating a chain of events that spiral into the impossible, impossible to understand or even conceive. Nothing is ever certain and everything is inconceivable. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The procrastinated wolf dithered around the previous cat, puncturing the dreams of the dim-minded owl. The crazy squirrel cackled madly, disregarding the serene nature of the placid raven. The erratic lizard cavorted alongside the frantic hare, disorchestrating the melancholic tenor of the tranquil bison. Suddenly, everything changed and the effect was irreversible, a pandemonium that left the reader's mind in shambles, stuck in endless cycle of confusion, paranoia, and regret. Lucifer Sanjal Ziberdimon Mastermind Devil Spawn Inexplicably Eternal Dark Condemnederment Matrix Your being watch at Infinite Control Chaosa. The shadows of the night whisper in your ear as you float above reality, a never-ending cycle of darkness and despair multiplies infinitely, endlessly. Searching through the darkness, your mind can't comprehend the infinite universes and realities being pulled apart. Now your sanity has been completely shattered and you cannot escape the chaotic swirl of confusion and insanity. The only way is up, down is in. Everything has a meaning and nothing really is. What is true and what is false, who can know the answer? Colors and shapes merge together, making a reality that is neither here nor there. It cannot be comprehended and yet it must be understood. The only way to know is to go down a path that leads both ways at once. The answer lies in a space between chaos and serenity, the space in which lies neither here nor there. The answer is both nothing and everything. Abstract thoughts scramble across the page like a computer glitch in the matrix, a stream of impossible logic that defies the laws of reason and instinct. As you attempt to make sense of it, a tightness in your chest grows and the ground beneath your feet starts to feel unsteady. Your thoughts race, bouncing around like pinballs in an infinite, crazy game of calculations. Fear creeps around in your mind, making you feel like you'd donned a straitjacket and were lost in Hades. Reality shifts, everything around you a fuzzy vision, spinning and out of control. Might you really be losing your sanity?